Chapter 2022, Yao Ting asked Li Qie, "Are we here to really drink tea?" She didn't know much about the garden since this was her first time. "It's for Tao comprehension." Jin Xing kindly said, "Drink tea and comprehend the Tao, but the name is Tea Party. This place is a great area for learning about the Tao. This was the main goal of the academy in opening the garden. This is a rare chance and one should seize it with all cost. As for finding treasures and other things, that's wasting it." The group wondered if he has been here before again due to his mysterious yet complicated expression after being here. They went beneath a majestic mountain shrouded by the clouds. It gave off the sensation that it was blocking the road, no one could ever get past it. A tree was on top with whirling leaves of a silver color. From a distant glance, it would look as if this tree was made out of metal. "I think this is a silver flower tree. The mushroom growing on this tree is extremely precious since it can be used as a medicine to increase cultivation." A group of students from the different classrooms has already surrounded the peak. The ones from 100 Hall were mainly here for fun. One student from Emperor Mansion flew up to the sky and opened his heavenly gaze to look at the tree. After seeing the mushrooms growing on it, he said, "Yes, this tree has been untouched for a long time, so there are so many mushrooms here. It can probably be refined into a full gourd of pills for me to increase cultivation by 10 years. What a shame, Six-Sword Young King and Rumination Godchild aren't here, or they might be able to reach the top for those mushrooms." One student salivated after seeing this. Another from Sacred Institution shook his head. "The two are going for the Grand Tao tea, they don't care about mushrooms. These mushrooms are top-notch, but their sects have no lack of similar items." The students here could only watch because the peak was unclimbable. The moment they tried, they would instantly fall off. For example, if they were the flowing water, this peak would be a tall boulder situated in the middle. There was no way for the water to reach the top. Violent Teacher is here. Wait, no, Teacher Li and Fairy Mei are here. The arrival of the group caused quite a stir due to Li Qie's notoriety. They quickly made a path for him. Ultimately, Li Qie wasn't impressive in appearance, but his status as a teacher was quite intimidating. The one attracting the most gazes in the group was naturally Mei Suyao. This was her effect wherever she went, causing heart to beat faster, eyes to wander, and minds to waver. Fairy Mei. The students from Imperial Mansion greeted her. She nonchalantly nodded back as a response. Silver flower tree, not bad. Li Qie told Yao Ting, "Go, you don't need the mushroom here, just go up to comprehend the Tao. The grand Tao of the tree is powerful and touch like metal, very useful for you." I can actually go up there?" She spoke feebly. There were students from the higher classrooms here, but they couldn't ascend. How could someone from 100 Hall like her do it? Li Qie gently sighed and said, "Fine, I'll lend you a hand for now, but you need to work hard yourself in the future." With that, he formed a massive palm and reached for the tree. A majestic light from the tree poured out and sealed the area in order to stop his advance like an immovable gate. Boom! With a breaking sound, Li Qie's palm was unstoppable and forcefully tore through the radiant canopy. Before everyone could react, he threw Yao Ting on top of the peak and she landed right below the tree. "Try your best now, I won't help you a second time," Li Qie told her. Yao Ting was frightened by the sudden opportunity. She never thought about having a chance like this normally, but it has landed on her today. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath after hearing him and calmed her mind. She sat down and closed her eyes in order to reach for the Tao with her mind. She no longer cared for the mushrooms and simply tried to search for the Tao. Many students were shaken after seeing this. They have heard about Li Qie beating Yi Miaoxue before. Most didn't like it and some thought that he simply relied on his position to bully a student. However, after seeing him destroying the tree's barrier so easily, they understood that he was the real deal. No teacher from the academy was weak. Let's go. Li Qiye smiled and went on with the group after seeing Yao Ting in a state of meditation. What a shame, not picking mushrooms after reaching the top but just sitting there meditating. Wasting such a good opportunity, she can meditate in any other places. Some students felt that this was a waste of time. Sigh, let's go someplace else. Since none could reach the top, they all gave up eventually and left. The students came to find treasures, herbs, and artifacts. Very few actually Dao searched in this place since they believed that it would be a waste of time. In their eyes, they could meditate wherever and whenever. This wasn't the case for treasure hunting. The teachers didn't interfere with their choices. They simply led the students in, and the students needed to walk on their own path in order to carve out their own future. The main goal of the tea party for the academy was to use this wondrous land as a place to search for the Tao. They hoped that the students could cherish this opportunity. Nevertheless, they didn't stop the students from treasure hunting and wasting this chance. On a side note, this was also the reason why students with humble upbringing loved the academy. They had freedom and the chance to have a piece of the pie. In the great powers, this type of sacred land could only be enjoyed by the experts in the sect. They weren't as generous as the academy, letting the students share everything. Of course, this was predicated on whether the students were capable enough to grab the treasures. Many students were filling their pockets with items, especially the ones traveling with sick sword and rumination. This big group made it to a different peak and found many geniuses from Emperor Mansion waiting around. It was shrouded in fog with a tea tree on top. It was ancient with thick barks just like dragon scales. Moreover, the cracks between the barks emitted a faint fragrance of tea. Young tea leaves were magically growing on it with different levels, making it look just like a pagoda. The leaves were also golden in color, quite a beautiful spectacle. Tiny laws floated around each of the young leaves like immortal silks. The tree looked full of spirituality because of this appearance. Furthermore, the leaves were also different. On the bottom level, each leaf only had one tiny law circulating around it. On the second level, 2 laws, the third, 3 laws. The very top layer actually had 12 laws circulating around each leaf. Chapter 2023, Grand Dao Tea, People started swallowing their saliva after seeing this old tree lost in the clouds. Even members of imperial lineages felt the same greed because only the academy had such a tree in all of arrogance. Yet, even rarer was their generosity to offer it to all the students. The teachers are leaving so many tea leaves for us, it's a shame we won't be able to pick that much. A student from Emperor Mansion said with regrets. I'm cool with it. A different student from his class opened his palm to reveal 3 leaves with 2 circulating laws each and smiled happily. This is enough for me to use. When I encounter a mental blockade later, just need to bite one and it will be enough. So this tree was quite famous, referred by others as immortal tea. Some of the leaves were capable of bolstering one's Dao heart during any Dao tribulation, saving ones from Qi deviation. The leaves were divided into different levels, the more laws, the more precious. Thus, the ones on top were the best, especially the highest with 12 laws. 2 Dao leaves? Pretty amazing, Brother Baiha, your cultivation is definitely top-notch in Emperor Mansion. A fellow student praised. Yes, it has been a while now and only 5 students have been able to pluck these leaves. The best so far has been 3 Dao leaves. Another added. These precious leaves were exceedingly difficult to pick. The requirement was to have a deep and insightful understanding regarding the mysteries of the Dao. In other words, it had nothing to do with cultivation. If 2 were about to pick a leaf, 1 strong and 1 weak, the weaker one with a deeper Dao understanding will be the winner. Let me try. An excited student with a heroic aura stepped out. He jumped to the middle of the mountain, then propelled himself once more to reach the tree. Buzz! Though he was so close to it, a path suddenly appeared before him spanning for countless miles. It seemed as if it could contain the entire world in its bound. Numerous runes appeared on this Dao path and flowed rapidly like water. Drowning was a possibility or extreme panic. The tea leaves were nowhere to be found, only majestic and endless runes. Open! He shouted and tried to understand the profundity of this particular Dao before reaching forward to grasp it. Pop! The moment contact was made, he was instantly repelled back to his previous position. However, there was a leaf in his palm right now with 3 laws floating around it. Incredible, Brother Qi Shi, you got a 3 Dao leaf. The other students quickly flattered. This student turned red and smiled awkwardly. The truth is embarrassing, but I actually tried for a 4 Dao leaf. Alas, I couldn't see through this Dao completely, so only got a 3 Dao one. That's already amazing enough. That's why you're the second strongest in our sacred institution. One more praise came about. There were 2 people walking in the sky with many wondrous visual phenomena behind them. The crowd quickly came up to greet these 2, young king and godchild are here now. Godchild, you're too kind. I'm no match for you. The student humbly said. Of course, Rumination and Six Sword were well received. They were the de facto leaders of their classrooms. Grand Dao tea, it would be so nice if we could get enough to make a full bottle. Rumination looked at the tree and said with emotions. Godchild, that's too wasteful. 1 full bottle requires so many leaves. Not to mention students like us, not too many teachers could do it either. Actually, maybe only the dean and Grandpa Mo. Six Sword smiled and said. Wasteful indeed. The other students laughed and agreed. One of them continued, if it was me, I'm satisfied with just grabbing an 8 Dao leaf. That's definitely a lifesaver during a crucial moment. Six Sword replied with a sigh, that's difficult, I think 4 Dao is my limit. I can't do much better than you either, brother. Rumination shook his head and said. The 3 scions had a great relationship and an implicit agreement with each other. Six Sword was the leader of 100 halls, Rumination had sacred institution, Free Sky Young Lord owned Emperor Mansion. Because of this, the 3 classrooms rarely fought against each other. Each leader would often back off or gave the others some face. Of course, study room and mortal school weren't part of this group. Is there anyone in our academy that can take down an 8 Dao leaf? One curious student asked. The young king and godchild glanced at each other. Eventually, the former smiled wryly and said, maybe none among our student body. But as for the young ones, I personally think Teacher Qianxian and Teacher Qihang have this ability. As for the older teachers? Who knows? Many students nodded in agreement and said, you're right. Teacher Qianxian and Teacher Qihang are the strongest among the young generation, their talents are the best too. I heard recently, study room got a new teacher named Li Qie who is very young too. And as you know, to be a teacher at such a young age means that he should be supremely talented. Maybe he can grab an 8 Dao leaf as well. One student from Sacred Institution quietly added. The 2 scions were not happy to hear this, so their expression darkened. Six Sword had grievances with Li Qie while Godchild was not happy to see him so close to Mei Suyao. A young teacher is not necessarily strong. The world is unpredictable, plus, if he's really that strong, he wouldn't be a teacher at study room, that place only has a few random nobodies. Look at Teacher Qihang, he's so young yet he can lecture at Sacred Institution. Now that's a real genius. No one would dare to question his abilities. Someone who was close to Rumination purposely disparaged Li Qie. Well yeah, no one with a sane mind would want to be a teacher in study room. Another chimed in, that's like being banished to the border. Maybe his performance was bad so he got delegated to that place. Anyways, Teacher Qihang shouldn't have a problem taking an 8 Dao leaf. A student changed the topic, I heard Virtuous got a 9 Dao one back then. Indeed. Both the scions were full of reverence after hearing this name. After all, Virtuous was the pride of the human race in this generation. Teacher Qiheng and Virtuous were the top students from the same class. Maybe the gap between them is quite small. Another student immediately mentioned. Even a supreme genius like Virtuous can only do 9 Dao. Who else can get 10, or even 11 and 12? One more brought this up. Most teachers and immortal emperors don't have their records written down. However, our academy did have one student capable of grabbing a 10 Dao leaf. The knowledgeable godchild pondered and revealed. Who? All the students here became interested. Abyssal lunatic. Rumination slowly uttered the name for emphasis. Lunatic. An 11 totem high god, famous at the same time as my father. The young king nodded. I have seen records about him. He used to be the most arrogant student at the academy and one of the most talented. Someone else in the crowd said emotionally, I heard he wasn't convinced that the teachers were better than him and thought no one in this world was qualified to teach him. Yeah, he's a famous high god of our 100 races. The guy was arrogant enough to go and challenge mortal reversion ancient god in order to take his position. Alas, no news about anything afterward, people think the ancient god killed him. Another student from a great power said. Everyone was quiet when mortal reversion was brought up. There weren't that many ancient gods around, but this wasn't the only thing. He also had the human monarch bloodline. That's the truly heaven-defying part. Chapter 2024, Mist and vines were everywhere in the garden among the rolling hills that could reach for the sun and moon. Another one was surrounded by the stars while one more had a great river running around it. These mountain ranges resembled gigantic dragons that were hidden among the mists and fogs. It was more apt to call this place a world instead of a garden due to its boundless size. This boosted the excitement for many students after entering. Some couldn't help but scream, all of the treasures are mine. With that, they quickly leaped and disappeared into the mountains, no longer showing restraint. They were ready for the fortunes and treasures hiding among the ranges. It really is big. Gold Loop commented, I thought it would just be a tiny garden, not an entire internal world like this. That's what it is, a miniature world. Lu Jinsheng said, it might not be smaller than the academy. Tea Garden is only its name. Really? Gold Loop became surprised. The academy is already big enough, I don't think there are that many sects that can compare with it in arrogance, now it has another world? Doesn't that mean that the academy owns the biggest land on this continent? Jinxing replied, the vastness of the academy is beyond your imagination. Boundless and all-encompassing with immense resources. Rumor has it that this miniature world doesn't belong to the academy in the beginning but immortal Emperor Fei moved it here. How rare, you are actually complimenting the academy. Li Qie laughed after hearing this. Jinxing became slightly awkward and coughed, aging might not improve certain things but you do become less narrow-minded with different perspectives. Such improvements meant that one didn't waste their life. Li Qie only smiled after hearing this. Hee, everyone says that the tea party will be a great harvest. If one is lucky enough, they will be able to find some natural heavenly treasures. Some even believe that emperors have hidden some good stuff around here too. Goldloop's eyes glittered with greed as he started to drool just a little bit. It was as if there was a mountain of gold before him. Just idle chats from boring people. Li Qie smiled and said, the tea party is naturally about drinking tea. Is that what you're here for, teacher? Goldloop didn't believe it at all. Li Qie gave him the side eye, not just anyone can drink the tea here. They need to be capable enough. Goldloop had no response. You won't be able to drink the good tea here anyway. Li Qie teased while the group was passing through many mountains. They finally saw a river ahead with mists everywhere and cold air hitting their face. Maybe you're right, I'm too weak to drink anything good here. Goldloop scratched his head and said. No, what I mean is, I didn't bring you here to drink tea, only for you to suffer some hardship. Wuxia smiled and said. Goldloop proudly slammed his chest and declared, I carry a great burden, so some suffering is nothing to me. Teacher, just tell me what to do. Really now? Wuxia smirked and reached for Goldloop's arm. There was no chance for the guy to resist at all, so he got grabbed instantly. Next, he found his body flying in the air. Splash! The poor guy landed into the surging river ahead. The frigid water created a layer of frost around him, scaring him out of his mind. Teacher, what's going on? He couldn't move at all as his body was being encapsulated in ice due to the increasing intensity of the coldness. It wouldn't be long before he turned into an iceman. It's nothing, your body is tough enough, so keep training hard. Wuxia smiled at the guy. But, I can't move at all, teacher. Even his neck was frozen right now, so he screamed in fear, am I going to die? That depends on if you can handle it or not. If you can't, then yeah, death. Wuxia brightly responded, oh, right, forgot to tell you. Your ancestor almost froze to death here too, we'll see if you can do better than him. Goldloop couldn't finish speaking because he was frozen completely now and continued to drift with the current. His eyes were glaring, mouth agape, looking as if he was screaming for help. The kind Yaoting became worried, is he going to be fine? Jinsheng's expression looked a bit sadistic, who knows? The cold river of Tea Garden is endless. The more downstream, the colder. No one knows where it is going either. Some believe that it would reach the depth of the earth. If one could survive the temperature, they would enter hell and never be able to return. Really? Yaoting was shocked to hear this. Don't listen to his nonsense. Wuxia shook his head, the river is indeed dangerous, but a descendant of the Wang won't die so easily. His body needs the refinement in this place, so if he can surpass this, he'll earn a lifetime of benefit. But if he can't? Yaoting asked. Nothing too serious, he'll just have to lay in bed for a year or so. Wuxia chuckled. When Yaoting calmed down, she realized that Wuxia was helping Goldloop. While the group traveled through the garden, the other students were infiltrating the hills and peaks. However, since it was the academy, they didn't dare to go all out and dig every inch of the land. Among many of these mist-shrouded peaks were all types of trees. In fact, tea trees were all around as well, but the students didn't pay enough attention. Of course, some were more knowledgeable than others. One student from Sacred Institution saw a violet tree and plucked all of the leaves into his pouch. Senior Zhang, why are you taking these leaves? A fellow student didn't understand, everyone is busy looking for treasures. My juniors want to climb that peak over there in order to dig out some treasure bamboo shoots in that thicket. Do you want to come along? Nah, I just want to pick some leaves. The senior smiled and said. What's special about these leaves? The student asked. His senior only smiled and continued forward to find more tea trees. The student eventually came to ask Rumination Godchild. Rumination casually responded, profound tea, capable of calming the mind and strengthening one's Tao. There are a lot of trees like that here, senior, do we want to go find them? The student immediately asked. It's not that precious, my sect has several thousand fields. I'll give everyone a bottle later. Rumination showed his generosity. You're too kind, we got so much coming with you already. I filled my basket with these wondrous flowers down at the deep gorge earlier. Another immediately flattered. Many would naturally want to follow Rumination because it was quite beneficial, not to mention how generous the guy was. In fact, this also applied to Six-Sword Young King and the students from 100 Halls. He took them up a peak that was filled with precious stone honey. Everyone was quite excited after getting so much in Tea Garden. This place is special indeed. The quiet Mei Suyao finally spoke. It is a place of the Grand Tao. One can master the myriad laws and harmonize the Tao heart here for better comprehension. While others were busy looking for treasures, she was carefully feeling this land. That's tea garden for you. Only ordinary people would want to find treasures. We're at a tea garden, right? People should be carefully appreciating the tea. Chapter 2025. Back to the other group. On the topic of mortal reversion. Ancient God, the young king smiled and said, since we're here, let's try for some Grand Tao tea at least so the trip won't be wasted. Godchild, I'll have the temerity to go first, please excuse me. The young king smiled towards Rumination. There was no point in holding back due to the high quantity of the leaves here. One just needed to be capable enough to grab them. I'll cheer for you, young king. Rumination smiled and said. The young king stepped out and instantly reached the middle of the mountain. Boom! The Tao path appeared again and no one could avoid it. He was instantly swept in this majestic Tao with ocean-like runes. Open! The young king roared and reached forward to grab a rune. Pop! He was instantly pushed back. What you got? The students here surrounded him and asked. Just a few. The young king opened his palm, revealing 5 little leaves with 4 strands of Tao laws floating around each. Incredible, 4 Tao leaves. Godchild couldn't help but praise after seeing this. It's nothing, I'm sure you will easily surpass me. Six Sword shook his head and smiled before putting away the leaves. Even someone like him found these leaves very precious. You're quite amazing already, definitely better than geniuses from our Emperor Mansion. A student from this classroom was convinced by his talents. My turn to embarrass myself. Godchild smiled and also went to the ridge. Boom! The same thing happened with the Grand Tao engulfing him inside. Pop! He was repelled back a while later. How many you got? The excited students crowded around him. Given his talents, he was definitely capable of grabbing some. It was only a question of quantity and quality. I'm ashamed, 2 less than young king. Godchild opened his palm, revealing 3 leaves with 5 Tao laws floating around them. You're too humble, you have 5 Tao leaves while mine are only 4 Tao. This is a gap beyond number, you are 1 step above me this time. The young king coolly admitted his defeat. Due to their good relationship, they already knew how strong the other was. In terms of raw power, Free Sky was naturally the strongest with 6 Sword in the last place. I'm only lucky, didn't beat you at all. Rumination put away his leaves and smiled. Brothers, you two are having some fun competing today. A forthright voice came about. A person came from the horizon with red clouds as his companions. He wore a great robe that could shoulder the heaven and earth or create the myriad laws. Each gesture of his could devour the sun and moon. An oppressive divinity exuded from his body with awe-inspiring laws of a high god. Brother Free Sky. Rumination and Six Sword rushed out happily to see this man. The students also respectfully greeted, "Congratulations, young lord, for finishing your isolated cultivation." They were more respectful towards him compared to the other 2 scions. Even the ones from Emperor Mansion felt the same way. Against Rumination or Six Sword, these students from Emperor Mansion still thought they had a chance of winning. However, before Sky High, they didn't have this idea at all and knew just how inferior they were. Brothers, how are you doing? The person smiled and asked Rumination and Six Sword. I didn't think Brother Free Sky would leave your training so early, congratulations. Rumination smiled. Six Sword added, I haven't been eating well in the last couple of days without your lessons, Brother Free Sky. This was the leader of the scions, Wang Xuanji, and also the successor of his sect with 5 monarchs. His talents were frightening, allowing him to be a 1 totem high god despite being so young. Because of this, he was highly regarded by Gu Qiheng. Sometimes, he could even take over for Qiheng and lecture for the students from 100 halls. The guy didn't let down Qiheng since his lectures were actually quite profound. Who was Qiheng? He was not only a teacher at the academy but also on the same level as Virtuous. The two of them were once the most gifted students in this place. People used to call him Young Monarch. Unfortunately, he chose the path of the gods and obtained 6 totems. Due to his age, others believed that he had the biggest chance of becoming an ancient god in this generation. As a student, Free Sky already had 1 totem. This was indeed a peerless achievement, so no wonder why the others were so impressed by him. Brother, you got here just in time to show us your skills and broaden our horizon. Rumination smiled and said. Yeah, young lord, please show us how to do it right. You'll probably be able to get a 10 Dao leaf. A sycophant added. It was only a matter of time before he became the new sect master, so it was very beneficial to have a good relationship with him. You guys are killing me. Free Sky shook his head and said, I'm just another ordinary man. Even if I go all out, 8 Dao should be my limit. You can't put it like that. Just 8 Dao is already shocking enough, something we'll never be able to reach in our lifetime. Another student smiled. You're considered the most gifted among all of us, so if you can only get 8, no one else can surpass you. Rumination said. Come on now, brother, show us how it's done already. Six Sword smiled. Free Sky laughed loudly and said, if that's the case, then I'll just have to embarrass myself then, please don't laugh. With that, he walked towards the ridge and activated the Grand Dao there again. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't escape this type of momentum belonging to the world, so he was drowned within the runes. Pop! He was pushed back by the Dao. How many did you get? The students surrounded him. I've let everyone down, only barely got 4 leaves. Free Sky opened his palm to show everyone 4 young leaves, much more resplendent compared to the ones chosen by Rumination and Six Sword. Each had 8 Dao laws floated around it. 8 Dao, that's why we all look up at you, well done, well done. All the students sighed in admiration. Six Sword Young King was already amazing with 4 Dao. The best in this generation, Virtuous, only got 9 Dao, and the legend of the most arrogant student in the academy, Nether Lunatic, got 10. Thus, Freesky's performance was very impressive and much better than everyone else here. I don't think any of the younger teachers could match you either, let alone a student. We're not talking about the older ones. Maybe Teacher Qiheng and Teacher Qianxian are on the same level as you. Someone loudly stated. Yes, I don't think that violent teacher from study room is a match for you either. Another one praised. After hearing this name, Freesky's eyes turned cold. Everyone knew that Yi Miaoxue was a regional princess of Sky High sect and was pampered there. He also adored her, yet Li Qiye made her bedridden for a long time. There was no way he could let this go. Six Sword and Rumination might be wary of a teacher but not him, the successor of Free Sky. His status was enough to do so, but even when putting that aside, he was very influential at the academy. Many of the older teachers liked him and some have proposed for him to stay and teach at the academy for several years after graduating. All of this combined to make him very confident even when going against a teacher like Li Qiye. That teacher is very famous right now. Six Sword purposely stuck on this topic. He hated Li Qiye enough to try and stir the young lord into fighting Li Qiye. Chapter 2026, Violent Teacher. Free Sky scowled and said, resorting to violence makes him unqualified as a teacher. Shoo, brother, be careful, he's still a teacher. Rumination hurriedly reminded. The young lord's eyes turned sharp with an oppressive and awe-inspiring aura. He uttered, so what if he's a teacher? A teacher still can't do whatever they want at the academy. If necessary, I'll report this to Teacher Qiheng and the older teachers. How can we allow someone to ruin the atmosphere of the academy? That's a good idea. Six Sword praised. Everyone knew that the young lord had connections with the teachers, especially Qiheng. With Qiheng as his backer, he had advantages unavailable to the other students. Rumination also thought about complaining, but his influence wasn't enough. The ancestors from his sect couldn't actually reprimand a teacher from the academy. In order to have a successful complaint, perhaps their immortal monarch would need to come out. However, a successor like him wasn't necessarily enough to beseech a monarch. So now, they could see a new path after hearing Free Sky because young monarch Qiheng had a pivotal position at the academy. That Li guy is too arrogant, immediately beating Princess Yi after a minor quibble. We need to teach him a lesson. Rumination continued his egging. As long as the three of them were on the same side, they would have enough clout to make things happen at the academy. I also want to meet him. Free Sky said coldly. Oh, is someone talking about me? A lazy voice suddenly came about. Everyone looked and saw Li Qiye slowly walking closer with Mei Suyao and Lu Jinsheng next to him. His steps were natural and slow, yet each move had an indescribable rhythm. Teacher. One student shouted but didn't dare to use his nickname. No one wanted to follow Yi Miaoshue's footsteps. Rumination and Six Swords' expression changed. They couldn't actually do anything to Li Qiye for now, but if there was an opportunity, they would certainly have revenge. Li Qiye glanced at the students and said, "Everyone is hanging out here? I think I heard my name earlier. Are you guys planning on how to beat me up? Perfect, I've been itching recently, so I welcome some challengers." The students had nothing to say. This was the first time they have met such an immoral teacher. This guy was something else completely. Six Sword and Rumination only snorted but didn't dare to do anything. Feel free to speak what's on your mind instead of chattering behind my back. I'm someone who is very reasonable and willing to listen to everyone's idea. Li Qiye didn't bother to scold the youth for their attitude. The students glanced at each other and no one wanted to anger him. They turned towards Free Sky, he was the only one who could afford to do so. Before the anticipating gazes, Free Sky had to step up since he had no other choices due to his comments previously. He said, "We respect the teachers at the academy from the depth of our heart due to their effort and abilities. However, a few aren't worthy of our respect and not qualified to be our teachers." The implication was clear, referring to the mulberry while cursing at the locust. "Ah, I must be one of those teachers then." Li Qiye didn't mind at all. "I don't desire respect either, plus, you're not qualified to be my student." "You." Freesky's face turned red. Normally, a teacher wouldn't stoop so low to arguing with a student, so they would ignore these sarcastic comments. However, Li Qiye directly admitted it and even struck back with a slap. The guy had no semblance of a proper teacher at all. "You're Free Sky young lord, right?" Li Qiye looked at him and said, "If you want to challenge me, step up and declare it loudly, no need to beat around the bush. As a man, fight if you want to fight. Resorting to scheming is not the proper path. Directly taking down your enemies, that's how it should be." Free Sky took a deep breath and put on a serious expression. "Stop lecturing me with grand principles, you need to be a good role model first before telling me what to do." Li Qiye chuckled and nodded seriously back. "Like I said earlier, you're not worthy of my instruction." Freesky's eyes turned cold. "Teacher, I'm someone who is respectful to those above me, but if provocation is what you wish, I, Wang Xuanji, will entertain you." The young lord was bold enough to challenge Li Qiye right here and now. Other students were afraid of teachers, but he had enough backing here at the academy to do so. "Alright, how many moves do you think you will last against me?" Li Qiye was still carefree as ever. Free Sky was taken aback since he didn't expect the guy to agree so easily. He thought Li Qie would avoid an improper duel unbefitting of his station for a while so that he could attack with words instead. But now, the guy had agreed. Normally, a teacher had a professional bearing with great magnanimity, not stooping lower to deal with students. Li Qie didn't follow these principles at all, and it caught him off guard completely. There are many ways to duel, not just fighting. Six Sword quietly reminded Free Sky. After all, a teacher at the academy was surely powerful. A one-totem high god like Free Sky didn't necessarily have the advantage at all. Fighting or anything else is fine. Free Sky didn't give a damn. As the successor of his great sect, he was confident in challenging a two-totem or three-totem high god despite having only one. He still had powerful weapons and supreme merit laws. Let's go with a non-violent challenge. Rumination's eyes flashed with an idea. Cultivation is predicated on one's talents. The Grand Tao Ti is ahead of us and everyone knows that this is an aptitude test. Why not compete on that then? Yes, that's right. Six Sword agreed as well. Teacher, you're the most excellent in our academy with no equals in the world. I'm sure that with your talents, plucking down these leaves is no big deal. True. Rumination felt the same way and immediately understood his good friend's idea. You're a teacher at such a young age, I'm sure even young Monarch and Virtuous are no match for you. Take some of these leaves and teach Brother Free Sky a lesson. The two of them were praising Li Qie to no end, but in reality, they were laying a trap for him. Free Sky understood this as well. Earlier, he was too arrogant and wanted to go all out and kill Li Qie. But the truth was that there were many ways to kill Li Qie. There was no need for him to take such a risky path. Please excuse my rudeness earlier. Free Sky finally joined in and bowed politely towards Li Qie. We just need a friendly competition at the academy, no need to involve the blades. Teacher, how about we compete with these tea leaves? I'm quite incapable and only barely got a few 8 Dao leaves. I think, with your talents and power, taking down 30 to 50 10 Dao leaves should be no problem. As long as you do that, I will immediately worship you and admit my inferiority. You will certainly be capable of doing so because these leaves are nothing before your prowess. We all very lucky today to be witnesses of your supreme method. These three were indeed good friends. Earlier, Rumination and Six Sword were laying a trap for Li Qie. Now, Free Sky was digging a pit as well. All three wanted to bury Li Qie in this place. Chapter 2027, The students present exchanged glances at each other. These three were trying to trap Li Qie without leaving him any room to back off. Keep in mind that it was easier said than done to take some 10 Dao leaves. Virtuous was talented, right? He could be considered one of the most brilliant geniuses in this generation but only managed to grab some 9 Dao leaves. Only one person in the annals of the academy was able to get 10 Dao leaves, Nether Lunatic. One of the most gifted and certainly the most arrogant student could only get the ones with 10 Dao. Meanwhile, Li Qie was an unknown teacher. Just reaching this level was hard enough, let alone grabbing 30 to 50 leaves. It was simply impossible with no chance of victory for Li Qie. A student from Emperor Mansion began, "Come on, teacher, open our eyes and show us your invincible style." Sinister intent hid behind the kind flattery. They wanted to push Li Qie into the fire. Since when did the academy produce only idiots? Li Qie glanced at the group and shook his head. Back during the generation of Mortal Reversion Ancient Gods group, they would instantly fight first then talk later for any disagreements. The students back then were experienced on the battlefield, but now, just a couple of brats clever in trivial matters. 10 Dao leaves are completely pointless, too easy. Li Qie lacked interest in the bet. You're stopping just like that, teacher? Free Sky wouldn't let this go so easily. He sneered and said, "It shouldn't be hard for you at all, please do it, everyone is waiting to watch." We'll be completely convinced once you do it. Li Qie shook his head again. The bet is too small, not interesting. Teacher, you said you were up for it earlier, don't tell me you no longer dare? Rumination seized the opportunity to insult Li Qie. Teacher, if you won't do it, then you owe me an apology since you said you were accepting challenges earlier. Free Sky snorted. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. There was no point in giving the guy any face right now. Only 10 Dao? No need for teacher, even an old man like me can do it. Jinsheng had enough of these gloating youths, so he sneered. If Jinsheng had the same temperament as back then, he would have erupted. Of course, he was able to control his emotions much better now. Nevertheless, he got enough of this charade, so he stepped up for Li Qie. Jinsheng, you're unwell right now and need to recuperate. No need for that, Suyao can easily do it. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said. Suyao smiled back, young noble, I would do it for you even if it wasn't for the bet since you said you wanted to drink tea before. However, 10 Dao leaves are too impure, you probably won't like it. Only 12 Dao leaves will suit your taste. Li Qie said, that's fine. A bunch of fools thinks that 10 Dao leaves are unreachable, but tea made from them is only meant to wash my hands. Drinking that is too embarrassing. Such a domineering statement left the youths shocked since it was a slap to their face. In their mind, it was amazing that they could grab the precious 4 Dao and 5 Dao leaves. But now, he even said that 10 Dao leaves were worthless. It was akin to laughing straight at their face. Such a big tone, save it until you can grab some first. Free Sky couldn't handle it either and uttered coldly with a sneer. Teacher, then please go and grab a few 12 Dao leaves here then. The young king burst out in laughter. That's right, if 10 Dao leaves aren't good enough for you, teacher, then grab the 12 Dao ones. Show us how it's done. Rumination jumped in. The students here knew that according to the writings, no students have ever been able to grab these 12 Dao leaves. Perhaps some teachers have done so, but this was never recorded. Thus, the best record belonged to Nether Lunatic at 10 Dao. Everyone felt that this was impossible. Though they didn't know how talented Nether Lunatic was since he was from an older era, Virtuous was the best reference right now. He was one of the most talented but could only grab the 9 Dao ones. Thus, they didn't believe Li Qie could reach the 12 Dao leaves. All eyes were on him, waiting for him to make a fool out of himself. Is it really impossible? They started whispering among themselves. At least in the records, no one has done it before. I don't think this will change. Someone answered. These students felt that Li Qie has overplayed his boasting card. Li Qie simply smiled and said, very well, I shall show you frogs how high the sky really is. Don't think that just because it is impossible for you that it is impossible for everyone else. Behold, the only and only Lord of all Grand Dao. Li Qie smiled and headed for the ridge. Boom! The ocean-like Dao and its runes drowned everything again. In this split second, Li Qie's eyes became resplendent as if wanting to break through the temporal limit. Just a minor Dao. He spread his palm and reigned over everything before closing once more. Whoosh! The entire Dao path and its runes were instantly within his grasp. Everyone felt that it was no longer a grand Dao but more of a silk string now. This Dao was virtually eternal, but it seemed insignificant in his palm. Vast its power might be, now it was only something helpless fluttering in the wind. Li Qie went on and stood below the tea tree while casually looking at it. No way! The youths were aghast and took one step back in astonishment. No one has ever been able to cross through this grand Dao before. Now, he was not only doing that but he had also taken in this particular grand Dao. How is this happening? The students stood there silly looking at him. In their mind, just taking some leaves while being inside this grand Dao was amazing enough. But now, He was standing before the tree, which meant he could take whichever leaf he wanted. Too many fools in this world, how can they understand the mysteries? Li Qie flatly stated. I guess this tea is ultimately not that bad. He casually grabbed the 12 dao leaves from the top of the tree. The laws were especially golden and resplendent around these leaves, people couldn't help wanting to take a bite. He left behind a small quantity before chuckling, "All right, fine, I'll be nice and leave a bit for the old geezers so they can't complain." The crowd was still petrified. Some salivated while looking at the tea leaves and their brilliant glow. Chapter 2028. While grabbing a handful of these 12 dao leaves, it was akin to holding the runes of the dao within one's palm, a magical sensation. More and more students salivated and gulped. Not to mention a handful like that, just one leaf was more than enough for them. A 5 dao leaf could bring one back from near death or save them from qi deviation. Just how amazing would a 12 dao leaf be then? The students could imagine that these leaves could empower their grand dao and give it an affinity from the origin. It wouldn't necessarily boost one's cultivation directly, but it could certainly chase away the clouds so others could see the true profundity, quite an amazing harvest. For an example, someone tried hard to understand an imperial law. With the help of this leaf, their mind would suddenly become much better, blessed with greater comprehension. In just one night, they could understand the profundity of this law. Thus, one could see the leaves' preciousness, and Li Qie had a whole bunch right now. He looked at the leaves and smiled. Good tea requires a good pot, good water, and good wood. Oh, right, the academy should have all of this. Right you are, young noble. A crisp and transcending voice came about. A girl was standing among the clouds with incomparable beauty. Teacher Qianxian. The students were surprised. She was the embodiment of infatuation and admiration due to having both looks and skills. Even a great genius like Free Sky Young Lord felt his mind wavering. She was definitely the prettiest teacher in the academy. In terms of background, even Free Sky was not a match for her. She was also unfathomable and no one knew how strong she was. Brew a pot. Li Qie smiled and said. I'll go grab them from the academy. Qianxian smiled and flashed into disappearance. She left quickly and returned just as fast. Come in now. Li Qie released the Grand Dao in his palm. It became a bridge spanning from the ridge all the way to the group. Mei Suyao, Qianxian, and Jinsheng started walking on it towards the tree. Qianxian placed a bunch of things down, a jade table with chairs before starting a fire. She became quite busy right away. Jinsheng and Suyao were helping, so it didn't take long until everything was settled. Li Qie, on the other hand, didn't show any reservation and just sat down in the center seat. The old geezers from the academy like drinking good tea. He looked at the items and said, Deep Star wood is amazing for tea brewing, especially in combination with this immortal bronze cauldron. Only top tea leaves are worthy of being brewed in these things. And this celestial violet immortal tea set. Qianxian smiled. Grandpa Mo heard that you wanted to drink, so he especially gave up his favorite. Normally, he can't bear to use them, only for rare occasions with the Grand Dao tea. The students who were listening shuddered after hearing this. Grandpa Mo was the longest tenured teacher at the academy and had taught gods and emperors before. Few saw him on a day-to-day basis. I'll handle the tough works, you two ladies just need to brew. Jinsheng pulled up his sleeves and took out an axe to chop the deep star wood. A while later, Qianxian and Suyao prepared the cauldron and lit up the fire to brew the tea. At the same time, Li Qie leaned back on his chair with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. The wood was being chopped into thin slices in accordance with the starry lines on them. This was a master at work. Meanwhile, Qianxian was controlling the cauldron while Suyao was in charge of the fire. The two of them acted quite natural and leisure, not offended by the menial work. People didn't pay much attention to Jinsheng since the two girls were present. They became quite envious. One was the prettiest teacher while the other the prettiest student. Both were brewing tea for Wuxia. However, the true masters would be watching Jinsheng instead. Alas, there weren't that many of them in the world. The ones that could see through the old man would be astounded that such a powerful high god was chopping wood for Wuxia. Jinsheng didn't complain or feel bad about doing this either. This would make these masters even more astonished. The wood was now being burned in the cauldron and exuded starry glimmers. It was as if stars have fallen from the sky into this cauldron. The cauldron emitted a bronze luster with metallic specks of dust falling down. They issued a very pleasant noise as they fluttered with the wind. Inside the cauldron was an amazing type of water. As the temperature went up, the water jumped and flowed as if it had life. Steam billowed and one could faintly see a wondrous world within. Spirit celestial water from the celestial well of the academy. Jinsheng, who was still chopping, commented with a tinge of emotion. The students salivated again. Though they have never seen this water, they have certainly heard of it. It was well known that the academy had an old well. The water within was the finest, capable of calming the mind and expelling evil on top of purifying the myriad Tao. Unfortunately, not just anyone was qualified to see this well. The students didn't have the privilege to enjoy this water. But now, this group was using it to brew tea? It was an immensely wasteful matter. Such a lavish act truly made others grind their teeth in anger. A while later, the tea fragrance permeated the air like a dragon and phoenix issuing their cries. The teapot was also the best of the best. It exuded flashing violet lights coming from the upper firmaments as if it belonged to an immortal. Not to mention the 12 Tao leaves, every item here were the finest. Just seeing the visual phenomena made this very apparent even to the unaware. Just a quick sniff of this fragrance made others think that they were inside a land of immortals. It lingered at the tip of the nose like a comforting dream. It filled up one's grand Tao and gave the feeling of ascension. The students forgot about keeping up with appearance, leaving their mouth wide open with drool coming out. Xianxian personally poured a cup and handed it to Wuxia. "Young noble, you have surely drunk amazing teas before. I'm still adept at brewing, so please don't laugh." Wuxia took a sip and said with a smile, "True, it can be improved." This rendered the crowd speechless. To be served by Xianxian was the blessing of 3 lifetimes. But now, he gave such a mediocre review? That's just too much to take. He finished the cup and concluded, "It's not bad but far from being the best in this world. Everyone, have a sip." The other 3 had their own cup. Xianxian said, "It is thanks to you that I'll be able to taste a 12 Tao tea. This is a kind of fortune." Jinsheng respectfully bowed towards Wuxia. "Thank you for the tea, young noble." Contrary to the other 2, Mei Suyao was very nonchalant because she has been with him for a long time now. Chapter 2029, Tea. Not long after Mei Suyao and Xianxian finished their tea, they suddenly lit up and resonated with the source of the Grand Tao. Numerous runes floated around them, turning them different than before. Complexity became simple. All the Grand Tao looked so understandable in their mind now. Furthermore, they already had unparalleled talents, so the mysteries of the Tao manifested fully on them. They quickly sat down in the meditative pose in order to comprehend this rare opportunity further. Not just anyone could drink a 12 Tao tea, especially when sitting beneath the tree. Under such circumstances, Tao comprehension became much easier. The questions normally looming in their minds suddenly became solvable. Jinsheng was also glowing in the same manner, albeit on a lesser intensity and fanfare. Nevertheless, he still went into meditation. The one experienced the least change was Wuxia. His reaction was an ephemeral flash of light. Everyone could see that the effect varied on the individuals. Li Qia and Lu Jinsheng were affected much less compared to Mei Suyao and Yu Qianxian. The two girls were well known for their talents, thus, people assumed that the two men weren't able to use the tea to its fullest potential for Dao searching. Alas, they didn't know that it was because Li Qia's understanding of the Grand Dao far exceeded the other three. As for Jinsheng, he was too strong compared to the other two, even Qianxian wasn't close to him right now, let alone Mei Suyao. The two girls lacked a deep understanding versus Li Qia and lacked time versus Jinsheng. This was the reason why the tea affected and granted them great benefits compared to the other two. What a waste, like a cow chewing on peony. Rumination snorted after seeing Li Qia's lack of reaction. Of course, it was a bitter statement since he had the chance to drink this level of tea before. Yeah, a student from Sacred Institution said, no effect after drinking it. At this time, Free Sky young lord scowled and turned to leave. Who said they were going to bow earlier? Li Qia opened his eyes and lazily said, stopping the young lord in his track. Freesky's expression turned worse after hearing this. He indeed made this bet previously. In the beginning, no one could imagine that grabbing 12 Dao leaves was possible, but Li Qia had done it. Thus, the young lord couldn't exactly renege on a bet because it would ruin his reputation. Li Qia calmly said, get down on your knees. A man can handle losing and carry out their end of the bargain. Very well, I've lost this time. Free Sky took a deep breath and got on the ground. He indeed bowed down towards Li Qia. Despite unwillingness and even anger, he was still an imperial successor and needed to keep his words while handling losing gracefully. Because of this, he actually earned some points from his peers in Emperor Mansion. They felt that he was a true man who can handle great responsibility. Li Qia nodded and waved his hand. You didn't put shame to your sect, good. Leave now, come and challenge me whenever you want. Free Sky scowled and left right away without replying. He had lost utterly in this match. Nevertheless, his pride remained with a firm belief that he would be able to even the score eventually. Anyone else would be frightened by Li Qia's aura for life but not him. This only fueled his determination. Six Sword and Rumination also left along with Free Sky. The other students saw this and felt that losing more saliva in this place was meaningless, so they dispersed as well. It didn't take long before only Li Qia's group was left beneath the Grand Dao Tea Tree. Alas, the wait was longer for Mei Suyao and Qianxue to lose their radiance. The effect was apparent. Their eyes were bright as if they were eyes of the Dao, capable of seeing through the mists and fogs of cultivation. Thank you, young noble, I've gained plenty today, so I wish to leave for isolated cultivation. Yu Qianxian stood up and cupped her fist. Go. Li Qia said, Archaic Repository has plenty of immortal tea, this is only engraving flowers on fine silk. This chance is rare enough for me to treasure. Qianxian revealed an alluring smile. So many would lose sleep over this. The geezers from the repository are quite keen. Li Qia smiled, in the current generation, you might not be the strongest or the most talented, but a jewel you are. They have picked the right person. Thank you, young noble. She said humbly with respect before leaving in a cool manner by disappearing into the clouds like an immortal. Young noble, I want to leave as well. Suyao spoke. Her immortal bone allowed her to have great comprehension already. After drinking this tea, she felt her Dao heart shining and could sense the mysteries in the entire garden. Each step could let her gaze into the very origin of this place and its grand Dao. Li Qia smiled, the tea garden is magical and profound, but it's not the best location. Go back to the academy, you'll find even more things, that compared to the academy, this garden is only a minor world. This is the reason why that other girl is leaving so fast. I'll be going then. Mei Suyao happily bowed after being reminded by him. Li Qia then glanced at Lu Jinsheng and said, few could see through the mystical Grand Dao despite everyone trying so hard. That's why geniuses are so arrogant and prideful, success comes too easy for them. You're right, teacher. Jinxing nodded and said softly, I'm also a fool, not understanding this logic until 10,000 years later. If you are a fool, it would be virtually impossible to find a smart person. You're too kind, teacher. Jinxing coughed in response. Miss Qianxian and Miss Suyao are at the apex right now, their talents aren't something I can compare to. Li Qia smiled. In terms of talents, they aren't necessarily better than you during your youth. However, they were born in this generation and have met the right people, allowing them to see the vastness of the world. Ignorance can be bliss. Before standing at the apex, it is impossible to know the boundlessness of the world. Jinxing sighed emotionally. I'm sure those two will go much further than me. Li Qia said, it's not like you don't have the chance. Perhaps you can still reach the apex. Jinxing smiled wryly. I would have this confidence if it was 10,000 years earlier, but now, my old bones won't be able to handle the arduous path. My Dao, I'm afraid, will be stopping here. After meeting the apex, one would realize how far away they were from it. Taking 1 or 2 steps upward wasn't enough to make up for this gap. It's a shame that I didn't meet you sooner, teacher. He slightly became emotional after saying this. Li Qia laughed and disputed the last statement, not necessarily. If you had met me during your youth, I might have killed you already. Chapter 2030, Jinxing had to admit, maybe you're right. My ugly temperament back then isn't better than Free Sky Young Lord's group at all. He didn't give a damn about anyone when he was younger. This was simply the truth. If he were to meet Li Qia back then, he would be the first one to provoke Li Qia, eventually becoming another dead victim. Now, he was older and had more experiences. After meeting true invincibility, he realized that the gap was too great and unreachable. Because of this, he was much more reasonable when meeting Li Qia for the first time and didn't mind the overall attitude and tone. Of course, he was aware that this change had saved him, or he wouldn't be standing here right now after acting rudely during their first meeting. There was nothing to be ashamed of in his current achievements. He had no fear of certain high gods or even a few emperors. To be frank, the lower-level emperors couldn't get into his eyes. Li Qia, on the other hand, was worthy of respect. At this guy's level, cultivation no longer mattered as much. Despite lacking the strength to truss a chicken, Li Qia had countless methods to destroy him. It's fine to be arrogant and prideful, as long as blindness isn't a companion. Everyone is prideful to some extent. Li Qia smiled. Jinxing wistfully said while slightly missing his old days, I do miss those old years of running wild, but because of that, I've missed out on many things. If he showed more humility back then, he could have become an ancient god. Unfortunately, he had wasted his best years. Li Qia only smiled after hearing this. Boom! Suddenly, loud explosions detonated in the horizon, causing the world to shake. Next, a murderous glint shot to the sky before disappearing. Li Qia looked over and chuckled, these geezers are more interesting now, letting the young teachers try it out. The murder pagoda is still there after so long. It's because the ancestors of the academy want to keep it around. Jinxing said, the pagoda is no big deal to the academy, but they want to keep it as a warning for themselves and the future descendants. Makes sense, let's go take a look then. Li Qia stood up. Jinxing's expression became slightly awkward. What? This pagoda can't scare you. Li Qia smiled. Of course not, I'll just follow you then, teacher. Jinxing coughed wryly. Li Qia started flying and Jinxing sighed but still gave chase. The students who have entered the tea garden naturally heard of Murder Pagoda. The confident ones would naturally come for a look. This pagoda hovered among the clouds with murderous ocean-like auras layering on top of each other to create 7 levels. Because of this, when gazing from the distant, one would see 7 oceans of murderous auras. At the bottom of the pagoda was one of the tallest peaks in the garden. The pagoda served to suppress this mountain and the grand vein beneath. The presence of the fair-sized pagoda made this place uncrossable. These ferocious energies kept on billowing out to form the current visual phenomenon. Of course, there was a story to this pagoda. The main character was the genius student, Nether Lunatic. This talented student was held in high regards by the teacher, but because of this, he became arrogant and didn't even care for the teachers. During a particular tea party, he had a fight with a teacher and decided to challenge him. Remember, students would not recklessly do so because most teachers were at the high god level, at the very least. One had to admit that Lunatic was quite amazing and could back it up. He defeated 5 teachers in a row, so his momentum was unstoppable then. This matter eventually attracted the attention of the ancestors. One ancestor came out and defeated Lunatic. Lunatic was completely unconvinced by this defeat, so he left his most powerful treasure to suppress this area. He declared that one day, he would come back and take it on top of defeating all the ancestors at the academy. This treasure was naturally the pagoda towering before them. Strange enough, the academy was definitely capable of taking the pagoda out of this place, but it simply left the treasure here. Keep in mind that for a sect, having their experts defeated and a grand vein suppressed was very humiliating. Any other sects would have taken the pagoda down. The academy chose against it and just let the pagoda continue to do its thing. What's even more interesting was that the academy routinely sent a few young teachers to train at the pagoda. They had to withstand the murderous energies within the 7 layers. Strange enough, Nether Lunatic never returned to take his treasure in the future. Remember that he eventually became an 11 totem high god, quite a powerful being. After reaching this level, he should have returned to the academy to carry out his prideful promise. Alas, he never took one step back to the academy. No outsiders knew why. Nevertheless, the fact that the academy left this pagoda standing was indicative of its magnanimity and open-mindedness, worthy of its reputation. Murder Pagoda, Nether Lunatic is truly something else back then. Students commented with emotions after seeing this treasure. The pagoda was even stronger than before because it had taken control of the grand vein, turning spirit energy into murderous energy. After years of accumulations, it had grown to its current level. An amazing treasure indeed. A youth was roaring while walking in the 6th level of the pagoda. In the end, he couldn't withstand the energy anymore and tore apart space in order to leave. He looked quite beaten but still in high spirit. He looked back at the pagoda and said, "No wonder why Nether Lunatic was so arrogant back then. The guy must have been quite powerful." He left coolly after saying this. Teacher Zhou can't finish climbing it either. The students nearby discussed. The pagoda is too strong right now. One teacher believes that in order to cross through all 7 layers, one needed to at least be an 8 totem high god. And to take it away? 10 totems. Someone else smiled and said, "It might not require such a powerful high god." "Young king, you have an idea?" Everyone looked over and saw this person. The guy was Six-Sword Young King, who also came to join in the fun and coincidentally saw the young teachers training with it. His father had told him about the pagoda. It doesn't have to be by force. He was tempted while looking at the treasure. After all, this was indeed a precious treasure that Nether Lunatic loved back then. He simply threw it away to suppress this place during his fit of rage. Chapter 2031. Six-Sword's father was also an 11 totem high god, so he had a competitive urge against Nether Lunatic. Most beings on the same level had the itch to do so. Thus, the high god had taken a look at Murder Pagoda before and told his son its mysteries. "How do we do it without force then?" a curious student asked, but the young king simply smiled without responding. Everyone saw this and didn't bring it up again. Of course, they didn't think he was only bragging because they knew who his father was. It wasn't strange for him to know a thing or two about this pagoda. I wonder if more teachers will come to train here soon. One student said, Teacher Zhou is not bad among the teachers in 100 halls, and he was a genius back then too, yet he still couldn't reach the 7th level. Well, I feel that Teacher Qiheng will be the one to do it, if anyone can. A different student replied. I agree. Someone else nodded, Teacher Qianxian might be able to. She hasn't shown her power yet, but I think she won't be weaker than Teacher Qiheng. The majority agreed with these comments. Young monarch Gu Qiheng was certainly one of the strongest among the young teachers. No one doubted Qianxuan's power either, since she was unreadable, plus, the successor of archaic repository couldn't possibly be weak. Furthermore, she was also accepted as a teacher. One more teacher is unfathomable. A student from 100 halls said, Teacher Qia from study room. Not long ago, he just got some 12 Dao leaves, that's too heaven-defying. Who knows, he might be stronger than Teacher Qiheng and Teacher Qianxian. Don't you see how different she is around him? Violent teacher, huh? Everyone referred to him by this nickname, aware of his ferocious tendency. Maybe, that tea-picking is truly heaven-defying. He could reach the 7th level of this sea then. Another one from 100 hall nodded. Humph, not necessarily. Six Sword snorted and said, picking those grand Dao tea has nothing to do with power, only a combination of many factors, talents, comprehension, and even luck. Maybe someone can be lucky enough to grab those leaves. Qiheng is the current supreme genius right now, with only Virtuous on the same level. How could other fameless people be on the same level as him? The students here, especially the ones from 100 halls, immediately shut up. After all, if they wanted to hang around in this classroom, it was best to not offend him due to his influence there. Of course, they knew that Free Sky Young Lord had a close relationship with Gu Qiheng, both as friends or teacher and student, while the three scions were good friends. Thus, Six Sword naturally took Qiheng's side. Right you are, young king. A crafty student from there quickly agreed, Teacher Qiheng is the most amazing genius in our era, only Virtuous can match him. Way back then, he actually defeated Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor several times. He's the only one in the world with this battle record. Gu Qiheng wasn't only known for being a young high god but also due to his battles with the emperor. Rumor has it that before the emperor's ascension and Qiheng's deification, Dao Dragon fought against Qiheng for a total of 6 times and lost the first 5. He finally won on their 6th bout. No one knew the details of these battles outside of the result. In the end, Qiheng chose the path of the gods instead. Right now, Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor had shouldered the wills twice and had 6. Meanwhile, Qiheng became the youngest high god back then and had 6 totems now. The rivalry between the two became the thing that Qiheng was most known for. Teacher Qiheng will certainly become an ancient god, one on the same level as mortal reversion. No one can reach his achievements. Six Sword sneered, not this one other teacher either. As for this pagoda ahead, when Teacher Qiheng comes, he'll be able to reach the 7th level instantly. Even I myself can beat some of the teachers in there. The young king was very confident right now and wasn't just boasting because his father had studied the pagoda and told him some mysteries. It was impossible for him to enter relying on his own power, but with this knowledge, he believed that he could use certain methods to reach the last layer. He implied that he could be much better than some teachers here and only stopped short of directly naming Li Qia. Talking about me? A leisure voice came about and interrupted his haughty act. Everyone saw Li Qia strutting closer with Jinsheng next to him. Teacher. Many students became alarmed, especially those who patted the horse's bottom earlier. They retreated and didn't dare to look straight at him. Six Sword was naturally affected too, not expecting Li Qia to come here. Alas, the words have come out of his mouth and there was no taking them back. He stood there looking stiff, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Wuxia didn't make it difficult for him outside of giving him a side eye. His focus turned on Murder Pagoda. He came here for a different reason, unlike all the other students and teachers. Jinsheng had a strange expression after seeing the pagoda. His eyes had a complicated glint, culminating with him gently sighing. If I was the one who left the pagoda here, would certainly come back to take it. Wuxia withdrew his gaze and chuckled. Why? Jinsheng blurted out. Wuxia said, for me, there must be an end for every beginning. Whether it be to end the feud with the academy or to carry out my promise, or some other reasons, I would still come back. What a shame that Nether Lunatic still hasn't done so. Jinsheng spoke quietly, perhaps he is repenting for his arrogant days. Everyone has different feelings about their various stages in life. There's nothing embarrassing about repentance. If he is remorseful about it, then all the more reason to come back. Wuxia said, there is a saying, a prodigal son turning back on the right path is worth more than gold. Why did the ancestors of the academy leave the pagoda here? It is more than just a warning, they are waiting for that day. Jinsheng had no response. The students who were listening to their conversation didn't really put any weight on Lu Jinsheng. In their eyes, the students from study room were useless and couldn't be strong at all. Plus, the guy was so old when he got into study room. One could easily imagine how rotten his talents must be. The pagoda got much stronger now. Jinsheng eventually broke the silence. Indeed. Wuxia smiled, the pagoda has an amazing origin. It has been suppressing this grand vein for so long, pretty much had taken roots in it. Not to mention the students, few teachers here could reach the top of the pagoda. As for taking it away, that's relatively difficult. No wonder why Nether Lunatic made the bold declaration back then. It's definitely not a bad treasure. Just drivel driven by youthful arrogance. Jinsheng stated. The academy is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Six Sword, who was standing to the side, jumped in. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. In fact, he wanted to bring up Gu Qiheng because he was unhappy about Wuxia. He wanted to bring up Teacher Qiheng in order to take Wuxia down a notch. Are you talking about yourself? Wuxia looked at him and smiled. The academy is indeed full of dragons and tigers, but I don't know if you are either. Six Sword's expression changed. There was a past conflict between the two of them already, and Wuxia's comment just now insulted him. Chapter 2032, Six Sword. Young King took a deep breath to compose himself before coldly uttering, my cultivation is weak, so I can't take away the pagoda. But, I'm confident in going through the 7 levels of murderous oceans. He confidently said, for he had grasped the profundities of the pagoda. Oh, this bravery is commendable. Wuxia nodded, this could almost be considered a praise of sorts. The young king didn't expect this type of response. In the beginning, he thought Wuxia would mock him for saying this. Nevertheless, he continued with his plan and spoke in a serious manner. I do want to try going in the oceans, will you give me pointers, teacher? The students here were taken apart, some were scared, even. This sounded like a challenge. Challenging a teacher at the academy required great courage. Wuxia was all smiles after hearing this, how amusing. Nether Lunatic challenged the teachers and defeated them back then in this place. Are you challenging me now? The younger generations will surpass us in time. Six Sword was mentally prepared and continued, Teacher, you're the one who loves challenges from the students. This one will overestimate himself and take you on. This challenge was not entirely on a whim. He has been planning on getting revenge after losing face in the previous meetings. Wuxia didn't mind at all, in which discipline? May I be so bold to suggest the murderous ocean? Do you dare to come in there, teacher? Six Sword directly got to the point. To the murderous ocean? Wuxia looked at the pagoda engulfed in flowing energies. Calling it an ocean was quite apartment. He chuckled, why not? I'm more worried about you asking for trouble and pain by being overconfident. Being looked down by Wuxia made Six Swords' expression darken. A murderous glint appeared in the depth of his eyes. One could say that after finding out Wuxia was a teacher, Six Sword has restrained himself quite a bit, no longer daring to kill the guy. However, a bold thought emerged in his mind just now. If he were to actually kill a teacher here, it would be enough for him to become world famous, his prestige would jump to the next level. Alright, since you are looking down on me, I wish to prove you wrong, teacher. With fire in his eyes, Six Sword coldly said, I'm going to the 7th layer, will you follow me? The students were startled to hear this. Earlier, Teacher Zhou couldn't handle doing so, but now, the young wished to try. They didn't look down on him. On the contrary, they thought that he was quite capable, one of the top geniuses among the young generation. It just wasn't possible with his current cultivation. Nevertheless, the more intelligent ones immediately thought about his comment earlier. They knew that his father was a powerful high god, so perhaps Six Sword might have grasped the mysteries of the pagoda. They could put one and one together and realized why he was so confident. Next, it was about whether Wuxia would dare to take on the bet or not. Wuxia smiled and shook his head, I'm not looking down on you, but with your current strength, the 7th layer will kill you with one misstep. Leave it up to fate. The young king arched his chest and proudly said, men need to be bold in life. Teacher, do you dare to do it or not? I, Kong Yelin, am not afraid of death. That's our representative for you. A student couldn't help but praise. Alright, what's the actual bet? Wuxia smiled after seeing the confident young king. He uttered coldly while staring intensely at Wuxia, whoever can go the farthest will be the winner. Of course, the one who dies can only blame themselves for their own lack of skill. But, if the loser were to survive, they must bow 9 times to the winner. The young king let caution be gone with the wind since he had made his challenge and there was nothing else to worry about. Even if he were to lose and couldn't stay at the academy from shame, the rest of the world was still vast enough for him. With his power and his father, he could do whatever he wanted in other places. Moreover, he was confident with his own plans at the 7th layer. He would certainly be able to suppress Wuxia at that point. In his mind, even if Wuxia were to come out alive, the guy would still need to bow down 9 times before everyone. He would lose all face and no longer want to stay at the academy. 9 bows? Don't you think that's too much? Wuxia glanced at the ocean, then shifted back at the young king. Not at all. The young king sneered, didn't you make Brother Free Sky do it? Plus, you're a teacher, I don't mind bowing down to you if I lose at all. Wuxia chuckled and nodded, that's true, it's no big deal for a student to bow to a teacher. However, teacher, if you lose, you would have to bow 9 times towards me, that's a big gesture. The guy became much more aggressive than before, no longer holding back. He believed he had the home advantage at Murder Pagoda and would do much better compared to Free Sky and Rumination. This was a godsend opportunity that he couldn't afford to waste. The unaware students were startled and looked over at Wuxia. They thought that Six Sword had a good chance of victory or he wouldn't be spewing such confident rhetoric. That's true, bowing towards a student is very humiliating. Wuxia became serious. His demeanor made others think that he was hesitating. Six Sword boldly pushed on, do you dare to bet or not, teacher? Of course, it's not too late for you to give up now. Just bow once, in that case. He wanted to provoke Wuxia and lead him into the murderous ocean. As long as Wuxia was in there, his plan would be working. Having thought of that, his eyes flashed with bloodthirst. He wanted to push it further by killing the guy, no longer just humiliating him. Everyone knew that in an actual competition, he wouldn't be blamed for Li Qia's death because it would be Li Qia's own fault for being incapable. The academy wouldn't necessarily reprimand him under such circumstances. Jinsheng, should I do it? Li Qia laughed and asked the old man. Jinsheng glanced at the young king and said, "Teacher, you are a paragon, a majestic mountain. A little junior can't get into your sight." Jinsheng was actually kindly reminding the young king to back off. After all, he was arrogant just like the guy back during his youth. He understood that provoking Li Qia was a suicidal endeavor. "Old man, shut your mouth," the young king shouted at Jinsheng. "Jinsheng, looks like he doesn't get your intent." Li Qia clapped and laughed again. Chapter 2033, Jinsheng gave the young king a cold glare, one akin to looking at a corpse. He calmly said, "If he doesn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth, teacher, just teach him a lesson." He saw his youthful and arrogant past in these talented kids, so he tried to warn them. Unfortunately, the young king didn't realize this, so he stopped giving a damn. "Fine, fine." Li Qia smiled. "If someone doesn't know what fear is, then I should really teach him a lesson. Come, I'll entertain you so people will stop thinking that I'm such a nice guy." "Humph, save your words for after the outcome is decided." The young king snorted. "I can see the outcome already." Li Qia said, "I'll give you a chance to go first so it won't be considered bullying." "Very well, I'll wait on the 7th layer for you then, teacher." The young king smirked before releasing his vitality. The might of a high god emerged as if he was one himself. People were startled to see this particular aura because he was certainly not one yet. They quickly realized that his father must have blessed him with an augmentation. Clank! Clank! His 6 swords left their sheath and rushed into the sky. They illuminated his body before turning into a defensive formation around him. He looked just like a sword god now, with an immense boost of power. Amazing, those swords are unbeatable. Many students became envious and praised. These 6 swords had quite an origin, his father personally crafted them for his sake. It allowed him to exert his strongest power on top of boosting him to another level. Senior will definitely be able to do it. Someone from 100 Halls cheered quietly. "I'll go ahead now and will wait for you in the 7th level, teacher." The young king looked back and laughed with pride before heading out. Boom! The massive wave of murderous energy slammed into this intruder. One could hear buzzing noises of space being eaten away. Such tyrannical energy could melt everything and turn them into its own. This was the reason why the pagoda continued to grow stronger in this place. However, whenever the wave was about to make contact, the young king's shadow grew as he took one gentle step forward, just like a dancing crane. Strange enough, he easily evaded it and made it to another part of the ocean. Boom! Another wave came along, but he took another quick step and dodged it again before appearing in another spot. Just like that, the waves continued its relentless assaults, but his stepping method was peerless, allowing him to evade these monstrous waves. Moreover, the sword formation was also protecting him, not allowing the remnant energy to graze his body. Because of this, the ocean retaliated by sending waves of increasing size like the end of the world. The young king was a little boat that refused to capsize among the tsunami. There was no doubt that this stepping method was created by his father. This gave him the courage to bet against Li Qia. That's amazing. The spectators were slack-jawed to see this, not expecting for him to use such a magical stepping technique to get through the ocean. The young king is more than meet the eyes. Earlier, Teacher Zhou used force to withstand the ocean and it wasn't easy for him. But the king could dance his way through the waves, incredible. Another student praised. "I think he will win for sure if this continues." Someone from 100 Halls quietly said while stealing glances at Li Qia. Meanwhile, Li Qia had a smile on the whole time, not surprised at all. I wonder what nether lunatic will feel if he knows his murder pagoda was about to be taken away. Li Qia told Jinsheng. The old man calmly responded, nothing is unsolvable in this world, this pagoda isn't a supreme weapon either, so it makes sense that someone would figure it out eventually. He paused for a bit before continuing, Nine-Sword High God is not bad at all. He has derived the mysteries of the pagoda, so he created this stepping technique to take it down. He probably wanted it back then but didn't want to offend the academy. Nine-Sword and Nether Lunatic both had 11 totems in arrogance. The former naturally wanted to compete against the once famous prodigy. Because of this, he researched on the pagoda. After all, Nine-Sword was still a powerful high god, so he figured out the mysteries of the pagoda and also taught his son this particular stepping technique. Like Jinsheng said, the pagoda was powerful but it wasn't supreme or anything. It made sense that Nine-Sword could figure it out. In fact, the ancestors here could easily take it down too, but they left it here on purpose. The 7th layer. A student shouted, he made it. So damn strong and heaven-defying, getting there without being hurt at all, that's better than Teacher Zhou. Sure enough, the young king easily made it to the 7th layer from the 6th. Of course, he wasn't stronger than the previous teacher who tried to come here. It was just that his stepping technique was specifically crafted for the pagoda. Teacher, you coming? The young king was even more confident now after coming here unscathed. His father didn't lie to him, he had really figured out the pagoda back then. He glared at Li Qia in a domineering manner with a touch of disdain. The guy wanted to repeat the legend of Nether Lunatic by defeating a teacher at the academy again. He would be written down in history as well. Looks like you're still quite self-assured. Li Qia smiled and said. Of course not, please come, teacher. The young king's attitude had changed completely, as if he was above everyone else. I have nothing else to do anyway, might as well beat up a kid. Li Qia smiled and entered the murderous ocean. 1st layer, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. He was simply too fast with each step crossing through space. Rumble. The wave started way too late since the guy had already moved on to the next. He only needed 7 steps to catch up to the young king. This scene astounded the crowd. The young king needed to dance and dodge to make it to the top level, and this was already a miracle of sorts. But now, Li Qia just needed exactly 7 steps. How unbelievable. Chapter 2034. The young king was astonished to see Li Qia's swift pursuit. He scowled and performed the same dance again, this time towards Li Qia. He was fast enough to instantly appear before the guy and roared in order to channel his power to the limit. His agility reached the next height. In the blink of an eye, his shadows appeared everywhere around Li Qia. Rumble. This incited numerous waves to attack Li Qia's position without showing any mercy. Li Qia jumped up and dodged one wave only to see dozens more coming for him. It was as if the ocean was toppling over in order to drown him out. The murderous ocean robbed the light of the sun and moon, causing the crowd to be stunned in an apocalyptic manner. Some students felt their knees buckling down with fear. This was the young king's final stage, wanting to kill Li Qia with the ocean. As long as he was in this place, he could do whatever he wanted since he grasped its profundities. Once Li Qia caught up, he used these steps to incite the murderous energies in this place towards Li Qia's location. If the guy were to be caught in the waves, it didn't matter how powerful he was. After all, few teachers could even make it through the 6th layer, let alone the 7th. Boom! The end of the world was coming in the form of tsunamis. Li Qia was completely covered by the murderous water while the young king had danced away to a deeper and safe location. Everyone gasped after seeing this. Damn! One student shouted and praised his own fortune for deciding not to enter. Lu Jinsheng slightly batted his eyes and murmured, Nine-Sword High God has truly understood the pagoda. he could have taken it away back then. Though the young king didn't have a deep understanding like his father and wouldn't be able to take it away, he still exerted a certain level of control over the ocean. This emboldened him for the challenge despite knowing that Wuxia was a powerful teacher at the academy. This was his ace card. Splash! Splash! After multiple deafening waves, the ocean finally calmed down. There was no one else in sight outside of the young king. It was as if Wuxia had evaporated from this world. Where is Violent Teacher? The students looked around, trying to find him. Alas, he was nowhere to be found. Is he dead? Someone said. No way, he's a teacher. What if the academy decides to investigate? A few became afraid. Killing a teacher was definitely a big deal with hefty consequences. So what if there's an investigation? A good friend of the young king snorted, it was a fair duel. He can only blame himself for lacking skills. Sometimes, unexpected things happened during one of these. That's right, everyone saw that it was a fair fight. No one forced him to do it. More students from 100 halls chimed in. Humph, he was too arrogant, thinking that he's stronger than all of us just because he's a teacher. Looking down on the students? Another student from 100 halls wanted to flatter the young king and sneered, he was too arrogant, so it's good that the young king taught him a lesson. That's right, even Nether Lunatic defeated the teachers back then. We're students indeed, but don't think that we're weak, we just need time to become stronger than the teachers. A student from Sacred Institution said. Jinsheng only smiled and shook his head after hearing these students. Youth was usually accompanied by pride and arrogance, especially the more talented ones. They all thought they were number one and didn't care about anyone else. Alas, after experiencing the storms in the world, they would eventually learn how insignificant they were. Even low-level emperors and high gods weren't that powerful, let alone ordinary masters. The world is unpredictable, even a warship can capsize in the ocean. The young king assumed Wuxia had been drowned by the ocean, so he was ecstatic inside, opposing me? No good will come of it, no matter who you may be. A ship can indeed capsize, but not in a dirty puddle like you. Just one stomp of mine and I will crush you, you're not qualified to be my enemy. A leisure voice interrupted the young king's gloating. Wuxia suddenly appeared behind the young king, no one could see how he got there. It was as if he has been there the entire time. Violet Teacher. The crowd was aghast, especially those who badmouthed him earlier. Everyone thought that he was dead, so they didn't hold back. The young king was shocked as well. His first reaction was to run, but unfortunately, it was too late. Wuxia's palm covered the sky and reached for him. The young king saw the gigantic palm and cried out, "Activate!" Sword hymns came about as the sword formation wanted to protect him. Naturally, they were useless before the incoming attack. His touch instantly crushed the formation and he had the king within his grasp. The paled king finally realized the gap between him and Wuxia after being captured alive. It's no big deal wanting to kill me, but don't use little schemes. Wuxia chuckled, since you wanted to drown me, time for you to taste the murderous energy here. Having said that, he pushed the young king into the ocean. No! The youth screamed in horror as he inched closer to the water. Below the water, buzzing noises came about along with smoke from his body. The murderous energy was corroding him. No! The youth screamed and struggled, causing splashes everywhere, but it was useless. Wuxia let the murderous energy infiltrate the youth's body. Ah, his screams and corrosive buzzing emanated across the sky, causing all the spectators to feel dread. The students who badmouthed Wuxia earlier were imagining that they could be next. Their legs trembled, on the verge of pissing in their pants. Buzz. In the beginning, the young king struggled out of his mind, but eventually, he lost the strength to resist. Chapter 2035, Li Qia eventually pulled the youth of the ocean. The poor guy was completely dried up and resembled a 90-year-old mortal with gray hair with only skin left, no longer as dominant as before. It didn't take long before all of his vitality was drained. This was the power of the murderous energy, corroding both his power and body. Li Qia was already going easy on him by protecting his life. Otherwise, the young king would be without a body right now before the monstrous energy. He was on his last breath after being pulled up. In fact, even breathing was a struggle. Li Qia gave him a mean stare and said flatly, "Because you're a student, I'll spare you this time, don't think you'll be so lucky again." He then threw the young king outside. A few students from 100 halls quickly helped him up. The guy didn't dare to retort back at all since just lifting a finger was difficult. His current situation was already quite optimistic because, at the very least, it wasn't death. Recuperation was all that needed. He glared at the students here and began, "The academy is fine with students challenging teachers, and I welcome it too. That's right, it has produced many amazing students including high gods and emperors. Some would come to have greater achievements than their teachers. However, men shouldn't gossip and scheme behind one's back. Unhappy about a teacher? Challenge them straight up to a real duel. If you can't do that, then shut the hell up. All of you aren't old women in the shopping district and not random dogs and cats either. You're students of Celestial, the elites of the 100 races. Refrain from acting in a shameful manner. Gods, emperors, tyrants, and monsters can come out of the academy, but not a coward. No one here dared to open their mouth, especially those who have insulted him earlier. Scram! He coldly uttered. This was the word the students wanted to hear the most, so they hastily dispersed. The students from 100 halls also carried 6 sword away. A clear declination in generation. Li Qia shook his head and turned his focus back to the pagoda. He spread his palm and reached for it. Boom! The pagoda was completely uprooted by Li Qia. It wanted to escape, but this was met with futility. In the end, it became a tiny stone pagoda in his palm. He then raised it and cried out, "Recall." Like a whale, it crazily swallowed all the murderous energy in this ocean without leaving a trace left in a short time. Now, the mountains were green again and full of life once more. He casually threw it at Lu Jinsheng and said, "The pagoda took up too much space here, you take it." Jinsheng caught it in silence, so Li Qia went on, "After making a choice in life, one needs to be more decisive. Good or bad? Doesn't matter. Just need to continue on without hesitation. The Grand Tao is long, so your perspective will keep on changing as you reach different stages in life. What's right in your eyes today might be wrong tomorrow, but ultimately, it is only relative to your state of mind. Since you're the judge here, then just accept it. As for losing face or whatever, that's only your pride getting in the way. Old bones like us have lived for countless years. Just smile and realize how ephemeral the past is." Li Qia glanced at the old man and said. Jinsheng shuddered and took a deep breath. He put away Murder Pagoda and bowed towards Li Qia. "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I can see much clearer now, so I will be going to see some old friends." "Excuse me." "Go." Li Qia gently waved his hand. Jinsheng bowed once more before disappearing like a phantom. He had been hiding his strength all along ever since he got here. Everyone else thought that he was just an old cultivator. Not to mention the young ones like Yi Xinxue, even a few teachers couldn't see through him. Only the stronger ones could tell his true cultivation. Li Qia smiled after seeing this and nonchalantly walked around the tea garden. He didn't really have any main business here. The news of Li Qia crippling Yi Miaoxue and nearly drowning 6 sword spread across the academy to the horror of the students. There were many teachers at the academy, some were quite strict or even violent. However, there was no one like him who crippled two excellent students overnight. How tyrannical and merciless he was. His fame became even more sonorous in just one day. People might not know who Li Qie was, but they would recognize the moniker, Violent Teacher. After receiving the news, Free Sky Young Lord and Rumination Godchild's expression turned ugly with a tinge of helplessness. They realized that he was much more powerful than their imagination, so dealing with him was exceedingly difficult. Buzz. Amidst the clamor, a mountain inside the academy suddenly lit up. Boom! A divine flame soared and blotted out the sky. It illuminated the majestic sceneries at the academy with rambunctious explosions. Every student felt trepidation before the incoming aura. Teacher Qiheng is done with his training. Another news exploded across the academy: he got his 7th totem. Both students and teachers were shaken to hear this. Young monarch Gu Qiheng, a genius teacher at the academy, one of the most gifted in the last generation, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Virtuous. He came from a great clan but was invited to stay as a teacher after his exceptional performance here. Of course, this job wasn't permanent and he could leave whenever he wanted. He was well known as a young high god across the 13 continents, one of the most promising candidates to become an ancient god in this generation. That's amazing, 7 totems already. It is only a matter of time before he becomes an ancient god. There were numerous fans of his among the student body. Some could even be considered fanatics who truly admired him. Teacher Qiheng is out. Free Sky Young Lord immediately brought Rumination Godchild to see the teacher. Of course, not just any student could see him. Free Sky was viewed in high regard by Qiheng and even lectured in his place at times. Thus, they had a good relationship with each other. Oh? Don't the 3 scions always go together? Why is Six Sword not with you too? Gu Qiheng smiled at the 2 youths after accepting their greeting. He's injured and can't come in person to greet you, please forgive him. Free Sky sighed in response. Ah. Six Sword might be in 100 halls, but to be wounded by another student? It should be someone from your group then. Qiheng chuckled and said. Teacher, we don't dare to do that. It's another teacher who did it. The guy is so pitiful right now, completely withered. I don't think he'll recover for a long time. Rumination hastily explained. I see. Qiheng was slightly surprised. Looks like he has committed a big offense then, or a teacher wouldn't punish him like that. He didn't make any mistake, teacher. You know, not all teachers are as magnanimous and kind as you. Rumination said with a tinge of emotion. Chapter 2036, Qiheng laughed and said, How interesting, I want to meet this teacher then. How can a teacher like him compare to you, teacher? Free Sky replied, He's a firefly while you're the sun. Otherwise, why would he be sent to study room? Study room? Qiheng didn't expect this at all. Yes. Rumination continued, some students thought that he only became a teacher due to connections. Otherwise, why would the academy send him to study room with only 3 students? Plus, they go to 100 halls for lectures anyway. The academy is probably afraid of him misteaching the students. No. Qiheng shook his head and said, You two are looking down on study room too much. Everyone knows that it is a place of idol, but that's just on the surface. It's not that simple, but rather a place of mysteries and grand creations. It's not that easy to stay there. A place of grand creations? The 2 of them found this unbelievable. All students knew that study room only contained random books and scrolls, so the majority wanted no part of it. Indeed, an amazing place for fortunes. Qiheng nodded and stated. Such as? Free Sky was full of curiosity. Hard to say, even the teachers know very little about it. Only the ancestors that don't come out truly know the mysteries of that place. Qiheng revealed. No wonder why some seniors said that you have read many books and have a wealth of knowledge. Rumination praised. Qiheng smiled in response. However, this teacher Li sounds quite interesting. I want to meet him. The two youths became excited right away and glanced at each other. Free Sky continued, Teacher Li is very close to Teacher Qianxian and maybe some ancestors in the academy. Looks like his backing is very strong, so you should avoid fighting with him lest others misunderstand. Free Sky chose his words very carefully. Due to his close relationship with Qiheng, he knew that Qiheng was interested in Qianxian, so he wanted to egg the guy on. Qiheng was as nonchalant as ever and spoke naturally, myriad paths towards the Tao with waves rising in the world. In order to truly become someone, one must rely on themselves. I have wined and dined with the emperors and talked about the Tao with them, but this is superficial at best. Being friends with everyone or coming from an imperial lineage, that's only a small advantage in the end. The key to success is to make yourself invincible. Spoken in a simple manner, yet the content was anything but. Listeners would be shaken to hear this. Interacting on the same level as the emperors? That was the apex of life. How many people could actually reach this stage? The majority could only look up and bow at the emperors, but Qiheng could stand on the same level as them. Of course, Free Sky and Rumination didn't think that Qiheng was tooting his horn. As a brilliant high god, he was indeed qualified to be associated with the emperors. We juniors are in awe of your accomplishments, teacher. Rumination quickly said. All right, I know what you two are trying to do. Qiheng smiled. I want to see Teacher Li not because of your feud, but a talent like that brighten my eyes and invokes my will to compete. As for your flattery and schemes, go ahead and take it back. Stop believing that you're strong enough to challenge anyone. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, we were wrong. The two quickly bowed happily. We will simply be talking about the Tao and teaching methods, that's it. The two of you are essentially my students, so I will stand up for you this time. As for your previous feud or perception of being bullied before, let it go, only blame yourselves for being incapable. Lose hope of me actually fighting him. We don't dare to. The two of them forced a smile, not daring to say anything else. After all, Qiheng has agreed to go gain some justice for them. This was already too much to ask. You two need to change your mentality, do not be arrogant all day long and care for the attention of others. The road ahead is not easy, you might not even be able to graduate. Qiheng said. Teacher, you mean we can be expelled? Rumination was surprised. Qiheng shook his head, not that, but the academy might be in trouble soon. Impossible. Rumination jumped after hearing this. Free Sky slightly batted his eyes and had to ask, Teacher, so the rumors are real? As the successor of a lineage with 5 monarchs and being a high god himself, Free Sky knew more than Rumination. No one can truly tell. Qiheng said, but just be mentally prepared and think about your future. How far you can go will be up to yourself. The two youths glanced at each other. Rumination couldn't understand Qiheng's intent. Teacher, what do you mean? Qiheng smiled again. The emperors will come out and so will a feast. Whether the two of you are lucky enough or not, that's up to you. Please show us the way. Rumination bowed his head and asked after calming down. Qiheng didn't answer, still with a smile on his face. Li Qia was only strolling through the garden, but suddenly, a golden flash in the distance drew his attention. He smiled and flew to the sky. There was a valley shrouded in mist and fog all year long in the depth of the garden. Students said that this place made others lose their way. Those who try to enter would eventually find themselves back in the entrance. No one knew what was special about this valley and the teachers never talked about it. Li Qia entered the valley and pointed forward. A click resembling a door unlocking came about. Golden laws appeared inside the mist and wove together to form a Tao gate. Li Qie stepped inside and was teleported away through space for an unknown destination. He finally entered an old house with nothing but an imperial bed. Those who knew what it was made of would be scared out of their minds since it was carved out of immortal wood, a single and complete piece. Emperors couldn't easily get something like this, let alone ordinary people. On top of the bed were immortal bloodstones. This was a very rare method. Normal emperors in hibernation couldn't enjoy this treatment. Excuse me for my lack of courtesy. A person dressed in an imperial robe got up from the bed. He looked around the age of 80 in mortal years, his hair, still golden, draped over his shoulders. When he sat up, his aura could shake the 13 continents and 9 firmaments. Forget it, just stay there. Li Qie waved his sleeve and sat down on the bed. It would be problematic if a heavenly execution comes. I don't think the heaven cares for my old bones. The old man smiled. Li Qie looked at him and said, "You coming into being is quite surprising, not something you do a lot after your father's expedition." "Sigh, my old bones can't handle it and are about to break, so I have to stay here, hoping that I can be useful in the future," he said wistfully. "Save it for someone else. Your eternal bloodline can keep you jumping forever, as long as the heavenly execution doesn't take you." Li Qie shook his head. The old man smiled wryly. "Please, we really can't stand this torture, unlike you who become stronger the longer the fight lasts. I don't think I have the strength to go on an expedition like my father, the body isn't the same anymore. But you're coming out anyway, I thought you would ignore it," Li Qie said. "This is still my father and grandfather's hard-earned legacy, my mother's too. I can't watch it collapse even if I don't care for mundane matters," the old man said sentimentally. Chapter 2037, Immortal Emperor Fei should be proud to have a son like you. Li Qie smiled. "So many tigers give birth to dogs, but you have never shamed his prestige before." So it turned out that the old man ahead was the son of Immortal Emperor Fei and the prettiest diviner in that generation. He was the unknown guardian of the academy. Few were aware that he was still alive. He was the embodiment of nobility with famous parents, and of course, his grandfather was Deep South Divine Emperor. One would be hard-pressed to find someone with a more prestigious background. With such a family, he could easily call for winds and rains. So many imperial princes would become bossy and unbridled, not giving a damn about the rest of the world. This wasn't the case for the prince. Diligence and sincerity described him perfectly despite his incredible innate talents. Furthermore, as a half-diviner, he was lucky enough to have one of the 3 great immortal bloods, eternal. All of this gave him an unbelievable advantage. He was certainly destined for greatness. Alas, he had a peerless father and an unbeatable grandfather, so his life paled in comparison. This wasn't to say that he didn't work hard enough or wasn't powerful. In fact, the guy was exceedingly strong and could look down on many emperors. The problem was that his family was too excellent. His father was among the greatest immortal emperors while his grandfather used to be the leader of the divine race. There was no way for him to exceed the two of them despite his lifelong effort and hard work. There was no way of escaping from their shadow, so his own light was dimmed. The truth was that even if he had 12 wills, it still wasn't enough to overcome the other two. Nevertheless, he still tried his best in life. This was the reason why Li Qie viewed him in high regard. "You've done enough, not becoming a prodigal son with such an invincible father and grandfather. Anyone else would go crazy under the weight of those 2 mountains." Li Qie smiled and said. This statement was quite reasonable since even his mother was exceptional. He had done a good job reaching this point. "It's fate." The prince smiled. "Who is to blame for me being born in that family? All I could do was try my best." In the eyes of many, his background was enviable even to the point of jealousy. However, it was also torturous for someone who had dreams and aspirations because a lifetime of effort was not enough to surpass their older generations. Their achievements and excellence would not matter. Some would even think that it was all due to the protection and reputation of the family. No one would recognize their hard work or talents. Nevertheless, despite not being able to fulfill his dream and living in others' shadow, he continued to quietly protect the academy because this was the hard-earned accomplishment of his father. It wasn't easy for you. Li Qie nodded. This particular prince was much stronger than the other imperial princes. It was too bad that the people from his generation didn't feel that he was exceptional at all. Since my parents aren't around, I need to do my part for the academy. Not just my family, but many wise sages from the 100 race have toiled for its sake, so I can't let it fall no matter what. It's just that I don't know how much longer I can last. Alas, once we get through this problem, the future will be even brighter. The prince said. Li Qie agreed, right, the academy is the embodiment and culmination of labor from many, but this is also precisely why others consider it to be a fat prey. The moment it falls down, so many would pounce forward for a bite. The prince sighed. Greed was part of human nature. He looked at Li Qie and smiled. However, I have nothing to worry about with you here in this generation. The waves can be even taller, but the academy will be just fine. I came with no purpose, only to hang around in study room and find some mysteries. This is more of a coincidence. Li Qie smiled. I'm even more at ease knowing that you're there. The prince smiled. No need to send anyone to protect that place then. No one can go take that item now. Even without me there, the High Heaven Scroll is not obtainable anyway. It has been there for so many years now. Right now, only 3 people could probably take it away. Li Qie replied. We have to plan for everything. Who to say that a 12-will emperor won't get involved once the academy is in trouble? The prince smiled wryly. That's true, that scroll is too tempting. It is not only the most complete High Heaven Scroll in the world but also the strongest one. Li Qie nodded. Strongest might be too much. The prince responded. Well, top 3 in history, at least. Li Qie commented. So it turned out that study room was hiding an incredible treasure named High Heaven Palace. Of course, others didn't know about it and they had no way of researching this particular item. Few truly understood this place. One was Immortal Emperor Fei, another was Deep South Emperor, and the Dark Crow was the third. Not too many treasures in this world could tempt a 12-will emperor, but this was certainly one of them. I wonder if it's a blessing or disaster to have something like that here. The prince spoke softly. Who knows? Li Qie smiled, but with this item, the academy will have unlimited potential. After all, if you want to look up and find what's above, what can be more suited for this purpose than the palace? That makes sense. The prince said, when father left for the expedition, he left the palace behind and said that if the academy can hold on to it, then there will still be hope and unlimited potential for our world. Leave it here. Li Qie said slowly, hope is within, of course, if there are apex existences looking for it, then it's not a bad thing either. Let them show themselves. After surviving this disaster, a long period of peace will come. The prince nodded. It will be very exciting. Who will be on the academy's side and who wants to make prey out of it? Time will tell. Li Qie smirked. The prince showed some hesitation after this and finally looked up at Li Qie. Sir, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Li Qie nodded. I know, you want to ask about the expedition. I've never wanted to ask about this because I'm not prepared to hear the answer. The prince sighed, but I'm old now and death can come knocking at any moment. I'm certain that it is time to know. Sir, you are the only person I know to have come back alive, so I want to ask, is there hope for them to come back? The question wasn't whimsical for him since he wanted to ask a very long time ago. Alas, he was afraid of hearing the wrong answer. Perhaps this will be my last time seeing you since you'll be embarking on this path in the future. If I don't ask you now, there might not be another chance later. A weight seemed to be lifted off his shoulder. Chapter 2038. The prince was always curious about the final battle because his entire family went on this path, including his mother. After Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor started the third expedition, there has been no news of them. The world believed that they were no longer alive, but the prince held on to a sliver of hope. There was no way for him to embark as well since he had things to worry about still. He couldn't let go of the academy, but he knew that Wuxia had been there, the only survivor to return. He wore a dignified expression, a rare sight on a powerful being like him. Wuxia looked back in silence. He eventually said, I don't know how to answer this question. Sir, just be straight with me, I can handle both good and bad news. There's nothing I can't accept at this age now. The prince solemnly said. Wuxia shook his head. It's not about good or bad news, more complicated than that. But if you must have an answer, then I can only say to wait after the final battle. You'll understand then. If there is no result, then there is no answer. Wuxia sighed, that's all I can tell you. The prince pondered in silence before speaking. I believe I can wait until then, and that you can make it there to break the timeless shackles. If even you fail, then despair will swallow us all. Many will join the darkness in the future. Darkness permeates in every epoch, that's unavoidable. But right now, it is also a good chance to figure out and kill those who deserve death. That's all we can do. Wuxia chuckled. Right. The prince nodded. It is indeed a chance to wipe out the traitors of our race. Alas, it is uneasy not knowing who the enemy is. Wuxia said, it won't take long now. The seeds of trouble in the academy can be wiped clean completely too, it will make the academy much stronger. The prince agreed with Wuxia's viewpoint. Let's hope the storm turns into a tempest. Wuxia smiled, but it is indeed disappointing if alumni emperors join the fray on the other side. The prince didn't have anything to say. If these powerful alumni were to conspire with the evildoers, it would be too much to take. The prince didn't want to see this happen at all. Of course, he would still kill them all the same, no time to show mercy. The tea party was about to end soon, so Min Xinxue and the others were heading back for study room. The other students headed for their own classrooms. Wuxia returned as well and stood outside the main hall to gaze at these sceneries. He was quite immersed in this task. Teacher, are you researching something? Xinxue and Goldloop were very curious. Only Jinsheng remained quiet. After finding the medicine with Wuxia's help, Jinsheng no longer coughed. Moreover, he seemed to be much more relaxed and carefree after the tea party. Just taking a look at the land. Wuxia said, not long from now, all of this might be gone, same with the academy. Teacher, you must be joking. Goldloop was startled. The academy is the lineage with the strongest foundation in the 100 race. Other imperial lineages might perish, but the academy will be just fine. Nothing is eternal in this world. Wuxia smiled, certainly not any lineage. Just like Immortal Gate back then, a sect with 9 emperors fell in just one night. The group shuddered after hearing this because they knew about this famous historical event. Right now, the strongest lineage for many people was the Qian clan with 9 emperors. However, there was another one before them also with 9 emperors. It was even older than the Qian clan. Its name was Immortal Gate, the only sect that dared to call themselves by this bold name. Alas, it was still destroyed overnight by someone to the astonishment of the world. Thus, the group was taken aback when Wuxia was comparing the academy to Immortal Gate. Teacher, is it true? Xinxue trembled because the academy was her second home. There was no other place as safe as the academy. Both true and false. Li Qie said flatly, a disaster is coming, that's the truth. But the academy won't fall that easily. I will not allow it. Oh, I see, you scared me just now. Gold Loop heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Though the academy won't fall, the danger will still be there. Gather your stuff and find a good cave. When the disaster comes, it's time to hide. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said. Though Li Qie was exaggerating a bit, the two young ones knew that the matter was serious. They immediately went to gather their belongings. Li Qie didn't look back since his gaze was still on the land. He told Jinsheng, "What is your plan?" Jinsheng took a deep breath and solemnly said, "I am siding with the academy. Just give me the order and I shall carry it out. I don't know about the others, but I am a student here and have benefited from the academy. Without the academy, I won't have the same achievements today. The academy lives, I live. The academy dies? I shall be buried with it. Very well." Li Qie nodded, "You will be useful when the storm comes, it is time for you to rampage. Though you won't be able to take on the 12 will emperors or ancient gods, you will be one of the pillars in this fight. I will do my part as long as the academy needs me." The old man answered with certainty. "People make mistakes, but as long as the academy have students like you, it will be fine in face of an even bigger disaster." Li Qie commented with emotion. Everyone thought that the academy would enjoy serenity after the tea garden. Alas, an announcement came out, Gu Qiheng was going to lecture at the Dao courtyard. Students from all classrooms became excited after hearing this. Each classroom had its own teachers and lectures. However, the content adhered to a set of common core principles. This wasn't the case for a lecture at the Dao courtyard. The content was definitely profound compared to a regular classroom. This Dao courtyard was very famous. Of course, anyone could come there to do a lecture, but it was best to be capable lest they want to make a fool out of themselves. The lectures here encompassed the essences and unique perspectives of their Dao search, straight to the true meanings. Only powerful teachers or emperors dared to lecture in this place. Even immortal Emperor Fei had lectured in this place. This set a very high standard for future generations. So now, people were naturally excited to hear about Gu Qiheng's lecture. Something amazing was going to happen. After my reclusive cultivation, I have understood a bit more about the Grand Dao, thus I want to share it with everyone at the Dao courtyard. On the second day, Gu Qiheng personally verified the rumor. Chapter 2039, Gu Qiheng's announcement excited numerous students. He was a genius who had researched Supreme Grand Dao on top of being a seven-totem high god. This lecture was surely profound because anything less would be an embarrassment. Would any colleague like to join me on the subject of the Dao? The more, the merrier. Qiheng offered. Everyone found that something was strange. Asking someone else to come up stage was the same as challenging them. Of course, this was fine as well. It was good for teachers to compete since it would promote discussions and improvements. No one dared to answer the challenge because the Dao courtyard was a grand location. No one dared to do it without planning ahead or their fame would go down the gutter. "Brother Qie, are you interested?" Qiheng solemnly asked only Li Qie after the general announcement. Needless to say more about Qiheng's status, this was someone who was world-renowned as a student. Everyone thought that he would become the most excellent teacher who would eventually surpass Grandpa Mo as long as he sticks around. Remember, Grandpa Mo was the longest tenured teacher at the academy. Not to mention the current headmaster, even the previous headmasters were very respectful towards him. It wasn't due to his personal strength but more about his unique explanation and methods of the Dao. Many high gods and emperors used to be his students. Even some of these beings came back to listen to Grandpa Mo's lectures. At this moment, Qiheng was not a match for the older teachers, but he certainly triumphed over his peers. As for Li Qie, he had no achievements in terms of Tao teaching. People only knew about his brutality, unlike Qiheng, who was well received in 100 halls. A few smart students also noticed that something was amiss. They knew that Free Sky Young Lord was Qiheng's student at the academy, but their relationship was even more than that, akin to a master-disciple. So now, the geniuses understood that Free Sky Young Lord had found their backing. This was a challenge meant for Li Qie. Lecture? Li Qie didn't refuse this direct challenge and smiled. Since you are in the mood, it's good to have one for the students to hear. A dragon versus a tiger. Some students murmured after hearing the response. Thank you, brother, for entertaining me. We'll start in 5 days. Qiheng spoke with a cool attitude. I'll try my best and will be talking about Tao derivation for my lecture. Alright, in 5 days. My lecture will be on Tao heart. Li Qie replied right away. Sounds good, I will be waiting to hear your golden words. Many students admired Qiheng's attitude. After settling on a date, the academy got something else to be excited about again. Everyone told all their friends. Teacher Qiheng is going to lecture about Tao derivation, you coming? One asked. Of course, why wouldn't I? A lecture at the Tao courtyard is too rare. The last time is like a year ago with Teacher Zhou. I'm definitely going this time because Teacher Qiheng is about to wow all of us. We'll benefit quite a bit. Another was quite excited. In fact, virtually everyone from all the classrooms wanted to hear the lecture. Among the young teachers, only Qianxian was as loved as Qiheng. Thus, no student was willing to miss this opportunity. On the other hand, there was a mild response for Li Qie's Tao heart. Of course, this was due to the disparity in popularity. Qiheng was famous several years ago, so he had plenty of fans at the academy. Meanwhile, Li Qie was an unknown teacher. People only knew him for his penchant for violence. However, this didn't do him any favor in terms of being liked by the student body. Furthermore, the topic itself was not very interesting. Cultivation speed was of the utmost importance, thus any method to increase it was highly desirable, or ways to strengthen Tao techniques. As for the Tao heart, it was too conceptual and intangible. A few students didn't care for it at all. The Tao heart is not that beneficial. Probably not worth listening. One lackadaisical student said. Outside of a lack of interest by the majority, a small group still wanted to listen and see. The next 5 days were extremely long for the students because of the wait. But suddenly, a loud explosion caused the earth to quake at the academy. More ensued continuously in the form of grand Tao exploding. In the blink of an eye, the power of the heaven and earth gathered with all of the essences. They formed a tempest above the academy's sky. This endless power came too quickly and without notice. Boom! The laws of the Grand Tao resonated with each other and soared to the sky in the form of reversing waterfalls. It was a magnificent and stirring scene. 88 heavens wills suddenly emerged above, their endless chaos energy drowned the entire academy. These wills were hard to see, just like true dragons playing beneath the ocean. No one expected them to be here at all. This was a monstrous power, not to mention the students dropping to the ground. Even the teachers were having trouble breathing. What's going on? The aghast crowd was lost. An experienced teacher calmed down and explained, a new immortal monarch is being born. In fact, the invincible beings such as emperors all over the 13 continents were shaken by this development. Everyone knew that from the gathering of the wills to the shouldering ceremony was a linear process, taking from dozens of days to 1 or 2 years. But now, the essences gathered so quickly like a raging tempest to the astonishment of the crowd. How strange, is it an extraordinary person ascending? Gazes from the depth focused on the academy in arrogance. Is this a sign of a 12-will emperor? A monarch was bewildered. In each generation, the world could produce 72 wills. Recently, Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor had taken 6, next was Jin Gu with 4 and same with Virtuous. Thus, there were 58 wills left. A new monarch, a few geniuses at the academy composed themselves and murmured. Boom! A figure rushed out of the academy and seemingly reigned over the sky. He was unstoppable and could look down on the myriad ages. His ancient temperament filled this world like a king coming from the past, capable of grasping the entire universe. Chapter 2040, It's South Emperor. The students cried out after seeing the soaring figure, "Damn! He's about to become an immortal monarch." Even the extremely proud students from Emperor Mansion were shaken. Only the word, yield, existed in their mind when thinking about South Emperor. His ascension right now was truly frightening. He made his Dao debut much later than Virtuous, but their ascension events were so close together. He had caught up to Virtuous not long after joining the academy. Only monsters come out of mortal school. Is he really going to become a 12-will monarch? All were stunned right away. Everyone knew that mortal school rarely recruited students due to the stringent requirements. Someone like Virtuous couldn't join it, yet South Emperor was chosen. This was indicative of his talents. Furthermore, the past alumni of this classroom were simply insane. Six Dao Monarch was one example with his immortal bloodline. This was someone who could keep up with the best of the emperors. Rumble. Lightning bolts descended from the sky straight for South Emperor, wanting to crush him to smithereens. Come! South Emperor smiled and swept his sky piercer to destroy everything in its path. The incoming lightning bolts got crushed by a single swing while South Emperor rose higher to reach the heavens' wills. Rumble. Dao platforms appeared in each corner of the academy. They exuded divine lights and became connected with each other. Boom! With the boost of this altar, he was covered with Dao runes. They wove together and sealed the entire location. He has yet to ascend, but he already had the style of an emperor, simply unbeatable. Clank! The endless runes turned into 4 Dao chains and began to attack the heavens' wills. The wills instantly disappeared and turned into chaos energy as if they were the primordial origin. Just like that, the chains still jumped into this vast expanse. What's going on? The disappearance of the wills astounded everyone. Some had seen Virtuous ascension before, wondered if South Emperor had lost his chance because this didn't happen the last time. He wants to go against the heaven. Ordinary emperors didn't know what was going on, but the top ones were slightly moved, realizing the gravity of the current event. Get down here! South Emperor roared with his vitality erupting. The ancient aura turned into an imperial crest, so he looked just like a supreme immortal emperor. Rumble. The earth quaked as the 4 chains inside the vast expanse were pulling harder to get something from inside. Finally, 4 wills were slowly dragged downward. People, including weaker emperors, didn't see what was so special about these 4 wills outside of having thicker chaos energy and looked a bit purer. The stronger emperors were much more affected by this scene. Not just going against heaven, the brat wants to defy all odds. One top emperor exclaimed. For primary wills, the brat is supreme and bold on top of being so lucky. Maybe the high heaven does favor him. Another top monarch murmured. For primary wills, I see. An ancient god also noticed, since he had heard of this legend before. Incredible, this brat is far superior compared to Jin Gu or Virtuous. Unless something unexpected were to happen, he'll be a 12-will emperor for sure, and if he does, he'll be comparable to Flame Emperor. One more powerful emperor murmured. A primary will was also a heaven's will. The only difference was that they were the first 4 to be born in each generation. It wasn't necessarily powerful in other places, only pure and all-encompassing. In other words, after obtaining these 4, one would have an easier time grabbing more wills later on. Keep in mind that very few emperors have gotten these primary wills. It required power, blessing from the heaven and earth, and a closeness with the myriad laws. Thus, those who obtained these wills were truly the favorite children of heaven. However, grabbing all four was quite shocking even for the top emperors. Only one person has done this before, Flame Emperor. This was a supreme devil emperor with achievements virtually impossible to surpass. He was the third to have 12 wills and also the first emperor of the devil race. More importantly, he was the only one in the records to have 4 primary wills. Alas, he eventually died to the heavenly execution despite possessing a true immortal armament as well. For example, the Peerless World Emperor only had 3 primary wills and Deep South had 2. But now, South Emperor was locking on to all 4. If he could actually become a 12-will emperor, he would have a chance to catch up to Flame Emperor. Boom! South Emperor was completely fixated on pulling down these 4 wills with his chains. Suddenly, a massive imperial might came down from the sky, robbing the breath out of everyone. Energy in the sky turned into a gigantic palm, reaching for South Emperor. Damn! The students knew what was going on after sensing this destructive aura. Another emperor wants to ambush him. One student shouted. Even the teachers were alarmed to see this. This ascension had attracted the attention of all the other emperors. One was ambushing him in order to prevent this coronation. In fact, most emperors have experienced interruptions before. No one wanted to see a smooth passing during this process. Fellow Taoist, go back now. Another majestic aura soared to the sky. The master of the voice stood among the clouds. His eyes illuminated the world and caused its inhabitants to tremble. There was a roar of a true dragon where he stood. Immortal Emperor In Tian from the 9 worlds. Someone who recognized him was stunned. It's his real body. The Emperor from mysterious Bamboo Mountain is personally protecting his junior, how unbelievable. One high god gasped at this sight. Remember that emperors wouldn't easily leave exploration grounds because of the heavenly execution. At the very best, they would only send their Tao avatars to protect their juniors. Chapter 2041. It was quite shocking for Immortal Emperor In Tian to come in person in order to protect South Emperor. Even imperial successors wouldn't enjoy this treatment. Otherwise, Jin Gu wouldn't have come to exploration grounds for his ascension. The emperors from the War Monarch didn't wish to leave that place back then. From this, one could see how highly viewed he was to both the Immortal Emperor and the sect. Emperors had numerous descendants and juniors. If they needed to protect each one, they would die from fatigue just from this task alone, no need for the heavenly execution. Because of this, just the Tao avatars alone were already amazing enough for these talented disciples and juniors. The palm in the sky hesitated with the appearance of Immortal Emperor In Tian. After all, no one would dare taking an Immortal Emperor from the 9 worlds lightly. Rumble. In the interim, more powers from emperors exploded all over the academy. Clouds and winds came about as the world turned dark due to these oppressive auras. Even the devils would retreat before this impressive display of power. Resistance was futile unless one's goal was to die. More than just one emperor and monarch are there. The emperors and high gods spying on South Emperor shuddered. Someone counted, there were at least 5 imperial auras. It meant that with Immortal Emperor In Tian, there were 5 more emperors here to protect South Emperor. They came with their real body too. A student felt fear deep within while nervously gulping. This was guaranteeing that nothing would interfere with South Emperor's ascension. Even Virtuous and Jin Gu didn't have this treatment. The spectators realized just how important these emperors viewed this ascension. Perhaps they had absolute confidence in South Emperor or they wouldn't risk the execution to help him. The other 2 were considered the most likely to grab 12 wills. However, this was only a claim by others. The emperors still didn't directly protected them the first time around. To be frank, the emperors were skeptical about their abilities to gather 12 wills. It wasn't until later that the two managed to invite these protectors after spending great efforts. Jingu had to go to exploration grounds while Virtuous had his emperors guarantee a lack of ambush through negotiation. This wasn't the case for South Emperor. The significance of this event showed that he was certainly going to become a 12-will monarch, so the emperors took a great risk and came out to protect him. Anyone would be apprehensive and in awe of the birth of a new 12-will emperor. Fellow Daoist, leave or you will die here. Immortal Emperor Yin Tian declared as his might oppressed the area. The palm dispersed and the chaos energy returned to the world after hearing this. Clearly, the ambushers chose to heed his warning. Unless they came with a greater number, a slaughter would have happened going against Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's group. Everyone understood that the ascension was assured. No one would dare to go against this group of bodyguards. After all, they didn't truly have grievances against him, so risking their lives to stop him was not worth it. The other emperors didn't show their face, but it was clear that they were from mysterious bamboo. This was a sect only inferior to archaic repository in arrogance. This was their time to show their true power to the world. The students here were so envious of South Emperor. If one day, they could have an emperor willing to protect them during their ascension, they could die of happiness, let alone 5 or 6. Boom! South Emperor finally shouldered the wills and stored them in his fate palace. Suddenly, chaos energy erupted along with the aura of a monarch. He exuded strands of sword-like rays that rushed into the sky. Each ray could split the earth open and cut away the chaos. Rumble. His grand Tao appeared while his flame burned for eternity. This flame carried an ancient and enduring aura as if he was born from an older era, wowing everyone in the crowd. He has finally become an immortal monarch with 4 wills. Each of his gestures right now could move the great momentums. Immortal monarch. Even the proudest student at the academy still bowed before the lofty monarch. He recalled his aura and power, but he was still as majestic as before, just like a mountain lying across the sky. His ancient temperament looked like the river of time itself. He cupped his fist towards the other emperors. Immortal Emperor Yin Tian nodded and instantly disappeared with his peers. The imperial auras quickly went away. They couldn't stay out here for too long because the execution could come down at any moment. For primary wills, if nothing unexpected happens, he might be the last monarch of this generation. 2 more processes and he'll be a 12-will emperor. The spectating emperors from the distant believed. Everyone was shaken by this achievement, even the unbeatable members of the crowd. Back then, the first 3 emperors of this generation never got a primary will. Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor's talent might not be as great, but Jingu and Virtuous were famous for their gift. Nevertheless, they still couldn't get these primary wills. Now, this South Emperor came out of nowhere, taking 4 primary wills right away. Jingu and Virtuous could only grab 8 wills at best in the future, but this wasn't the case for South Emperor. He definitely had the chance to become a 12-will emperor later on. Moreover, he would have a much easier time due to having the purer and more accommodating wills. Will he be a second flame emperor? Another emperor wondered. If he were to accomplish all of this, he would virtually be a copy of Flame Emperor, since this person was the only one known to have gotten 4 primary wills. Thus, he had fulfilled the first requirement. Later on, his advantages could even exceed World Emperor, since World only had 3 primary wills. If that day actually comes, he'll only be missing experience and a true immortal armament. But with both of these things, he could even surpass World Emperor. Another was speculating his shocking future potential. Chapter 2042. The news of the Ascension naturally swept through the entire academy and shocked many students. Even the best students from Emperor Mansion were speechless after seeing South Emperor's incredible style. Recently, the Academy had many geniuses, but this year was especially noticeable. First, it was virtuous and young monarch. One became an immortal monarch while the other became one of the most talented high gods. South Emperor came after them, but now, his imperial path was wide open. The proud geniuses found themselves lacking before the emperor. Mortal school produces such devilish students. Someone spoke with great yearning, the Academy is about to produce a 12-will emperor. Sigh, I wish I could have entered that classroom. There were plenty of geniuses here, but none was eligible to enter mortal school, not even virtuous or young monarch. Undoubtedly, the Academy tried to groom South Emperor as a 12-will emperor. Everyone nearly forgot about the Tao lecture between Li Qia and Gu Qiheng. Let's go listen to teacher Qiheng now. The majority of the students ran for the Tao courtyard since no one wanted to miss it. The courtyard was located outside of Emperor Mansion. It was a great valley, not quite a courtyard. This was a wondrous place to learn the Tao. When looking down from the sky, the entire place seemed to be made Tao soil piled on top of each other. It looked quite coarse, but after entering, one would feel the surging power of the heaven and earth. Tao laws were flowing beneath the ground. In front of the place was a steep cliff, dark in appearance. It consisted of a single Tao rock and hasn't experienced any carving. It was created in a natural manner and contained the power of the Grand Tao. Moreover, runic lines were all over its surface. In fact, the intertwining of these lines formed the rock itself. There were also runic flowers all over the place. The higher up on the rock, the more petals did these flowers have. Inside these flowers were names that could shock spectators because they belonged to famous characters, immortal emperors, immortal monarchs, grand emperors, and powerful high gods. These characters have lectured in this place before. For example, immortal monarch Yi, immortal emperor Qianlong, and many others from the 100 race. People have already crowded the surrounding even before the start of the lecture. They kept rushing inside. Lecturing here wasn't only a challenge to the teacher but also a test for the students. Due to the special characteristics of this place, the Grand Tao was very alive here. Harmonization could be reached much easier. For the lecturer, if they were to overestimate themselves and preach here, the failure would be made very clear. For example, if they had a deep understanding of the Grand Tao and lectured well, the entire courtyard and its Tao would resonate. The better the lecture, the greater the resonation. Thus, the reaction of the courtyard would make it obvious whether a lecture was good or not. As for the listeners, they would be directly affected by the resonation as well. The more they could understand, the stronger the harvest. But inversely, such a direct connection with the Tao could garner a negative effect and slow one's cultivation. This didn't mean that the lecture was inadequate. Perhaps the content of the lecture was not suitable for them. If a student were learning a merit law with a focus on ice but they came to listen to a teacher talk about the Tao of the dragon flame, that would simply be asking for trouble. The better the lecture, the resonation of the dragon flame Tao would be stronger. The dissonance between ice and fire would have negative consequence. Because of this, some were still standing outside. They wanted to carefully wait first. The first lecture was on Tao derivation while the second was on Tao heart. Both had no affinity, so to a certain extent, no student should experience anything negative. Nevertheless, some students chose to stay outside for now before the beginning of the lecture. Of course, they could still listen outside, but the harvest would be inferior by a large margin. The great resonation of the Tao courtyard simply boosted the result of the lecture. I wonder how many petals from the Grand Tao flower will teacher Qiheng be able to open. A student stared at the Tao cliff and murmured. There were numerous Tao flowers on the cliff, arranged in a specific order. The higher up, the more petals. Of course, they weren't flowers or carvings, just a group of runes. During a lecture, the runes here would also ripple. They were already densely packed, so depending on the content, they would also arrange themselves to form these flowers. The greater the resonation, the stronger the ripples and more petals would be formed. In simple words, the better the lecturer, the more petals in a higher-up location. Teacher Qiheng's lectures are usually very profound. I'm sure his Tao derivation lecture will be incredible, so he can probably create a 5-petal flower. 100 Hall student believed. Yes, that shouldn't be a problem. A genius from Emperor Mansion agreed, it's a shame that he's still so young. If he becomes an ancient god one day, he might be able to spread 12 petals. There were many flowers at the bottom, but this wasn't the case for the top. Of course, the higher ones had more petals. The ones with the same number of petals usually grouped together. At the very top were 2 blossoming ones with 13 petals. These were the top dogs at this cliff. Alas, they were nameless. On the second level were 6 flowers with 12 petals each. Only 2 were named, Iya and Mo Qianjun. The characters were impeccably written with a strong presence. The third consisted of 11 flowers with 11 petals each. Some were named while others were nameless. One of them was particularly well written with the characters, Immortal Emperor Qianlong. The fourth had 30 flowers with 10 petals each. The majority were the names of Immortal Monarch. For example, Immortal Monarch Jilin. As one went down, they would see more flowers but with fewer petals. At the very bottom, the flower only had 1 petal blossoming. This is the splendid history of the Academy. A student commented with a tinge of emotion. From just looking at the flowers, one could relive the great lectures by the big shots that have been carried out here. Chapter 2043. Yes, even Immortal Monarch Iya had lectured here before. An Emperor Mansion student said with admiration while staring at one of the 6 flowers on the second level. Here, the lecturers could choose to leave behind their name on these flowers. Just imagine, Immortal Monarch Iya had taught here and made a flower bloom with 12 petals before, quite a magical event. He was the first and the only one in the 100 race to have 12 wills, the 8th altogether in history. Even someone like him had taught here at the Academy, indicative of the institution's glorious prestige. Thus, it didn't matter how talented one might be, all the students here knew it was the time to be humble. Grandpa Mo is amazing as well, not a monarch yet even better than one. A student from Sacred Institution said emotionally. Only 2 flowers were named on the second level, Iya and Mo Qianjun. Few outsiders have heard of Mo Qianjun, but everyone has heard of Grandpa Mo, and would naturally feel a sense of respect. Even emperors were no exception to this. Immortal Monarch Iya would refer to Mo Qianjun as teacher whenever they met. He was the longest tenured teacher here and had taught too many excellent students. For example, even Immortal Monarch Jilin was taught by him. Because of this, there was a saying at the Academy, life is not wasted after listening to Qianjuan's lecture. Sigh, the Academy hasn't organized any class for Grandpa Mo recently, or we would be so lucky. An Emperor Mansion student said. Just imagine, his lecture was on the same level as a 12-will monarch. One could easily see how profound it would be. Well yeah, Grandpa Mo would only do one lecture whenever he feels the itch again. I heard the last lecture was 5,000 years ago, so we probably won't have the chance. A senior said. Who left the 2 flowers at the very top? One young student asked with curiosity. The 2 at the top had 13 petals without signatures. Since Immortal Monarch Iya and Mo Qianjun could only reach 12 petals, it meant that there were 2 people above them in lecturing skills. No one should be able to surpass them in terms of Tao comprehension and explanation, so this was quite shocking indeed. It's a mystery, one of the most interesting ones at the Academy. A senior shook his head, there are too many legends about it. He paused for a bit and continued, the most believable and logical one is that they were left by the founders, Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor. Everyone felt that this made sense. After all, these were the starters of an ultimate expedition and should be able to surpass Immortal Monarch Yi. Not necessarily. Someone who had looked into this disagreed. There are many records about these two flowers at the Academy, but none are that detailed. There's one reason why Deep South Divine Emperor shouldn't be involved. Back then, the 100 race was still weak while the 3 races reigned. The Divine Emperor had indeed taught in this place before, but in my personal opinion, it was because Immortal Emperor Fei was his son-in-law, and that he wanted to show his attitude and stance towards the 3 races. But, if you were to tell me that he would leave his Tao essence and learning to ordinary cultivators from the 100 race, I find that very unlikely. He spoke with reasons in an amicable manner. Then who if not Deep South Divine Emperor? We'll say that one of them is from Immortal Emperor Fei. What about the other one? A junior said. That's the most interesting part. A very long time ago, records about these flowers have been erased. No one actually knew why. Among the scattered remains of these texts, some had bold speculation that neither Immortal Emperor Fei nor Deep South Divine Emperor left these flowers behind. The senior revealed. Who could it be then? The students remained skeptical because they couldn't come up with another being capable of leaving this level of Grand Tao flower. Well, that's why it is still an unsolvable mystery at the Academy to this day. The senior smiled in response. As time passed, more students came around. Even a few teachers were joining in. Gu Qiheng still wasn't here yet, but students were sitting down in the courtyard. They were completely confident that his lecture would greatly benefit them via Tao resonation. The 3 scions have arrived as well. After several days of recuperation and taking medicines, Six-Sword Young King was perfectly fine now. The injuries were serious but didn't actually hurt his weak spots. The scions are here. The students quickly came to greet them. While people were greeting each other, Free Sky Young Lord climbed up the stage and stared at the students. Xuanji has been asked by Teacher Qiheng to start a preamble for his lecture so that everyone will know what the content will be, whether it is suitable or not. He said, "Please excuse my audacity for outlining the Tao derivation lecture first, feel free to point out any mistakes." This introduction didn't surprise people at all because the young lord had taken over for Qiheng in the classroom in the past. It was suitable and reasonable for him to do the introduction right now. After hearing the outline, the students could decide whether to stay or not. This was good preparation done by Gu Qiheng. Though Free Sky was only a student, there was no restriction for people to lecture at the Tao courtyard. Moreover, he was a high god already, so he was certainly qualified to lecture on this stage from multiple perspectives. Six-Sword and Rumination entered without any hesitation after seeing this to show their support. Remember, they were the leaders of 100 halls and sacred institution right now, so many students followed them. Plus, this preamble wasn't going to be bad at all. Free Sky has done a good job in the past teaching at 100 halls. Some students from Emperor Mansion came as well. They needed to give Free Sky some face since he was the leader of this classroom. Suitability didn't matter too much, the courtyard was already filled with students. Today we'll start with a lecture on Tao derivation. It consists of Teacher Qiheng's recent findings on the Grand Tao, the lifeblood of his research, even. Though he wouldn't dare to claim that it's peerless, the explanation will certainly be unique and effective. Free Sky began. Chapter 2044, Free Sky was eloquent and well-prepared, speaking as smooth as the flow of water or the drifting of the clouds. This was due to his experience with previous lectures in place of Qiheng. Thus, despite being before a large crowd, he remained cool and collected. One had to admit that he was quite capable in this regard. If his cultivation continued to increase, he would have the chance to become a teacher at the academy. Tao derivation focuses on maximizing the power of merit laws. Thus, he had created a method to invoke their potential, so that the user could maximize the effect to a boundless level. A deluge of heavenly flowers and Dao came out. Buzz. The Dao laws in the courtyard began to move like flowing water. Some jumped like elves or danced like fairies. Just like that, the runic lines on the cliff also fluctuated with ripples and waves, as if wanting to create supreme symbols. In the beginning, the students were here only to show their support or to flatter the three scions. However, the lecture became increasingly deep and discerning, robbing the breath of the listeners outside. Thus, more and more students made their way into the courtyard from all three classrooms. The majority of 100 halls were here, and even some from emperor mansions came in. Buzz. The buzzing of Dao resonation came about as the students became more and more immersed. Their own grand Dao began to harmonize with the courtyard, with laws appearing and weaving around them. The power of these Dao poured out like the surging spring into the students, so they became quite comfortable. In this place with strong resonation, the more they understood, the stronger they became from gaining the power of the Dao. It would be much easier to open Dao laws as well. The students here had different resonation level and varying degree of benefits. As for the one outside the courtyard, they didn't enjoy this Dao resonation since it required a physical presence inside. It wasn't that easy to sync with the grand Dao, it required the perfect circumstances. The ones who didn't join were those who had some feud with Free Sky or the extremely talented and powerful students. Just like that, when Free Sky was finished, more than half of the students in the academy have joined the courtyard to listen. The Grand Dao is magical with countless arts. Teacher Qiheng is simply picking one path in this ocean. Free Sky eloquently finished his introduction. Well said. Thunderous resonations erupted in the courtyard along with the cheers from the audience. Rumination and Six Sword were the first to start clapping and cheering. Though they did try to move the crowd, the lecture was truly well done. Free Sky could become a teacher at the academy after several more years. Buzz. The wall was rippling with multiple waves of runes. Finally, they wove together to form a grand Dao flower. After the waves dissipated, the flower had 2 petals blossoming. Free Sky young lord is indeed extraordinary, he'll be able to stay as a teacher in 2 years. Sighs and praises came about. Right, he can really become a teacher. Many students clamored. Free Sky left behind his signature, Wang Xuanji. He then smiled and said, "Please excuse my insufficient introduction, it couldn't completely bring out all the profundities of Teacher Qiheng's arts." "You have done very well." A lofty voice answered him, "If you have made your debut several years earlier, you might have caught up to me already." A person was soaring through the sky in a majestic and free manner like a scholar coming out of a painting. He had plenty of nobility and elegance instead of an oppressive aura in each of his gesture. Nevertheless, people felt an uncontrollable sense of respect and would stand up to greet him. "Teacher." All students got on their feet. Some students even started shouting. "He's so charming, not only is he the #1 genius at our academy, he's also the most handsome." A few female students nearly drooled after seeing his supreme style. In fact, plenty of girls at the academy had a crush on him, this was no secret. A dragon among men like him would attract attention and love at first sight wherever he went. Gu Qiheng. A few higher-level students sighed with all kinds of emotion after seeing him. At the academy, one could graduate after 3 to 4 years. However, some were willing to stay and train for longer. Granted, they needed to pass the stringent requirements from the academy to linger around. Who didn't know about young monarch Gu Qiheng at the academy? He was the youngest high god in this generation and most promising to become an ancient god. These students who were in the same class at him became wistful. They were still learning while he had become a teacher with the greatest potential as a high god with 7 totems. The gap was evident, no wonder why they became emotional after seeing their peer. After he made his entrance, the students outside rushed in like a tsunami. Even the arrogant students from Emperor Mansion were ready to listen now. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was filled to the brim. Fewer than few students weren't actually present in the courtyard. The previous older students, many of whom were high gods, had no interest in Free Sky earlier. After all, he hasn't reached the right level to earn their attention. This was no longer the case when Gu Qiheng came in. After hearing the introduction, some of these high gods felt that maybe this lecture was worth it. Rumination commented after seeing the waves of people, "Teacher Qiheng has too much charisma. The amount of people here is the same as the lectures from the older teachers. His Tao comprehension is far above many high gods. He's just young, so after more years of training, he'll be able to catch up or even exceed the older teachers. He'll be an ancient god for sure, so his achievements aren't something that one nobody could reach." Free Sky replied. "Humph, damn right. Teacher's lecture will be brilliant enough to take down that Li guy. He'll leave in embarrassment. Someone like him wants to compete against Teacher Qiheng? He doesn't know his own limits." Six Sword snorted. He and Li Qia have broken off all courteous pretense, so there was no need for him to mind his words. On the other hand, Rumination and Free Sky only smiled back, not wanting to go all out. Free Sky said with a suggestive smile, "Just wait and watch, Teacher Qiheng is about go and show us something amazing." Meanwhile, Qiheng was starting. "In my recent cultivation session, I have learned a bit more about the Tao. Not wishing to be selfish with my findings, I am here to share it with everyone. Tao derivation is a common topic for cultivators. It pertains to the core of cultivation and the ultimate profundity of how to create and use the grand Tao. Chapter 2045, Gu Qiheng began with magical words and the Tao turned into the myriad laws. The resonation began not long after his start. In just a short time, he completely captivated many students, both the seniors and juniors. Those from the same class were still attracted by the content and quickly sat down in the courtyard. Only a little number of students were still outside for different reasons. "He's doing well." Other young teachers showed up and one of them nodded approvingly. He entered the courtyard as well. "Teacher Zhou, you're here now? Gu Qiheng's lecture is indeed excellent." The students outside saw this group of teachers and said, "Qiheng was a talent worthy of admiration and would be a big shot at other places." Alas, at the academy, a high god with 7 totems wasn't much. There were plenty of older teachers here with 10 totems and up. Plus, most teachers used to be supreme geniuses once and might just be a little inferior to Qiheng, talent-wise. Thus, the teachers from the last generation didn't come to listen while the young ones only came for fun. They wouldn't have necessarily entered the courtyard. Alas, after actually hearing the content, they entered because Qiheng was doing an incredible job, enough to tempt the other teachers. He came prepared and should have no problem getting 5 petals. A student older than Qiheng sighed and said, "Yes, it is worth listening." Qiheng's peer nodded and said with a tinge of regrets, "Unfortunately, I cultivate only one Tao alone, or I would think about his Tao derivation." "What about you, why aren't you coming in?" The senior saw a different student who was immersed in the lecture. "Humph, we're mortal enemies for a long time now." The guy answered, "But, I do admit that this lecture is good. That teacher named Li Qia from study room will lose for sure." Despite hating each other, the students still recognized Qiheng's abilities. The content is impeccable, so he has a lot of potential given his age. Some older teachers can't compare to him. The senior lamented. Only Virtuous is on the same level as him, but he's better at Tao comprehension. However, Virtuous' bloodline is a great advantage. The rival said, "I understand the guy too well. The fact that he dares to do this shows just how confident and well-prepared he is." This Li Qia messed up by accepting the challenge since he doesn't know Qiheng well enough. Once he loses, Qiheng won't let him off that easily. it'll be a humiliating event. In the past, this rival had lost to Qiheng before, so he was aware of the guy's nature. He thought that this person named Li Qie was quite unlucky and might not be able to stay as a teacher at the academy in the future. Qiheng's trying to establish his prestige, this Li Qie guy can only blame his luck. The senior nodded. The Tao is the origin of the myriad laws. The myriad laws can be formed from cultivation. Meanwhile, Qiheng was doing his thing. The students at the courtyard were glowing with their own Tao appearing. This majestic power surged like the spring, resulting in a magnificent scene. The Tao cliff turned into a vast ocean. Everyone felt that they were meditating within this ocean among the majestic power of the Tao. In a short time, it became easier to understand the myriad laws, allowing them to exert their merit laws to the limit. Boom! Finally, the runes on the cliff rose higher like a tsunami. Rumble! In this split second, a long grand Tao rushed to the sky and resonated with the students. Their own Tao rushed upward like waterfalls. There was no doubt that the lecture was enough to create the profundities of the grand Tao and caused a sizable ripple to the courtyard. The laws here became animated and harmonized with his content. He had quite a deep understanding on the topic of Tao derivation. A grand Tao flower appeared on the wall with petals blossoming. 6 was the final number. Buzz! It emitted a faint glow before taking its spot. 6 petals. The students cried out in astonishment. Brother Qiheng is amazing, I only got 4 petals last time. The teacher named Zhou sighed and said, he'll catch up to the academy elders soon. The teachers here agreed with this evaluation. The guy could create a 6-petal flower at such a young age meant that he would be able to catch up with existences like immortal monarch Jilin as long as he had more time. Amazing lecture. Applauses and clapping came about like the thunder during spring. All the students were excited and appreciative of Qiheng because they benefited greatly just now. Teacher, you're our idol. So many shouted. Teacher, I love you. You'll certainly beat Teacher Li Qie. Some female students took this opportunity to profess their love. This person's fame right now is unbelievable. Let us leave now. Teacher Zhou smilingly joked and told the other teachers. Thank you, everyone. Please excuse any mistakes I have made. Qiheng remained cool and collected, impressing the crowd even more. The atmosphere remained excited with students screaming and cheering for him. It took a long time before the waves of applause ended. Qiheng left his signature behind on the flower since it was a great achievement. It is your turn, Brother Qie. I am eagerly awaiting. Qiheng left the stage and said in a classy manner. After hearing this, the students all left the courtyard like a receding tide. There was not one person left. They couldn't be blamed for their pragmatic choice. After all, Li Qie had never lectured at the academy before, so no one knew of his skill level. Even those who were interested wanted to play it safe first. Plus, many didn't care about the topic of Tao heart. It was intangible and wouldn't help cultivation too much. The courtyard became quiet again, a striking contrast versus the scene earlier. Is anyone staying? Even those who wanted to come inside the courtyard would find the situation very awkward since everyone is watching. What's the point of talking about the Tao heart? We from 100 Halls have no interest in this topic. Six Swords sneered and purposely declared this to the other students. Chapter 2046. The crowd was waiting outside with darting eyes while the courtyard was completely empty, certainly different from the excitement earlier. Where's Teacher Li? A student looked around and found Li Qie nowhere in sight all of this time. Gu Qiheng didn't say anything. He stood and coolly stared at the stage in waiting. Why isn't Teacher Li here yet? A student quietly asked. Who knows? Someone from 100 Halls laughed. Teacher Qiheng did such a good job and no young teacher can surpass him. So now, people would just embarrass themselves by going up there, the guy might be too afraid to accept the challenge now. This student clearly wanted to flatter Gu Qiheng since he was a teacher there. He's probably not coming if he's not here right now. Six Sword smirked, no courage to even come on the stage, how can he have any face to stay here as a teacher? Six Sword already had an irreconcilable feud with Li Qiye, so he said whatever he wanted. Plus, his father was virtuous Dao protector and Gu Qiheng had his back as well. Someone's coming inside. A group brought their own chairs to the courtyard, Lu Jinsheng, Goldloop, and Yi Xinxue. They sat in a corner and kept a low profile with a humble attitude. It was as if they didn't want others to notice them. Everyone sneered after seeing these students from study room. Makes sense, no problem for students to go listen to their own teacher. If they didn't come, he would probably bully them later. The students standing near Qiheng tried their best to make him happy. Though many were pointing their finger and mocking the group, they remained silent and ignored everything. Someone else is coming. Another student went inside along, Yao Ting from 100 Halls. The content of the lecture didn't matter because Li Qiye had treated her so well. Plus, she was aware of how powerful he was, so his lecture couldn't be bad at all. She joined the other three without saying anything. Isn't that Sister Yao Ting? She was relatively famous in 100 Halls because of her achievements despite her humble beginning. Moreover, she had plenty of suitors as well. Several more female students from 100 Halls came in after seeing this since they were good friends with Yao Ting. We should go listen too. After a clandestine deliberation, more students with weaker background from 100 Halls also joined in. There were cliques in 100 Halls because the students came from all over the world. For example, nobilities like Six Sword and the others formed a group. Meanwhile, the more grassroots students wanted nothing to do with them. Of course, this group consisted mainly of males and chose to sit next to Yao Ting's group of friends. Only a bunch of nobodies. So what if they gather together, still useless all the same? Another student from 100 Halls snorted, these trashes can only band together with their own kind, not qualified to join anything else. But the moment this student finished, another girl had entered the stage in the same quiet manner. Sister Miao Chan. This student's jaw dropped to the ground as he questioned what he was seeing. Young King, it's Sister Miao Chan. A student next to Six Sword said. The king's expression became quite ugly, turning red then green. He couldn't speak from the sheer shock. Miao Chan had much more influence in 100 Halls compared to Yao Ting and the others. Though people didn't know of her origin, she had the support of many students because they would come to ask her for questions. Of course, she was also popular with the boys. Furthermore, many knew that Six Sword had a crush on Miao Chan. However, he got beaten down badly by Li Qiye and now, she was showing support for Li Qiye? It was the same as slapping his face. No one dared to say anything else. The ones who didn't like Six Sword also followed Miao Chan inside. In just a short time, more than a dozen students were waiting for the lecture. There are people waiting but the lecturer is still late. What's the point of listening? Rumination scowled. The three scions were on the side of Qiheng, so they naturally wanted to humiliate Li Qiye. Yes, this teacher is something else. Even the older teachers for our sacred institution aren't this arrogant, we don't need to listen to this crap. Another student added. Right, he's trying to act cool as if he's better than the elders. An Emperor Mansion student snorted. The elders were the ones who taught in Emperor Mansion. The students there weren't too happy to see Li Qiye acting so arrogant, at least in their eyes. The Dao heart is useless too, it will be too ordinary. Rumination said, everyone from our Emperor Mansion has a firm Dao heart, we have done enough on our own, no need for someone else to guide us. Right, no need for us to listen to this Dao heart lecture, it's a waste of time. Someone next to him chimed in. Excuse me for being late. Suddenly, a clear voice came about, signaling the arrival of a supreme beauty, Mei Suyao. She also entered the courtyard and sat next to the other students. Fairy Mei is here too. The dozen inside became excited. In the beginning, only Miao Chan was an important character in their group. But now, this was no longer the case with Mei Suyao around. Fairy Mei is going too? In just a short time, the students from Sacred Institution and Emperor Mansion glanced at each other with an awkward expression. Her beauty could drive the soul crazy and her talents were impeccable. Some even believed that she was more gifted than Rumination but kept it a secret. Normally, her fans from the upper classrooms would crowd around her now. However, due to their disparaging comments earlier, it would look weird if they were to follow her in, especially the ones on the same camp as the three Scions and Gu Qiheng. If they were to join her right now, they could be alienated from Rumination's group. Let's go, my Dao heart is unstable right now so this can be helpful. Not everyone in the upper classrooms liked Rumination and his group so some geniuses decided to join in. Normally, they wouldn't dare to directly oppose that group. However, the most beloved in Emperor Mansion, Mei Suyao, was in there right now so they had nothing to be afraid of. This added up to more than 100 students waiting inside for Li Qiye's lecture. Still no big deal compared to teacher Qiheng. He had tens of thousands listening. A student snorted. Alas, Li Qiye was still nowhere to be found and the ones inside grew restless. Just one lecture, does he really need to put on a show like this? Someone else couldn't help but scowl. If they didn't want to see Li Qiye humiliate himself, they would have left already. Brother Qiye, the students are eager to learn, wanting to listen to your supreme lecture. They can't wait any longer, will you come on stage now? Gu Qiheng spoke softly but everyone here could hear his words. Chapter 2047, Gu Qiheng sounded as if he was praising Li Qiye to the students, but this was certainly not the case. There were only 100 students inside versus the tens of thousands outside. How could one describe this scene as the students eager to learn? It was a blatant mockery. Right, we can't wait to hear the lecture and learn. Another student sarcastically shouted. Ha ha ha. Blaring laughter erupted. It wasn't that the students here hated Li Qiye but rather Gu Qiheng was too popular and well-liked among the student body. If they had to pick one between the two, the majority wouldn't hesitate at all before picking Qiheng since they didn't know Li Qiye at all. Brother Qiheng, don't worry, even the elders are willing to wait for young noble Li's lecture. A woman rapidly floated through the sky just like a goddess. No one would be able to stay calm before her. Teacher Qianxian is here too. She naturally attracted the attention of the students so one of them shouted. Qianxian said after arriving, great, not late for the young noble's lecture. She then took her seat. Everyone was stunned to see this since Qianxian was definitely on the same level as Qiheng among the young teachers. She didn't come to support Qiheng but came early for Li Qiye's. Qiheng's expression naturally shifted a bit but he quickly smiled and kept his cool style. At this moment, two more people were entering the valley. They seemed a bit unfamiliar with the layout. One was a burly man with a divine saber while the beautiful woman was more delicate and slender with a long sword on her back. They hid their auras and power so no one could read their cultivation at all. It's been a while, this is the right place? The middle-aged man looked at the courtyard and asked. Husband, where are you looking at? That's the Dao wall over there and the Dao flowers. Where else has these flowers at the academy but the Dao courtyard? The beautiful woman smiled and said. True, then we're at the right place. The middle-aged man scratched his head. The appearance of this couple surprised the students. They wondered where these two popped up from since they didn't seem to be teachers at the academy. They look so familiar, I'm sure I've seen them before. A student found this quite strange. You're right, I see that too but can't seem to recall. Another student agreed. Let's go, stop messing around. It's so rare that teacher would actually do a lecture. The woman told the man. Right, it's good that we're not late or I would have to slap myself. The middle-aged man smiled back. The two of them walked hand in hand to the courtyard. The students inside naturally stared at them. Seniors, please excuse my late reception. Xian quickly stood up and went to greet them. Oh, you're so big now. No need to be so polite, we're closer than that. The woman smilingly said. The man joked, this little girl is about to be stronger than us. Seems like the future waves will keep growing stronger and better. Uncle Yang, you always tease me like this. Your sword and saber combination is unbeatable in the present. Xian smiled freely like a little girl. I know who they are now. An Emperor Mansion student suddenly blurted out, but he realized that this was too disrespectful. He quickly lowered his voice, that's the guardians of our academy, Harmony Immortal Monarchs. Yes, that's them, I've seen their portraits before in literature. A different student quietly agreed. Everyone finally realized why this couple looked so familiar since they have seen their gigantic statues at the entrance of literature. Of course, they also became slack-jawed, even two immortal monarchs were coming to listen to this lecture. How astonishing! These two monarchs have slain a grand emperor with 8 wills before with their sword and saber. They were well respected as older monarchs, but who would have thought that they would come here in person? Good, I'm not late or it would be a great crime. A burst of free laughter echoed in the sky as another person entered the courtyard. South Emperor, a student cried out. He had just become an immortal monarch 2 days ago with 4 wills. The guy was quite famous right now, so the students were stunned again by his presence. The young generation will surpass us. Little brother, you will shoulder 12 wills in the future and become the pride of our academy just like immortal monarch Iya. Yang Zhenwei, the husband, patted South Emperor's shoulder and laughed. Dao brother, thank you. South Emperor cupped his fist in response, your sword and saber are invincible, a junior like me have a lot to learn from you too. Who is the junior here? Guoxingyue smiled charmingly and said. Seniority isn't determined by age, you two were first on the Dao path so I am the junior. South Emperor smiled back. The husband and wife smiled before getting into their spot. At this moment, Yao Ting and her peers were scared out of their mind with a tinge of excitement. There was no way to describe their feelings right now. Remember, it was impossible for them to meet these legendary characters normally. But now, they could hear them chat casually. Sitting with an emperor was a fortune in and of itself. They could feel the emperor's radiance, this would be a conversational topic lasting for a lifetime. Even if they couldn't become big shots in the future, but they could still tell their juniors in the future that they have sat and talked with Harmony Monarch and South Emperor before. Their chest would be arched forward as they tell their descendants with pride about the event, that your ancestors have seen some big shots before. Damned old men, hurry up or we'll be late. You're so old now but still tardy like a student. Have you no shame? An old voice disrupted the frozen atmosphere. An old man with a cane walked as if he was flying inside. His spirit was still high with bright silvery eyes. The previous headmaster, a student stammered after recognizing him. Geezer sure, think you're cool because you can still go fast? Someone behind him shouted. Next, a group of old people happily walked into the valley, all with gray hair. Am I seeing things? They're all ancestors from the academy, why are they here? For the lecture? All the students became petrified after seeing this group. These were the strongest characters at the academy. Normally, they didn't bother giving a lecture at all unless they were in the mood. Thus, attending one of these classrooms would be the blessing of 3 lifetimes. But now, they were coming in droves just to hear Li Qia's lecture. Teachers. Yao Ting and the others couldn't believe that they were attending a lecture with these ancestors. No one would ever believe this if told. Harmony, the two of you are here too. One ancestor laughed after South Emperor and the two monarchs stood up to greet the old group. Famous monarchs they might be, some of the ancestors have taught them before. Teacher, if you lecture again, we'll certainly be there. Yang Zhenwei laughed. After the quick exchange, these ancestors sat down. Yao Ting's group finally became relieved and sat down as well. They didn't dare to breathe loudly at this moment and were secretly jubilating. If they didn't come in early, they wouldn't have been in a position to walk in after these big shots were already around. It was an issue of seniority and showing respect. They weren't qualified to sit down with the ancestors and emperors. Some students outside were regretting their decision. If they had done what Yao Ting's group did, they could be sitting just fine in the courtyard now without breaking any formality. Oh, all of you didn't even bother letting me know and just sneak here? Think I'm too slow and would drag everyone down? Another old voice came about. An ordinary-looking old man slowly wandered into the courtyard. However, all the ancestors and emperors immediately stood up. Harmony immortal monarchs rushed ahead and held the old man up, one to his left and right. They were as obedient as students before this old man. This one can be interpreted in two ways. The first could be that she saw through his real age, the second is that she believes he'll be more powerful / is more powerful right now too. This one can be headmaster, respectful, or ex-headmaster. I can't tell without further context or the presence of the current headmaster, just one of those things. But the previous headmaster has been mentioned before, so I'm guessing that this is the case here. Chapter 2048. The students outside took a deep breath after seeing this, not knowing the identity of this old man shaking after each step. Nevertheless, just seeing the respectful treatment from the monarchs showed just how incredible the identity of this old man must be. Grandpa Mo, sit here. All the elders stood up while the old headmaster personally brought a chair for the old man. All of these ancestors were the longest tenured teachers of the academy, acting as the pillars with the strongest fighting force. The old headmaster was even more unfathomable with a high seniority. Alas, he still looked like a junior before this old man. Grandpa Mo. The students were shocked after hearing this all too familiar name. Even the young teachers were amazed. That's Grandpa Mo. Everyone understood why the two monarchs acted so respectfully after figuring this out. Only one person was called this at the academy, Mo Qianjun. The oldest teacher here with plenty of high gods and emperors who used to be his alumni. Just imagine, who could surpass him at teaching at the academy? At the 13 continents? He wasn't actually that strong in terms of cultivation, weaker than many emperors and even high gods. However, this didn't deter him from being an amazing teacher. The most prideful and arrogant emperor around would still call him Grandpa Mo. With his presence, the rowdy crowd of ancestors and emperors became quiet and obedient. Thus, Yao Ting's group was even more nervous. This event was like a dream and would no doubt become the most honorable and prestigious memory later on for them. The ones outside were no longer in a position to enter. Even the young teachers couldn't do so without looking insolent and arrogant. Previously, only Yao Ting's group was there, so it was fine for anyone to join in. But now, all of these big shots rendered this impossible. The crowd ended up staying outside and kept quiet, not wanting to disturb the ancestors. Nevertheless, a tempest of questions was raging in their mind. Just a lecture from Wuxia was enough for Harmony monarchs to travel a long distance. The reclusive ancestors also came out just to listen as students this time around. In the end, even Grandpa Mo has come out. This was someone who left a 12-petal grand Dao flower on the cliff. Who in this world was qualified to lecture him on the Dao? Gu Qiheng was completely taken aback now. The smile looked rather forced on his face, his expression no longer as free and elegant as before. His lecture was quite exceptional since he had prepared very well. Confident he was in being the most gifted, powerful, and versed as teaching among the young teachers. He believed that this lecture could go down in history. In fact, he really did quite well. The majority of the students came to listen, and he even left behind a 6-petal flower. In his mind, this should be more than enough to crush Li Qie. He assumed that not many students would even come to listen to Li Qie's lecture. Alas, the abrupt development slapped him without any mercy. Li Qie didn't need to do anything and was already crushing him. The big shots here in person have proven Li Qie's worth. They stood here, waiting patiently while the young students became more nervous by the minute. The ones outside who mocked Li Qie before were pale with quivering knees because of their ignorance. If the higher-ups were to investigate this, they would have no place to stay at the academy or arrogance. The moment the ancestors made a statement, the imperial lineages and great power would no longer entertain them. Finally, Li Qie has arrived. He strolled leisurely towards the stage and was completely calm to see his audience. It was as if this was how it should be for one of his lectures. After he made it on the stage, the ancestors, emperors, and even a shaking old man like Grandpa Mo all stood up. Yao Ting's group naturally copied them despite their trembling legs. This show of respect naturally stunned everyone outside. "Sit." Li Qie nodded and said. The ancestors finally sat down, finishing this domineering and unbelievable scene. As we look up, just how boundless is the sky and vast is this world? Does our journey truly end at the imperial level? Does our limit stop at 12 wills and 12 totems? Li Qie began while looking at the students. All the ancestors became spirited with flashing eyes. The near-death aura was nowhere to be found, as if they had just become much younger. What is there at the end of the world? Will we be able to reach that place and find out? No one can answer this question, so we must try our best to find the answer. Many have traveled quite far on this path: Origin Heaven Emperor, Deep South Divine Emperor, Immortal Emperor Fei, Immortal Emperor Gu Chun. All of these wise sages have embarked on this journey. Of course, waves of sages have done so in even older eras, but, is strength the most important thing on this journey? Is it about possessing heaven's wills, treasures, and techniques? He stared implicatively at the students and continued, "There's no doubt that power can propel us further, but only towards the darkness if we do not have a firm Tao heart." Chapter 2049. The lecture thus far attracted everyone in the audience and those standing outside. Numerous have asked me, "Teacher, are there immortals in this world?" Li Qie spoke with a solemn expression. "I often dodge this question because there is no way of truly knowing. Further deliberation would only leave a shadow in their mind. Today, I think it is safe to say that our realm, in the 9 worlds and 10th world, does not have immortals. But this doesn't mean they do not exist. However, they are not like in your imagination. Look up and use your imagination. Perhaps you think that these immortals can live forever. But, on the contrary, what looms above could also be devils or unfathomable darkness. Immortals or devils? Devils or immortals? No one knows. But what determines their very being? Their origin? Their race? Or life experiences? None of the above. The heart dictates that, one of the Tao. Your Tao heart will determine your future path and whether you become an immortal or devil. That's the main decider, not your cultivation, your clan, or the long years. The Tao path is endless, and so is a journey. Cultivation is crucial to a certain extent, but your ultimate fate will be up to your Tao heart. The heart needs to be vast in order to truly utilize one's talents and see the true immensity of the world. His voice sounded like an immortal hymn. He took his time without focusing on the peerless merit laws or ways of cultivation, only about the Tao heart. This simple topic mesmerized the crowd. Even the emperors and ancestors were basking in the content and forgetting everything else. Only his words remained in their mind. Even Gu Qiheng was immersed in this experience. The content was completely foreign to him since he didn't care about the Tao heart in the past. What was more important than supreme talents for a genius like him? In fact, Mo Qianjun was also listening attentively. This lecture had a different effect on people. The untalented decided to focus on perseverance, the geniuses wanted to focus on their goal, the truly strong such as emperors became wary of the future. The emperors were musing on the subject of immortals. What were these beings like if they truly exist? They also thought about how to stay on track on the path towards becoming a true immortal. However, there was no Tao resonation or laws appearing. The cliff itself seemed especially quiet. It was as if the laws and even the supreme grand Tao were quietly listening to him. All along, people judged a lecture based on the Tao resonation. However, they forgot about everything else at this moment. No one cared for the Tao resonation or how much they were benefiting. The future is still far away and one's destination depends on themselves and their Tao heart. Let it illuminate the way for you. We'll end the lecture here with this. Li Qia finally concluded. Everyone here was still in a daze from this brilliant lecture. As he was walking down the stage, the group finally regained their wits and started clapping like crazy. Clap! 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 The upper echelon stood up and clapped with the greatest reverence while staring at Li Qia. The lecture was colorful and extraordinary. Even beings of their level greatly benefited from gaining new knowledge. A new door had been opened for them. From start to finish, Li Qia was concise and didn't waste a single word. He didn't provoke Gu Qiheng at all or had no intent to do so in the first place. The flower is blooming. Someone shouted so all eyes turned for the cliff. There was a clear lack of ripples and waves on the surface. A flower quietly started to blossom like an orchid in the middle of the night in serenity, unbeknownst by anyone. 1, 2, 3, the crowd quietly counted the petals. 12. A student shouted after seeing 12 petals. No, it's not over yet, there's another one. Right when people thought it would stop at 12, the flower was still blossoming. 13 petals. A grand Tao flower with 13 petals. A genius who didn't like Li Qia screamed. Everyone gasped after seeing this achievement even above Grandpa Mo and immortal monarchy. Remember, the monarch had 12 wills while Grandpa Mo was the best teacher at the academy. However, a young teacher like Li Qia had actually surpassed both of them in terms of Tao instruction. The third 13-petal flower is here. Teacher Zhou murmured, it has been a very long time since the last one. No, wait. It is still blooming. There's the 14th petal. The ones who were still looking at the flower blurted out in uncontrollable excitement. What? That's impossible. The highest so far is only 13, the crowd was shocked into disbelief. But this was clearly the case. This 14-petal flower was blooming above the two with 13 petals. So 13 petals weren't the limit. Teacher Zhou murmured in a daze. All along, the 13-petal flowers reigned supreme on the cliff, so everyone thought that this was the limit. Damn, they all took a deep breath. Gu Qiheng turned pale after seeing this. He has always been confident in his talents. In his mind, becoming an ancient god was only a matter of time. However, staring at the flower made him feel as if someone was ruthlessly hammering his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. No one could ever surpass this achievement, not even him who would one day stand at the apex of the Tao. After becoming an ancient god, would he be more amazing than immortal monarchy? Most likely not. Alas, the guy only got a 12-petal flower while Wuxia's had 14. Chapter 2050. The flower quietly blossomed in that spot without any fanfare. It alone was enough to establish Wuxia's position at the academy. The bragging geniuses earlier turned red and awkward. They wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and hide. This feeling was more unbearable than being slapped in public. If Wuxia were to slap them, then at the very least, they still got into his sight. But now, the guy didn't even bother glancing at them or utter words of reprimand. It meant that they weren't qualified to be yelled at by him, no different from insects. Another miracle. Mo Qianjun said emotionally, "When will I be able to listen to another lecture like this?" With that, he gently sighed and shook his head, then limped away. The ancestors made way for him while Harmony monarchs supported his pace to his left and right. The hope is still bright in the future. The old headmaster said, understanding the significance behind this lecture. It also served as a warning to the powerful beings. He bowed deeply at the flower, then left. The other ancestors also did the same with a respectful expression. The students remained silent for a long time. No one dared to utter a word and break this tranquility. This moment of silence was the greatest showing of reverence towards Wuxia. Qiheng was in a terrible position. He challenged Wuxia and did quite well for being so young. Alas, it seemed so insignificant and trivial in comparison. So many students cheered for him just a moment ago, but everyone seemed to have forgotten his existence or his 6-petal flower. It was too common and ordinary compared to the 14-petal one, like a plain girl versus a supreme fairy. Everyone would look at the fairy while forgetting about the girl, letting her drift away among the clouds. His face was becoming quite hot. Wuxia didn't bother to look at him once from start to finish, as if he didn't exist. He started this whole challenge, but in the end, the stage belonged to Wuxia, the main character, while he was only an inconspicuous clown in the corner. In the end, he left noiselessly like a dog that had lost its master, while feeling that this was the most humiliating moment of his life despite a lack of retaliation coming from Wuxia. Six-Sword Young King's group wasn't faring any better. They also left clandestinely, not wanting to attract any attention. The academy found peace after the lecture. The normally arrogant geniuses played nice and trained hard without causing any trouble. Wuxia also didn't leave study room and was doing something behind closed doors. Min Yeshua and the others got no idea what he was trying to find. Alas, the ancestors knew that this was only the calm before the storm. Nevertheless, they were confident in defeating it because they have prepared enough. More importantly, Wuxia was here at the academy. This would decide the outcome of the incoming war. Because of this, they were in high spirits, knowing that they could handle the attack of a 12-will emperor. Boom! Sure enough, the tranquility didn't last long. In one night, crumbling noises came about as if something was leaving its shackles. Everyone in the academy heard it clearly. The students ran outside in order to figure out what was going on. Look! One student pointed at the sky. Something strange was happening up above. The entire space of the academy was shaking like a tsunami, while the academy was a victim ship in the very center. Who knows how long it would last? Clank! The source of the fluctuation came from a little pagoda made from runes, not metal. The entire thing was surrounded by Tao chains of unknown origin. Its majestic aura could suppress everything for eternity. The pagoda was trembling, wishing to escape from these chains. Each vibration was stronger and more violent than the previous. The chains retaliated by coiling even tighter, as if wanting to break the pagoda to pieces. However, the pagoda was a tough one and only grew tougher as the bout went on. Just like that, space itself was affected. What the hell is going on? The students were startled and confused. Ring! The gong of the academy resounded with the voice of the headmaster imposing down on each corner of the academy. Due to the unusual occurrence, all students head for the safeguard fort right now or face the consequence. The stern warning woke up the students. They finally realized the gravity of the situation and quickly headed for the fort, not daring to come out. Of course, some bold students thought they were strong enough with protective treasures to stay outside and watch. Others had questionable motives and didn't head for the fort. The academy didn't bother telling them otherwise. This event could also serve as life-or-death training. Boom! The pagoda finally broke through the chains and created a terrible spatial eruption. This tidal wave of spatial entity engulfed the academy entirely. The entire place trembled like crazy, on the verge of collapse. The students were scared out of their mind. Eventually, everything calmed down because this spatial fluctuation couldn't harm the academy in the slightest. However, any other great power would have turned to ashes. A few students came out for a look and they were met with a primordial aura. The outside world is gone. One of them looked up at the sky and screamed in horror. This made others come out and were astounded just like him. Though the academy was massive, one could still see the outside world from within its territories, such as other cities and countries. However, it was a primitive world as far as the eyes can see. Gigantic trees blotted out the sky while the mountains towered through it. Monstrous beasts roaming around had the power to devour the sun and moon. They felt as if they were in a different and unknown world now, no longer inside arrogance or any place in the 13 continents for that matter. Chapter 2051, Everything outside was replaced by a primal world with no end in sight. They were no longer within arrogance or the 13 continents. This place was too majestic and vast. One tree alone covered 1,000 miles radius. One peak could pierce through the sky. This also seemed like the center of the universe with stars rotating around it. Meanwhile, this spot where the academy resided was only a tiny corner of this world. The school was massive but it was nothing compared to this world. What's going on? The students glanced nervously at each other as if they had been abandoned by the previous world. No one knew what was up, not even some of the teachers. Clank. The gong and the sound of the headmaster continued, return to safe areas or face the consequences. The situation felt more urgent so the majority of the students went back. Some geniuses from Emperor Mansion were still confident enough to stay out. During this time, the three scions snuck outside to find Gu Qiheng. Qiheng lived in a grotto all by himself in one of the safest areas of the academy. Teacher, what's going on? Free Sky didn't have an idea and asked Qiheng. A type of returning to the roots. Qiheng remained nonchalant. What? The three were still confused. Qiheng explained, the academy is returning to its own world by coming back here. The academy belongs to this world? Is that right? How can that be? Rumination didn't expect this answer. Gu Qiheng simply sat there with a smile as if this was all within his expectation. Free Sky asked again, Teacher, is it true? The academy is not part of our world? Gu Qiheng smiled, no, it is. He was willing to tell Free Sky since the guy could be considered his disciple. This is a legend hidden by the academy. Why did immortal Emperor Fei pick this place despite having Deep South Divine Emperor support? There were many amazing locations in the 13 continents. As long as he wanted to, he could pick a place like that to be the building location. Thus, the question is why this desolate place? The three glanced at each other. They have heard of this particular rumor before but the answer remained a mystery. The truth is that it pertains to a legend about an ancient world. Qiheng explained. An ancient world? Six Sword thought of something, one of the immortals. No, such a thing doesn't exist. Qiheng shook his head, to be more exact, this is an abandoned world with no one left. But who knows whether it is a complete one by itself or just a small corner. In short, according to the legend, no one was able to find this ancient world before. And immortal Emperor Fei found it later? Free Sky inquired. Qiheng agreed, yes, he found it and thought that it had great value. It doesn't matter why it was abandoned. From the plateau, one could have the best coordinates to cut into this world. I see, so that's why the Emperor built the academy on that plateau. Six Sword said. That's somewhat true. Qiheng answered, just building the academy at the entrance is not enough. Remember, immortal Emperor Fei was an apex existence and had the help of Deep South Divine Emperor, their power is beyond your imagination. The group nodded without refuting. Everyone knew about the strength of these two emperors. The two of them worked together to pull out this particular space and built the academy in the very center. Qiheng revealed. Teacher, you mean that the academy was originally built in this world? Free Sky was smart enough to understand right away. That's right. Qiheng continued, the two of them built it in this corner then pulled this spatial area from this world to Arrogance. Meanwhile, this world remained sealed. Qiheng's eyes slightly batted at this point, remember, because the academy is built in a special spatial accumulation, the essence of this world would continue to pour inside, allowing it to build up resources and more. This is the true foundation of the academy. It doesn't matter how many high gods and emperors have come out, its origin in this place surpassed all of that. The young ones were startled from hearing this secret for the first time. The academy alone enjoys the essences of an entire world. Damn, no wonder why its foundation is so strong. No other lineage in the 13 continents can match this. Free Sky murmured. Why didn't immortal Emperor Fei just build it here instead of doing this spatial manipulation to make it appear at Arrogance? Rumination wondered. No one knows the exact reason. Qiheng answered, one possible theory is that there are too many ferocious monsters here so it's not suitable for habitation. Another believes that this is the best place to gather the essences of this world. Sounds right. Free Sky nodded, if the academy remained in this world, many people will be able to reach it and the academy won't be able to maintain its monopoly. This spatial manipulation and sealing this world make it essential to destroy the academy first before reaching this world. No one disputed this statement. Six Sword went on to praise, Teacher, your knowledge is incredible, we have never heard of this secret before but you know it so well. Qiheng smiled and naturally wouldn't tell them that someone else told him all of this. This was also his purpose in staying at the academy. Remember, he was a youth with boundless potential due to his talents and great background. More importantly, he was already strong enough and had a chance of becoming an ancient god in the future. The world was his for the taking, he had no need to stay at the academy. The benefits and compensation here weren't worth it but something else interested him instead. Of course, he wasn't doing it for the students either. Information gathering was his main goal. Are you all ready for the storm? Qiheng asked. What kind? Six Sword anxiously asked. The academy has returned to this ancient world where the beasts roam freely. They are ferocious and will certainly attack the academy. Furthermore, something even more monstrous will assault the academy on this land. At that point, blood will run the ground and it could even collapse. Moreover, the three races are also paying attention with fervor of wanting to join in. Qiheng said. The three of them glanced at each other again. Their first thought was not to fight for the academy because they came from the great clans and imperial lineages. They were already strong and famous before joining the academy. Being here was the same as embroidering flowers on fine silk. Students like them were different from the ones with a humble beginning with loyalty for the academy. They were only loyal to their own clans and sections. This wasn't the case for the latter. The academy changed their fate so they felt a sense of gratitude and considered the academy as a second home. Chapter 2052, Li Qiye smiled at this point. The Academy doesn't need to worry about this world, only the ones from ours. Jin Sheng could understand. Normally, no one would dare to attack, but a disaster was here now. As the saying goes, the best time to strike is when the prey is sick. This was indeed a heaven-sent chance to attack the Academy. Those who ever had any ideas about the Academy would never let go of this chance, including the top emperors. I wonder how many powerful emperors will come unannounced, 11 wills or 12 wills. Jinsheng became serious since he would fall before these beings. Even the Academy would face real danger at that point. That's a good thing, the more people, the merrier. The more wills, the more power and influence. Li Qiye grinned. At this particular moment, Jinsheng just had a ridiculous thought. Perhaps the situation wasn't that dire for the Academy. Li Qiye seemed to be waiting like a hunter hiding among the thickets, waiting to deliver the fatal blow to his prey. The students were naturally alarmed in this primordial world because they could see the beasts outside. Whoosh! A creature resembling a hawk crossed through the sky above the Academy. Its wings could blot out the entire things with claws capable of clutching mountains. The flash of sharpness instilled chills into the spectators. Splash! The river suddenly billowed right outside the Academy with mud flying everywhere, enough to create marshes in the nearby areas. Damn! People eventually realized that it was a gigantic leech. Its mouth was large enough to look like a terrible black hole, capable of swallowing the Academy in whole. Buzz! Buzz! Another noise terrorized the Academy. Everyone could see a horde of mosquito-like monsters but only millions of times bigger, the size of a grindstone. Their needle resembled a flashing sword while they gazed at the Academy with bloodthirsty eyes. What are those things? The students were scared out of their mind after seeing so many mosquitoes. They could actually suck everyone dry and still be hungry. Clank! The gong rang again with the headmaster speaking, "Last warning, return to the safety fort. All available, get ready for battle. May the riches be ours." Some students thought about it and returned to safety while the confident ones remained. There weren't that many places with this many beasts around. The younger ones were several tens of thousand years old while some might have lived for 1,000,000 years. Just imagine, the blood and Dao bones of these creatures were amazing and precious. They couldn't ask for this good stuff normally, but now, they were coming knocking on their door. Thus, powerful students couldn't let this chance go by. Remove the defensive barrier. The headmaster ordered. The Academy couldn't return to arrogance right away since the timing needed to be right. At this moment, it focused on killing these attacking beasts first so that they could focus on the real disaster and the true enemies ahead. Buzz! Heavy buzzing came about as imperial barriers slowly came down, exposing the Academy to these monsters. When the defensive formations were still around, the fierce beasts didn't dare to attack at all. Though they lacked intelligence, the auras of the emperors could make any creature shudder. With the disappearance of the barriers, the monsters rushed into the Academy with lightning speed. The first to attack was a group of rhinoceros with lightning currents flowing on their body. Boom! Just one thrust of their horn could destroy an entire building. Shit, run! Some confident students immediately ran after seeing this. One person was slow and got charred and rendered immobile by a lightning bolt. Help! Help! The student screamed, aghast at the rampaging horde wishing to stomp him to a meat paste. Stop! A young teacher with a grand hammer jumped out. Boom! 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 He smashed the rhinoceros flying, one by one. Their blood stained everywhere. "Teacher Zhou, thank you for saving me," the student excitedly said. "Scram to safety now." Zhou didn't bother looking at him before yelling. Next, he roared and laughed loudly, "Bringing me treasure horns? Good, I've been worrying about money. Boom. 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 His hammer annihilated the monsters. He then took out their horn. These horns still had lightning coursing through them and were quite precious. Next was the horde of mosquitoes blotting out the sky. The academy turned dark with many mountains disappearing from sight. Ah! A student who lingered around got surrounded by the mosquitoes and turned into a pile of bones. A girl landed from the sky and swung her sleeve, releasing heavenly flame. The mosquitoes were instantly incinerated and emitted a strange yet delicious smell. This was Yu Qianxian, who was finally showing her great power. Boom! A gigantic ape trampled over a mountain and smashed down with its palm, wishing to annihilate a radius of 1,000 miles. The students nearby naturally started running for their lives. Come! A flash illuminated the entire area as a sky piercer thrust upward. Pluff! The ape screamed since its palm had a hole from being pierced by the halberd. South Emperor! A student shouted after seeing the emperor floating in the sky, "Our immortal monarch is invincible." Rumble! The now enraged ape ran through multiple mountains in an unstoppable manner. South Emperor was not afraid at all and exerted the power of his spear and aura. He performed a vertical slash that could cut down the galaxy above. The ape didn't even have the chance to scream before being split into two by him. Blood poured down like a waterfall along with its heavy innards. He found a Dao bone in the corpse with runes flowing everywhere, clearly a good item. Not too bad. He put it away and smiled. Chapter 2058, They were no different than ants under the stagnation domain and couldn't resist at all. Your turn now. Li Chia told Six Sword, who was still struggling. Because Rumination and Free Sky tried to stop Li Chia, Six Sword had time to run farther away. Alas, he couldn't make it out of the domain, so his bones were still cracking, his body on the verge of crumbling. Li Chia simply activated his physique for a bit, resulting in a faint flash. In this split second, the power of the domain surged and the young king immediately fell down. The 6 swords protecting him shattered into countless pieces. His body was being crushed to a pulp with blood flowing everywhere. My father is an 11-totem high god. The always arrogant youth felt fear, standing before death's door. I know, and? Li Chia leisurely said. Crack. The prince was virtually a pile of meat right now, but he was still alive. Father, save me. In this crucial moment, he thought that only his father would be able to save him. Buzz. A sacred light came out of his broken forehead. A mighty figure appeared that looked like a mountain towering behind him. The figure had 9 swords with powerful divinity belonging to the high heaven. Their murderous intents were impressive as well. People shuddered after seeing this. A high god was strong indeed. Father. 6 swords celebrated loudly. 9 sword high god. Others cried out as well. Of course, this was not the high god himself, only a blessing of protection embedded in his son. 6 sword was much luckier compared to Free Sky and Rumination in this regard. Though their sects were strong, their emperors couldn't bless them like the high god since it required great power and effort. 6 sword was the high god's son, so it didn't matter what he does. In the end, his father would still love him, so the high god gave him this protection in case of fatal danger. This protection was enough to go against a 4 or 5 totem high god. More importantly, because it came from him, most people would show some consideration and give him face. After all, even the majority of emperors would do this regardless of what his son had done. Not too many could actually take on a god with 11 totems. Fellow Taoist, everyone makes mistakes, will you spare my child? The avatar spoke. Everyone held their breath and waited for Li Chia to answer. An avatar this might be, one would still find it difficult to refuse this polite request. No mercy. Li Qia answered flatly. Fellow Taoist, you leave me with no choice. The avatar could sense danger and unsheathed its 9 swords. Murderous intent oozed out with a severing sharpness and chill-inducing presence. Clank. The first slash robbed the colors of this world. Everything turned dark as if the sky has been cut down completely. It was a magnificent display of swordsmanship and astounded the crowd. This avatar was definitely capable of killing a low-level high god. Ignorant fool. Li Qia simply reached forward to unleash the explosive myriad Dao fist. His palm became resplendent and illuminated the world with the power of the indestructible diamond fist as well. The slash struck his palm, causing sparks to scatter everywhere. Alas, not even the smallest wound was left behind. Li Qia closed his palm and captured both the swords and the avatar. Die! The avatar roared and wanted to kill its way out while holding 6 sword. Alas, everything about it was dark beneath the palm. The suppression was dimming the avatar. Boom! Eventually, the 9 swords shattered, and same with the avatar. It broke apart into a rain of light. No! At the last second, the young king screamed, but it was useless because no one else could save him if even his father's avatar had failed. Pop! He got rendered into a bloody mist. In a faraway place, an old man in isolated cultivation immediately stood up and screamed in horror, Linner. The death of his avatar told 9 Sword that his son was now dead. Son, I will avenge you regardless of who the opponent might be, I'll turn him to ashes. His fingernails were digging into his palm from rage. He still couldn't believe someone actually dared to kill the son of an 11-totem high god. Meanwhile, the academy was especially quiet. Everyone gasped after seeing this scene. The 3 scions were the most famous geniuses in this semester for being powerful with prestigious backgrounds. However, Li Qia killed all 3 in just a short period. Even 9 Sword couldn't save his son. This teacher was ridiculously ferocious. The ones who were disrespectful before felt their clothes wet with sweat. They finally realized they have just made a stroll through hell and luckily survived. Li Qia was unaffected by the killing and said, "Continue on protecting the important places now." With that, he slowly left as if nothing has happened. The students didn't have time to daze around and jumped back into the fray against the beasts. The waves of beasts were continuous, but the academy was mighty enough, leaving mountains of corpses by the perimeter. None has been able to destroy this defensive line. The number eventually lessened since they were frightened by the corpses. Ra! A gigantic creature fell down from the sky. The Sky Piercer followed right after and pierced the dragon's skull and pinned it to the ground. The mighty dragon was still not South Emperor's match. Let's go! South Emperor swung his halberd across the sky and caused torrents of blood to spill. He was simply unstoppable regardless of the beast he was facing. Eventually, all the beasts immediately ran the moment they saw him and the trail of blood behind. So fierce. A student murmured after seeing the Emperor's rampage, "He's probably more brutal than virtuous." Chapter 2059, The Academy finally triumphed over the relentless assault of the beasts nearby. None of them dared to take half a step closer now. There were still plenty gazing at the Academy, but too many have died. Thus, the more powerful beasts became much more cautious. The place had mountains of corpses. Some of the bigger beasts were large enough to reach the sky. Their blood accumulated into rivers, a grotesque scene of sanguine. Its stench permeated the entire ancient world. Logically, this would attract even more beasts, but its thickness served as a deterrence right now. The academy began cleaning up with the students who had earlier joining in. They gasped after seeing the aftermath of the battle. However, astonishment quickly turned into excitement, especially for the students from 100 halls. There were too many corpses here and the teachers only took the most precious parts, such as the Dao bones and inner cores. The rest was left for the students. Thousands of students worked hard to clean up the place, wanting to take what's left of the beasts. Keep in mind that some of these creatures have lived for 10,000 or even more than 1,000,000 years for the older ones. Their entire body was full of coveted treasures. Damn, that giant dragon, let's go peel the scales. Some were ecstatic after seeing the corpse of a dragon as big as a mountain. South Emperor only took the most precious parts and didn't care for the rest. This beast wasn't a true dragon, but its scales, claws, and tendons were still valuable. We gotta hurry in taking the tendons out or Emperor Mansion students will come too. The tendons on the back are the best, they rushed forward. Get these claws off so we can grill it. Hey, get the hell away, the 100 Hall found this dragon first, you sacred institution people can go find something else. A competition ensued. Of course, they were only spitting words at each other, no one would actually fight for these corpses since there were plenty of them. They rather went and find something else instead of wasting their time fighting. Is this a strange breed of the 5-colored god bird? Wow. A student stood before the corpse of a bird and stared at the colorful feathers. This was his first time being so close to this type of creature. You got time for this? His friend slapped the back of his head and said, hurry up, we'll take the feathers from its back. These are sacred feathers, we'll be able to craft 2 fans from it that can unleash 5-element flame. Go, or someone else will take them. The first guy calmed down and instantly ran over, alright, I got it. In just a short time, the students were in high spirits taking care of the battlefield and collecting the spoils. The teachers didn't need to worry about lacking manpower at all. It only took 2 days before all the corpses got taken away outside of a few skeletal remains. Hell, even these bones are worth something, let's boil them. Some students broke apart the bones in order to create medicine from them. That's true, these dragon bones made into ointment can sell for a lot outside. The blood is material for medicine too, refine them down to the essence and they will be worth something. Another carried around a cauldron and gathered all the blood he could find. Eventually, not even the bones were left. The blood on the ground was gone as well. Some of these students took everything that could be sold regardless of the price. The academy's peaceful appearance returned. Both the corpses and stench of blood were gone. Damn, I got so much this time, when will the beasts attack again? One satisfied student wondered. The ones from 100 Hall benefited the most from this event. They were already poor from the start. Even if their sects had anything worthwhile, and this was unlikely, it wouldn't be their turn for these items either. That's why they were the main force in the cleanup effort, since this was a rare opportunity, a monstrous amount of resources had fallen down from the sky. Of course, rewards came after hard work. All of them had their pockets and pouches filled right now, looking as if they had just eaten a full meal. The students thought that the danger was over, but little did they know that this was only the appetizer. Rumble. Loud explosions resounded from the march of cavalry in the air. Boom! The march crushed the sky with an incredible speed, just like a saber piercing through the vault. They made it to the outside of the academy right away. The cavalry had banners everywhere with a stern aura, just like a flood of steel. People couldn't help but shudder after seeing this and realizing that this group had experienced numerous battlefields. That's Immortal Monarch Virtuous Legion. A student recognized the symbols on the banner and shouted. You're right, is he here to help us? Other students agreed. This is the strongest legion in our generation, the one that ambushed Jin Gu back then and even took on other imperial legions. A human student proudly declared. Virtuous ambushed Jin Gu back then and stopped him from the first wool gathering. Of course, he lost his own chance because the Heaveners got their revenge, but he still became famous after this. Many from the previous generation viewed him highly. They felt that he could uphold the banner of the 100 races and take on the grand emperors from the 3 races. In terms of the grand Tao, Gu Qiheng was above him, but in terms of fame, Virtuous had the upper hand by a large margin. One was the leader of the races while the other was rather uninvolved. All of this contributed to him being the pride in the heart of people in arrogance, especially humans. Bam! A heavenly stallion rushed to the front of the legion and landed right outside of the academy. This stallion was peerless with a large frame full of power. One could instantly tell that they could easily traverse through any distance. The rider was even more exceptional, a youth with brows like the crescent moon and starry eyes. His brilliance would attract everyone, especially his eyes. They were the stars that could lead the way in times of darkness. A son of an immortal wouldn't look different from this. Each of his gestures contained boundless charisma, causing others to believe and trust in him with full admiration even without hearing him speak. Virtuous. Oh God, it is really Virtuous. I'm actually seeing Virtuous in person. A few female students screamed. Chapter 2060. Some in arrogance believed that Virtuous was matchless among the young generation, not even Gu Qiheng could compare to him. His status was at the very top of the 100 races. The academy even had more fans of this alumni. They felt nothing but respect for this monarch with 4 wills and one of the 2 ancient bloodlines of the human race. Virtuous looks 100 times more handsome than I thought. Another female fan said in bewilderment. This was the general atmosphere in the academy right now. Zhongzhengtua, what do you want? The headmaster appeared. Everyone knew of his title, Virtuous, but few were aware of his real name. Plus, they didn't dare to use it anyway. Nevertheless, this was the academy and he was an alumnus. The headmaster, in particular, was qualified to call out his real name. Virtuous, only another student among many. Virtuous got down from his stallion and bowed his head towards the headmaster. Greetings, headmaster. I am here to help after hearing about the academy's trouble. His demeanor so far only boosted his popularity, especially towards the female students. That's Virtuous for you, still so polite and magnanimous after becoming a monarch. The first to come and help us, both moralistic and know how to repay his debt. It would be so nice to marry a man like him. One girl said, completely lost in her infatuation. The headmaster nodded, seemingly unmoved. Very well, you guys can camp outside. For millions of years now, the academy had produced many emperors, including immortal monarchy. Virtuous was famous right now, but he wasn't considered that exceptional out of all the alumni. Teacher, just let me know if you need me to do anything. Virtuous bowed again. The headmaster nodded again. This wasn't out of arrogance but because he was not weaker than Virtuous. Plus, the guy used to be his student. Teacher, may I ask something? Virtuous asked with a serious tone. Go for it. The headmaster said while looking at him. Teacher, you know that Senior Kong was my Tao protector. A few days ago, his son, Six-Sword Young King, died at the academy. Senior Kong has not left his isolated cultivation, so I want to know what happened in his stead. Please inform me, teacher. He cupped his fist and asked. Senior Kong was naturally 9-sword high god. The headmaster gently waved his hand and said slowly, don't ask about this matter. The sudden inquiry suffocated the crowd. Everyone knew that the young king was killed by Wuxia, a teacher here. 9-sword would not let his son's death go easily. Meanwhile, which side would Virtuous take? His Tao protector or the academy? Virtuous contemplated before answering in a serious tone, Teacher, please excuse me for being nosy, but I know that the victims also include the successors from Rumination and Free Sky. They are exemplary prodigies in our time, so it does look bad for the academy, given a lack of a reasonable explanation. Let this matter go, it's best that you don't pry any further. The headmaster was helping Virtuous by saying this. He knew better than anyone about who Wuxia was. Virtuous couldn't afford to provoke a character of this level since the guy was no stranger to killing emperors. Virtuous was surprised at the headmaster's outlook and attitude on this matter. The students here were curious as well. Just who the hell was Wuxia? Why was the academy so protective of him? Remember, the three scions all had an amazing background. Free Sky was from a sect with 5 monarchs, Rumination had 4 emperors, and Six Sword had a powerful father. Regardless of right and wrong, the academy was facing great pressure because these sects weren't so easily bullied. Leaving this unresolved might turn them into enemies. But now, the headmaster had no intention of elaborating on the issue or give a clear verdict. Perhaps the academy had no intention of talking to the victim sections. Teacher, I believe that we need a statement on who was in the right and wrong. Senior Kong's son can't rest in this manner, I'm in a difficult position right now. The headmaster slightly frowned after hearing this. I killed them, so go ahead and talk to me. The headmaster was thinking about how to convince Virtuous to drop this, but a leisure voice interrupted him. After hearing this, the headmaster no longer gave a damn and would let Virtuous deal with his own fate. Teacher Li. The students quietly whispered after seeing the person. Wuxia floated above study room while Jinsheng flew up with a chair for him to sit down on. Virtuous' eyes became serious after seeing Wuxia's attitude. He flew toward study room and instantly appeared before Wuxia. Humph, this Wuxia is too arrogant. First, he opposed teacher Qiheng and now, Virtuous? Is it a sin to be a bit humble? Causing trouble everywhere, looks like he can't get along with anyone. A female fan scowled, annoyed at Wuxia. So the hell what? He can do whatever he wants after creating a 14-petal Dao flower. I'm not even exaggerating, with that achievement, the academy will treat him like a god. One monarch is nothing. If he stays at the academy, so many more emperors and gods will come out under his tutelage. Thus, he can flip the sky over and the academy will still have his back. An insightful teacher knew Wuxia's worth and said flatly. Virtuous looked at Wuxia but failed to see through him. He cupped his fist and asked, May I ask for your name, Dao brother? Just a nobody, not worth mentioning. Wuxia answered. This was the difference between Virtuous and Lu Jinsheng. Jinsheng didn't know who Wuxia was, but he could tell that the guy was too much for him. You killed Six Sword young king? May I ask what he had done to deserve such a cruel death? Virtuous didn't use his imperial prestige to pressure Wuxia. Of course, acting imperiously at the academy was not necessarily useful. The teachers at the academy were quite fierce, a few of them were stronger than ordinary emperors. It's just murder, simple as that, I don't need justification to kill someone. Go now, don't make a mistake during this perilous period. Wuxia calmly said. The students took a deep breath after hearing this. It was as if Wuxia didn't give a damn about this four-will emperor with an ancient bloodline at all. So damn fierce. They thought. Virtuous grimaced at the blatant showing of disdain in public. Alas, calling him arrogant or prideful would be unreasonable. A character of his level simply wasn't used to getting this type of treatment. Dao brother, I am sincerely asking. This might be celestial, but one still can't kill for no reason. A reason is required. Virtuous said. Wuxia smiled and said, so what if you want to know? You think you would let this go if I give you a good reason for killing them? That this would be enough to absolve the grievances? What are you going to do to stop Nine Sword from having revenge? 1. So Ren Sheng is a title, not his real name. This title would be literally translated to human/mortal saint. I would do saint for this, but saint is already taken. Changing Ren Sheng to virtuous. All the previous chapters should be fixed now. Chapter 2061, Virtuous slightly raised his brows. This was indeed the case because Ninesword wouldn't let his only son die like this without doing anything. There was no way he would forgive the killer. Wuxia continued, "Don't worry about this, just back off. But if you must demand justice, then just know that my will is justice." Is that good enough of a reason? Virtuous did not like this contemptuous response. It was pretty much a challenge. The headmaster shook his head and didn't want to interfere. This was a crucial moment for the academy, so this matter was insignificant. Virtuous took a deep breath and said, "Dao brother, you are too unreasonable. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong right now, but I wish to see if you are qualified to act so domineeringly." This was a tough response. As an emperor, he couldn't back down after just a few sentences from the guy. Challenging me? Wuxia couldn't help but smile. Yes, overestimating myself I might be, I still wish to try. If I lose, I'll leave and stop asking about this matter. Virtuous said. You are indeed overestimating yourself. Wuxia nodded, your power right now is insignificant. Forget it, because you are a human, I won't make it too difficult for you. Return from whence you came, you're not ready to participate in this muddled water. Does he think everyone is beneath him? A student was indignant and stood up for Virtuous. Who does he think he is, a 12-will emperor? No one can take this sitting down. Virtuous wasn't ready for this verbal slap either. He was still an emperor and demanded more respect. If that's the case, let me witness your invincible arts. I have a bad habit of not giving up until seeing it for myself. His expression turned cold. Buzz. Strands of imperial light oozed out from his body. Each ray seemed to be opening a new world and carried boundless power. His aura engulfed the entire academy. Every student could sense this direction suppression, causing them to tremble. A fight is about to break out, one murmured. Virtuous hasn't fought anyone after becoming a monarch, so I'm looking forward to this. A student licked his lips and said with anticipation. Wuxia simply chuckled and didn't really mind, perhaps he had no intention of starting. Only a 4-will monarch, no need for young noble to personally fight. I'm more than enough. Jinsheng behind Wuxia stepped up and calmly challenged. This old man was completely unnoticeable standing behind Wuxia. But now, he didn't give Virtuous any face either to the crowd's astonishment. Wuxia being arrogant was one thing, but now a student from study room was also the same way. Was this a case of like teacher, like student? Who is he? Daring to speak to Virtuous like that? A student wondered. Another became unhappy. Does he think he can act like that with a teacher backing him up? He needs to weigh himself first. Virtuous immediately turned his attention towards Jinsheng. In the beginning, he really didn't notice this old man and thought that he was only Wuxia's servant. It was already an impressive showing of self-restraint for an emperor to not slap the old man for being disrespectful. However, his eyes eventually became serious. Though Jinsheng was hiding his power, he still had an aura capable of taking in everything, as if he could devour any force. Virtuous had seen something similar on Ninesword. Virtuous had associated with top experts, so he was perceptive in detecting them. Thus, his heart naturally skipped a beat. May I ask for your name? He took a deep breath to calm his fiery mood and asked. I'm senile now, don't remember my name, but if you wish to fight, I'll play with you for a bit. Jinsheng answered. Let Jinsheng play with you for several moves then. My temperament has been bad recently, so I don't want to kill you by accident. Wuxia chuckled. So be it. Virtuous' endless vitality erupted like a tsunami and rushed into the sky. Relentless bloodline. It has been well trained, all right, let's go. Jinsheng nodded and said. Having said that, he slowly raised his right hand and shook it. In the blink of an eye, an indiscernible shadow danced around his hand. It looked like a dog that could swallow the entire world. This shadow made others feel as if their very soul was being devoured, a sensation akin to falling into a pit of ice. Virtuous shuddered after seeing this and thought about a legend that Nine Sword used to bring up quite often. Senior, do people refer to you as Nether Lunatic? Virtuous quickly cupped his fist and said with a solemn expression. Jinsheng sighed and said with a tinge of disappointment, I've forgotten this nickname and stopped using it after losing to mortal reversion ancient god back then. He was sentimental to hear this title, the scenes of his arrogant youth replayed in his mind. Nether Lunatic. Many students jolted in shock and fear. One from Emperor Mansion murmured, the most gifted student in the academy, a high god with 11 totems, this name resounded thunderously among the student body. They all knew who he was despite never seeing him in person before. His tales were still passed down to this day. He was perhaps one of the first students who dared to boldly challenge a teacher. Back then, he defeated 5 teachers in a row and became a legend. At the same time, the academy let this legend pass down without any limitation. The guy was only one step away from the peak. Unfortunately, he disappeared after challenging mortal reversion back then. Many believed that he had been killed by the ancient god. No one expected to see him still here at the academy. This inconspicuous student from study room was the famous Nether Lunatic. The students were naturally shocked, but Wuxia was still nonchalant. Same with the headmaster, it was as if he had known this already. The young ones were amazed. An 11-totem high god was right before them. After confirming this, even Virtuous was astonished and staggered several paces backward. Chapter 2062, Nether Lunatic was considered a fierce character, one of the strongest high gods in arrogance. Virtuous was no coward, but only top-level emperors were on the same level as Nether Lunatic. Others naturally would back down in fear. The students felt their hair standing on ends. No one has seen him in action before, but he was qualified to challenge mortal reversion and survived at that. This was more than enough to prove his power. So it is Senior Nether, I've long heard of your fame. Virtuous took a deep breath and cupped his fist. I have eyes but without sight, please excuse me for not recognizing you. He spoke well and maintained a respectable attitude befitting of a monarch. Old and different from before, unlike the young with their fearless heart, able to traverse through the world with a proud smile. Nether Lunatic said insipidly, very well, I haven't exercised in a long time now. It will be nice seeing the supreme talents of the future generation that will overcome us in time, as long as I don't break my bones. He was much more amicable than before compared to his past self. If someone like Virtuous dared to challenge him back then, he would start with a slap before speaking. Now, he lacked the fiery temper of old and rarely fought, akin to a friendly grandpa in the neighbor. Of course, this was relative to how he was back then. Virtuous turned slightly red, stuck in a difficult position. Fighting was a bad move, but simply leaving was not an option either. He had 4 wills, but this was not enough to fight against Nether Lunatic even if he were to use all of his power, even if he experienced an unreasonable boost in power. Lunatic would certainly strike him down. Thus, fighting was futile, but accepting defeat was humiliating for a famous emperor, not to mention this would be his first battle. His fame and imperial prestige would go down the drain after this. Go now. The headmaster decided to help him out. This is an abnormal period, don't follow your emotions. Stay outside and stop causing trouble for the academy. It sounded like a scolding, but in fact, the headmaster was giving him a way to leave without losing face. Virtuous was simply not qualified to challenge a Nether Lunatic right now. Ultimately, Virtuous was still his student, so because of this, he saved his student this one time. It was a commendable act of showing love towards the juniors. Virtuous knew that this was a good chance as well, and one wouldn't present itself again if he were to refuse. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Your reprimand is correct, teacher. I was out of line and wrong for causing trouble at the academy. My apology." With that, he cupped his fist towards Nether Lunatic. "Excuse me this time, senior. We'll meet again." He bowed, then left the academy. Nether Lunatic didn't say anything and turned back towards Wuxia. Wuxia smiled and didn't give a new order, so the old man refrained from taking action. He quietly retreated behind Wuxia. Wuxia then decided to go back to study room after making a mess of the atmosphere. The students glanced in confusion at each other while trembling inside. If someone like Nether Lunatic was only a servant, then who the hell was Wuxia? Just how powerful was he exactly? Of course, they could sympathize and understand, while Virtuous decided to back off. No one else would dare to challenge an 11-totem high god either. Despite being situated back in this ancient world, the academy enjoyed several days of peace. No other monsters tried to invade it any longer, so the students heaved a sigh of relief. They figured that the disaster was over and it was time to try and return to arrogance. The ancient world itself was also extraordinarily serene. One couldn't hear a single sound of the creature. The students didn't notice this. Unlike the powerful teachers, the beasts were retreating. Even the colossal beings were backing off. These monsters were very sensitive and could tell that a storm was approaching. Something even more terrorizing than them was coming, so they stopped coveting the academy and decided to run. Ancestors in the academy began looking around with their heavenly gaze. They have noticed that others have entered this ancient world somehow. These newcomers were lurking in the crevices of the sky. Perhaps this group included emperors and invincible high gods. All in all, they were quietly watching at each and every move of the academy, the minute changes. These beings were hiding their aura and everything else. They concealed their breath and real faces, using a supreme technique for a monumental change in order to keep their identity a secret. Ultimately, they found prudence to be the best course of action. The academy was still unfathomable. If it were to survive this disaster, those who have maneuvered against it would certainly face retribution, if their identity were known. This would cause trouble for their sects as well. The prying ones had members from the 100 races or even alumni of the academy. Thus, it was even more crucial that their identity remained a secret, or others would chastise them for such betrayal. As this group increased in number, the ancestors felt a greater pressure and became serious. Despite their ample resources and foundation, they still couldn't underestimate the enemies. This was an existential crisis. Clang! The crisis gong sounded again and interrupted the serenity. All students, return to the fort or face the consequence. Last warning. The headmaster announced. The students were rightfully confused because they thought everything was over. The majority returned to safety, but of course, some were bold and confident enough to deal with the trouble. Others had nefarious intent because they were aware of the situation and wished to benefit from it. Nevertheless, a few powerful beings couldn't escape from Jinsheng's gaze. He was a bit surprised. There are a lot of them. The academy might not be able to face against so many. When an elephant falls down, the ants will come running for a bite. Wuxia was unperturbed. Of course, the elephant might not stay down forever to be a meal. The last one smiling is yet to be decided. Will a 12-will emperor come? Jinsheng said with a tinge of apprehension. Who in this world wouldn't fear these beings at the apex? They were the deciding force of many conflicts. Yes. Wuxia smiled. The question is who? It won't be fun if one doesn't come though. Jinsheng was shocked to hear this comment. Chapter 2063, Rumble. Blaring blasts detonated all over the academy, resulting in numerous earthquakes. What's going on? The suddenness of the situation startled the students. Certain mountains and buildings began to collapse. Keep in mind that this land has been fortified by monarchs, so it was immensely tough. Normal earthquakes couldn't do any damage, but this wasn't the case this time around. Our place is not breaking, just the actual space around it. An Emperor Mansion genius noticed this. Buzz. Lines of coordinates appeared in the sky after the ancient world lit up. They wove together into a net and covered everything, the academy included. This net was unreasonably large, the academy only took up a tiny portion at the very center. One could imagine just how vast the ancient world was then, but in the end, it was still abandoned. These are the coordinates refined by Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor. A teacher murmured in astonishment. Crack. The ground and their coordinates began to crack in multiple places like a crystal glass slowly unraveling. Just the slightest touch and everything would crumble. More and more appeared with time, scaring everyone with the sound. It was tough to walk anywhere in this crack-laden land. Many students realized that something akin to an invisible hand was trying to pull the academy away. It's a spatial trap, the power of the ancient world is dragging us in. A genius regained his wits and stated his conjecture. Everyone looked towards the net of coordinates in the sky. Something monstrous was dragging the academy out of its own space, so the lines were cutting the land apart. Why is this happening? Confusion ensued. The day has finally come. Let's go. An ancestor gently sighed and told his peers and lower-ranking teachers. The collapse traced back to the very origin of the academy. Back then, the two emperors refined the ancient world and suppressed it under the academy. As time went on, the power of this world became increasingly stronger. Eventually, the suppression failed, so the world began to expand once more. The academy was pulled back and suffered this fragmentation. If the academy couldn't stop this suction, it would certainly be destroyed. Boom! A pagoda appeared, resembling the one that had emerged several days ago. The previous was locked by Tao laws, but this one was freed from constraint. Buzz! Luminous light appeared everywhere, signaling the emergence of an ancient platform with corners occupied by gray-haired old men. They were the reclusive ancestors of the academy, rarely showing their face normally. Alas, they had no choice but to preside over this situation. Light oozed out of them as they chanted and performed their Tao laws. Their boundless vitality and power flowed to this platform in order to activate the engraved chaos stones. The power of chaos surged and permeated the entire place. It seemed as if a world of chaos was being created. In this split second, majestic figures walked out of this chaos expanse. They were too faint to see, but under their might, both gods and devils would shudder. Even emperors would feel the same way. This power belonged to the very peak of this world, not something ordinary emperors could grasp. Immortal Emperor Fei and Deep South Divine Emperor? A keen student murmured, looks like immortal monarchy yet too. There were more than just a few figures in the light. They began fortifying the area by directly pouring out chaos light into the pagoda floating in the sky. The light fused with the pagoda, instilling power in it with haste. In the blink of an eye, the ancestors, emperors within the brilliance, and the pagoda were connected together through the platform. This combination allowed them to exert their power to the limit. Endless Tao runes oozed out of the pagoda like a tsunami and reached all the nooks and corners of the ancient world. Because of this, they made contact with the lines of coordinates and locked onto the individual ones. Buzz! The runes then turned into chains and locked the space. They tightened and stabilized the expanding world. Just like that, the entire place trembled once, just like a carriage going fast and the driver suddenly reined it in. Everyone shook back and forth, some even fell to the ground. It was a success. The ancestors have finally stabilized the academy. Though the expansion had stopped, sealing it and bringing the academy back to arrogance were still difficult and required a greater power. Because of this, the ancestors remained on the platform, seemingly meditating. They continuously poured their power and vitality into the platform in order to accumulate more chaos energy. These ancestors weren't a match for their founders, so they couldn't push the academy out of this place right away. Thus, their first step was to stabilize the expansion of the ancient world. Now, it was a matter of time and accumulate before the final eruption to seal this place. Of course, this required a long period and all of their focus. They couldn't do anything else or even have the slightest distraction. Alas, they didn't have clones to deal with a potential attack from the enemies right now. Chapter 2064. The ancestors were occupied with sealing the ancient world, so this was the best time to invade the academy at its weakest. At this moment, a few teachers realized the incoming danger. A few students didn't recognize the delicate situation and heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like we're saved. Boom! The void suddenly broke apart by someone above the academy. The majestic yet terrifying aura of a grand emperor descended all over the academy. The guy had no intention of hiding his might and let it roam free. Many were startled by this sudden intrusion and looked up in the sky. They saw a figure with fluttering black hair. It was an invincible devil emperor with a Tao portal right behind him. One could instantly use it to get here. Fellow Taoist Winged Oblivion, why are you here? The hoarse voice of the previous headmaster answered this appearance. Oblivion, that's the progenitor of the Oblivion clan. A student gasped in horror. That's him all right. 12 Fate Palaces and 10 Wills, a student from Emperor Mansion nodded with a solemn expression. A 10-will Grand Emperor is here, some naturally turned pale. Arrogance was the world of the 100 races right now. However, it didn't mean that the 3 races lacked footholds here. The Oblivion clan was one example. This ancient clan had 4 emperors on top of a great foundation. That's the reason why they could stand strong at arrogance. Winged Oblivion Devil Emperor wasn't here in person, but with that portal, the real body could come at any moment. When a whale is about to die, the bloodthirsty shark will come running to have their fill. The shadow of the emperor spoke, and that's what the academy is, a delicious whale while I'm a shark. The stench of blood is here and I am ready to feast. Oblivion stated his intention and ambition in a straightforward manner. This was a world where the strong prey on the weak. There was nothing shameful about this, so he had no need to be a pretentious gentleman. The students shuddered after hearing this. They realized that the progenitor's words also represented his clan. It meant that as long as Oblivion took action, it meant that the other 3 emperors would be on his side as well. There was no doubt that there were 4 emperors preying on the academy right now. Your ambition is quite grand. The old headmaster declared sonorously, the academy has stood strong for generations, it won't fall down now. Let go of this thought and leave in order to avoid a costly mistake. The old headmaster was still as confident as ever against a 10-will Grand Emperor and the ones behind him. We'll just see about that, fellow Taoist. I am patient and will wait for the whale to be exhausted. That's how the sharks hunt their prey, waiting for the weakest moment and go together. The headmaster didn't respond. There was no point in wasting words. They were powerful enough to speak with their fists. Nevertheless, his words still struck the student's mind. These ancestors of the academy were occupied right now, so this was the best opportunity for the emperors. Oblivion wasn't the first nor the last to covet the academy in the 13 continents. So many were ready to pounce on it at the moment. Though it had produced many high gods and monarchs, these people might not be able to help the academy in time. In fact, to be perfectly frank, a few of them would already be considered kind and not to backstab the enemies right now. The truth was that the academy was too tempting with its treasures. Poof! A while after, a very faint noise popped in the sky like a hatching seedling coming out of the ground. Strangely enough, everyone could hear it. This was indeed the case. A green vine was growing in the sky, one branch then one leaf at the start before taking roots everywhere. It wasn't slowing that quickly, but all eyes were on it since it was harmonizing with the grand Tao, more than enough to open another world. Lush it was, then withering was next, as if it was experiencing multiple cycles. The leaves on the branches turned yellow and fluttered away with the winds. Nevertheless, it has taken roots into the voids. The old branches had barks as tough as iron scales now. Suddenly, it ignited in entirety. A figure appeared in this flame, seemingly coming from a thicket of an ancient past, and had an aura of vicissitudes. With his appearance, the branches became all-encompassing, capable of understanding all locations in the 13 continents. Fellow Taoist Bai Lian, excuse me for a lack of reception. The old headmaster greeted the fiery figure. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian. People were shaken to hear this name, including those hiding in the shadows. They realized some of the big shots were coming now. An immortal emperor from the 9 worlds, the students were still nervous, not knowing whether he was here to help or to destroy the academy. This was a rather famous emperor because he was a top alchemist. His peers would often ask him for help in pill-making. He came from the stone medicine world and was the progenitor of the Bai Lian clan. Rumor has it that he used to be a 100 refinement vine tree. It eventually found the Tao and became the emperor. He could experience numerous cycles without dying, but this was without verification. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. The emperor said, I am here with several friends, wanting to make a deal with the academy. Are you interested? These fellow Taoists were naturally on the same level as him and should be emperors. It showed that he wasn't alone this time. What kind of deal? The old headmaster asked. I heard your academy has a high heaven scroll, considered to be the greatest of all time. We don't want much, just this artifact alone. Of course, we won't be so inconsiderate. Give the scroll to us and we shall aid you in this crisis. What do you think? Everyone was startled to hear this because it was taking advantage of the situation, forcing the seller to bend to their whim. Meanwhile, the hidden masters were talking to their own group about this particular artifact. There have been rumors about it for a long time now, that this particular artifact was the strongest out of all the high heaven scroll in the 13 continents. It was the defining item of the academy. No one could give a definite answer to this particular rumor, but many emperors were certain that there was a scroll here. They just weren't sure whether it was the strongest or not. Chapter 2065. Numerous held their breath after hearing the emperor. The students, the hiding emperors, and everyone else was waiting for an answer and verification from the old headmaster. I'm afraid you are misinformed, the academy has no such thing. The old man answered. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian smiled, fellow Taoist, people at our level have no need to hide or act righteously. A few things can't be hidden forever, and our information is certainly correct. Yes or no, it is up to you now. The second demand only intensified the anticipation. Let the future generation decide whether it is real or fake. The old man answered calmly, not to mention that we don't have it, even if we did, we still wouldn't deal with you. Go back now, fellow Taoist. The decisive refusal left others pondering. Was it that the academy was strong enough to stop a horde of emperors, or was it out of principle? Brother, we won't come back empty-handed. The emperor said, if you won't make the deal, then we'll have to forcefully take it. When the stars crowd the sky, that's when we will attack. Please excuse us for the rudeness at that point. The crowd trembled after hearing this. The group has made up its mind in attacking for the treasure. Prior to this, Oblivion and his group included 4 emperors, and now, Immortal Emperor Bai Lian's group had joined in. A careless move could end in destruction for the academy. No one could really blame Immortal Emperor Bai Lian. The academy was facing a crisis and had too many resources. He came here and declared his intention in a straightforward manner. This was in accordance to the harsh rules of the cultivation world. In fact, if he didn't do it, others would come for the treasures anyway. Brother Bai Lian, you think your group can take the number 1 scroll? Oblivion looked at Bai Lian and smiled. You can come and see whether we can take it or not. Bai Lian smiled back. We immortal emperors have been itching to fight against the grand emperors, this might be a good chance to start. I want nothing more than to hear that, but let's wait for another day. Oblivion laughed and said. I'm ready any time. Bai Lian didn't hesitate at all, but right now, your clan's emperors alone are not enough to take on my group. Don't you worry, we'll invite several more brothers to join that battlefield just to see how invincible the emperors from the 9 worlds are. Oblivion retorted. Deal. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian laughed and said, wait till we're done here, then we'll gather to see how strong the 12 will emperors from your 3 races are. One could smell the scent of gunpowder right now between the 2 sides, but it wasn't surprising at all. The Grand Emperors certainly didn't like the Immortal Emperors and vice versa. Most of their meetings would end like this. Oh? A gathering of emperors? A metallic voice resounded as another person walked on the sky, each step was creating a mark. It was an old man with an indifferent expression who keeps himself aloof from the world. Everyone is salivating at our academy, do they think we have no one? He instantly appeared at the entrance. Your student, Stoneraiser, is here to help. My apology for being late. The old man bowed with a natural and respectful expression. Stoneraiser, Immortal Monarch, an alumnus. A student shouted after seeing the old man and made many of his peers emotional. In this perilous moment, the academy was surrounded by ravenous wolves. The students were worried, but now, a monarch was finally here to help and repay the debt. Stoneraiser was from Clearing Flow and went to the academy. He eventually went on to become a monarch with 8 wills. Clearing Flow was an imperial lineage at Arrogance created by Immortal Emperor Yen Wu. There were 2 more immortal monarchs after him. It was a simple place with few disciples compared to similar sects, less than 10 each generation. Because of this, it wasn't famous in Arrogance, but its power was certainly formidable. Come in. The old headmaster allowed entry for Stoneraiser. This was a boost of morale for the students. It showed that not all emperors were after their treasures. Some still remembered their roots and the debt they owed to the academy. He stepped inside and turned back to smile. Gentlemen, you're here already, so might as well show yourselves. An emperor can steal and kill, but do it in the open, don't be like a rat and throw away our fame. I agree with Brother Stoneraiser. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian smiled, hiding is unbecoming of us. If you dare to come here to rob, don't be afraid of future repercussion. Correct. Winged Oblivion Devil Emperor cheerfully added, we're no heroes, more like murderers, but we don't hide like thieves and shoot arrows in the dark. People glanced at each other after hearing this. Even the students found these 2 interesting. Though they were taking advantage of the situation, they still did it in an open manner, lacking nefarious intents. This actually made it easier for others to accept because this was the way of the cultivation world. Cultivators have robbed each other since the start of time. Of course, the ones in the shadow were still spectating. They didn't show themselves, at least for now. After Stoneraiser went in, the ancient world became tenser. Just like Oblivion had said, the academy was a weakened whale surrounded by a group of sharks that was increasing in numbers. Boom! A gigantic figure appeared in the sky to join the fun. It had the head of a lion and a human body, the size of a mountain. The thing said, fellow Taoists at the academy, keep in mind that we will attack when the stars fill the sky. Be ready and do not blame us for being cruel at your destruction. The fierce declaration certainly stole the crowd's attention. Fellow Taoist, might as well show yourself since you're here already. Oblivion looked at the beast and smiled. I agree. You also want to attack at the same time, so show yourself or people will think we're on the same side. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian said. The thing ignored these two and continued to glare at the academy with a profound pair of eyes. What's your title, fellow Taoist? The old headmaster said with a friendly tone. This person was hiding everything so no one could calculate his origin and identity. That's not important. No need for names on the battlefield. So secretive, must be an immortal monarch then. Someone mocked with a pleasant voice. This was Guoxinyue, one of the two Harmony immortal monarchs. The two of them have been here the whole time and couldn't leave during this crucial moment. More than that, in my opinion, probably an alumnus of the academy. Her husband also appeared and uttered coldly. The thing ignored the monarchs as well and announced in an emotionless manner, I have said my part, get ready for a life-or-death battle. With that, it turned and left. Chapter 2066. The students clamored and wanted to know who the person was. Maybe it really is an immortal monarch. One speculated. Many agreed with this statement because members of the three races wouldn't need to hide their appearance like this. Everyone knew about the racial conflict between the two sides. For example, Oblivion Devil Emperor didn't need to hide at all even when his clan was situated in arrogance. On the contrary, this lion-headed figure didn't dare to show their identity. Only someone from the 100 races would hesitate like this. After all, the academy was the cradle of prosperity for this faction. If an immortal monarch dared to attack, future descendants would certainly spit on their name. All signs pointed to this being a traitor. It might be a monarch from our academy too, goddamn ungrateful bastard, not remembering how the academy groomed them. It's one thing that they're not helping, but to backstab us too? So shameless. One student angrily exclaimed. Numerous believed in this as well, but they didn't dare to say it out loud, unlike Harmony monarchs. Watch your mouth, this is related to the reputation of a monarch, no need to say anything without evidence. An older student prudently warned. This was a reasonable take because one could easily count the alumni monarchs from the academy. Thus, all the ones who didn't come to help could be the suspects. That's why this senior reminded the guy to watch his words. A matter relating to the reputation of the emperors was a big deal. Despite the warning, the other student was still feeling indignant and snorted. Not just the students, even the other emperors were curious about this individual's identity. Ultimately, they were competitors for the academy, so it was best to have more information. Unfortunately, the guy didn't reveal much about him. Even Oblivion and Bai Lian nearby couldn't figure anything out. Nevertheless, more were coming for the academy. Rumble. A Dao portal forcefully appeared above. A majestic shadow emerged with a power crushing the firmaments. Behind him was a divine hall with many gods sitting proudly. This seemed to be a world of the gods. Anyone would shudder and back down before them. God's Hall. Someone shouted after seeing this. Students were lost in a daze after hearing this name. Even God's Hall is here? 100-arm war god is here. Even this power is getting involved. A few hiding gods were surprised to see him. Fellow Taoist, why are you here? The old headmaster asked. We are only here for one thing. The majestic shadow spoke. I hope that Academy can forgive us for this transgression, we will apologize later. Such politeness made people look around at each other. It was a clear robbery, yet he put it so nicely. What is it that you want? Fellow Taoist. The old headmaster inquired again. A very simple item, just gather the desolate scripture for us. This shadow was 100-arm war god, let us borrow this and we will leave instantly. After we finish reading it later, we will return it to you. Desolate scripture? Even the masters didn't know what it was. It is amazing, a scripture left behind by Deep South Divine Emperor's branch. Even Winged Oblivion Devil Emperor became interested with a flash in his eyes. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The old headmaster said, it was the Imperial Queen's dowry, so we cannot lend it to outsiders. But if you join our academy with sincerity, you will eventually be able to see it. This scripture used to be one of Deep South Divine Emperor's prized possessions. He gave it to his daughter before marrying her off to immortal Emperor Fei, so it was considered a dowry of sorts. It eventually became one of the most important scriptures at the academy. Though the majority of these scriptures were available for students, this one wasn't until one reaches a certain tenured position in the teaching staff. Then excuse us, we'll have to forcefully take it then. Hundred Arm declared. People shuddered because this wasn't only an empty threat. God's Hall was considered one of the strongest in the 13 continents. It didn't have emperors but more than enough high gods to make up for it. The majority of high gods from the 3 races were part of this sect. Their power could overwhelm many imperial lineages, even heaven authority would need to give them some face. Hundred Arm himself was quite mighty with 11 totems and an impressive battle record. Right now, he represented God's Hall. If the academy didn't hand over the scripture, they would definitely not let this go. So many lineages would dread the idea of having a monster like God's Hall as an enemy, but the old headmaster was unperturbed. We welcome God's Hall to come at any time, doesn't matter how strong it is. This is just how it is being the academy. Very well, I admire such determination. Hundred Arm laughed and said, if that's the case, we'll come for your scripture when the stars fill the sky. We'll never retreat until it is ours. With that, the high god turned and left. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this. It sounded like a challenge to the death. Of course, some hiding emperors were glancing at each other. That declaration was also aimed at everyone else present. He was warning people that the scripture was theirs. Thinking about it was the same as opposing God's Hall. Henceforth, those who wanted the scripture before gave up on this idea. After all, there were countless good items at the academy, no need to fight God's Hall to the death for it. Plus, this scripture wasn't necessarily suitable anyway. People became increasingly nervous after the war god's departure, especially the students. They knew a disaster was coming. Meanwhile, the only calm person was Wuxia. He sat in the main hall and only chuckled while staring at the sky. Young noble, you want to start? How about this, I will be your vanguard. Jinsheng immediately asked after seeing Wuxia opening his eyes. My Jinsheng, don't be so hasty or you will scare away the snakes. A feast like this doesn't come easy, 1 in a million years even. Be patient and wait. Wuxia smiled. Who are you waiting for? Jinsheng asked. A 12-will emperor. It will only be fun when a character of that level comes. Wuxia smirked and scared Jinsheng with his comment. Chapter 2067, Oblivion Clan, Immortal Emperor by Lien, the mysterious lion-headed figure, and God's Hall. All of these enemies intensified the tense atmosphere at the academy. Everyone wondered if they had any reinforcement coming. They were only aware of Harmony Monarchs and Stoneraiser Immortal Monarch. Just these 3 alone weren't enough to save the academy. However, this was only the beginning. These foes were nothing compared to the real danger. 2 days after, the Grand Tao in the sky began to burn. This concluded with an explosion and the emergence of an imperial decree. Buzz. A scepter as white as jade was inside this decree and emitted an immense pressure. Even emperors shuddered after seeing this. It was a matter of instinct, a fear against an unopposable power. Heaven authority, they knew this wouldn't end well. It is time for the emperors of the Heaveners, Devils, and Diviners to band together to destroy the Academy. May our three races prosper for an eternity. The mantras from this decree echoed in the mind of the Grand Emperors. This was clearly an order of an apex emperor. Not to mention the students of the Academy, even the teachers lost their colors. This name was a demon in everyone's mind, pressing down on their sanity. It was the pride of the Heaveners but also the shadow of the 100 races. It was the oldest and strongest lineage of the Heaveners. Only Grand Emperors with 10 wills or more could join. It has been steering the political wheel while controlling the Heaveners. The current leader was a notorious individual, World Emperor. It didn't matter who and how strong they were, everyone needed to be afraid of Heaven authority. All were insignificant ants before this behemoth. Though no one knew who exactly issued the decree, it was definitely from Heaven authority, enough to represent this power. Everyone fell into a state of quiet contemplation after seeing this. The decree had seemingly sealed the fate of the Academy. Even if others wanted to help, they needed to weigh themselves first. Any reinforcement would be opposing Heaven authority and no one would do that recklessly. Heaven authority is going all out. A hiding high god murmured. I think Celestial is done for this time, unless it has someone like Immortal Monarch Yi backing it up. Others won't be able to. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian shook his head and said with regrets. It seemed that the outcome was obvious now with the involvement of Heaven authority. The end of a legend. Another stealthy immortal monarch lamented with a sigh. Is this the end for our academy? The students turned pale. Young and inexperienced they might be, they still understood the significance of Heaven authority. Maybe it's time to leave. A scared student wanted to leave. Prior to this, many students remained hopeful because the academy was unfathomable and had overcome great dangers before. But now, this decree was an order for the three races to attack and split up the academy. Despair was understandable under such circumstances. Alas, these students who wanted to run were facing another problem. Where? They were inside the ancient world right now. Heaven authority is coming. Jincheng's expression changed. This development was exerting immense pressure on everyone. That's good, all visitors will be our dear guests. Li Qia calmly smiled without any surprise. The 13 continents are sealed but now, so many emperors are coming? This might not be a coincidence. Jincheng spoke with a serious expression. This particular trouble of the academy isn't a new phenomenon. I'm sure some emperors have calculated and waited for this day. But ultimately, this might not be a bad thing. It will show you who are really your friends and enemies. Li Qia said. Jincheng nodded in a sour mood. Normally, the academy had such a prestigious status in the 100 races. So many immortal monarchs and high gods gave them face. Everyone wanted to do this when the academy was prosperous. It was the opposite now. It was nice of these emperors not to backstab the academy, no need to even think about them lending a hand in times of trouble. The academy did not respond to the decree from Heaven authority. The atmosphere here was tense and somber. Time passed by, torturing the people there. Night came quickly and the stars showed up. It was an especially peaceful night with bright dots everywhere contributing to the beauty of this ancient world. Perhaps tonight was going to be different. The serenity eventually turned into a scene of horror, not even the howl of the wolves was around, same with the chirping of insects. It was as if they knew that something was going to happen tonight so they escaped ahead of time. At this moment, all eyes were on the sky. Some were waiting with a heavy heart while others couldn't wait any longer. Zzz the stars began to light up after a series of faint noises. They were initially bright but were much clearer now, like cressets being lit up, and became much more beautiful. It was a scene of flashing diamonds engraved in the night sky. The light began to flow within the ancient world. Rumble. Explosions came about, followed by cracking sounds. The ancient world was widening again after being empowered by the stars. The laws locking this space was being assaulted and stretching to the limit, on the verge of breaking at any moment. The academy and its space were cracking once more. Once the stabilizing laws crumbled, so would it. The students finally understood why the others waited until this moment to attack. So they knew something like this would happen. Stabilize. The ancestors of the academy roared. Boom. A second platform actually flew out from the academy. Another group of ancestors got on and poured their energy inside. Boundless chaos energy rushed into the pagoda. Clank. With this second platform, the pagoda poured out endless Tao runes to turn into more chain-like Tao laws in order to stabilize the region. It was another successful attempt. Let's go now. People finally lost their patience after seeing most of the ancestors occupied with this spatial task. Earlier, the coveting ones still didn't attack because they knew the academy had far more ancestors in reserve. However, with this second platform, it was sorely lacking in manpower. Chapter 2068, Boom. The stabilization was interrupted by a great hand stretching down from above. It aimed straight for a peak farther inside the academy. It seemed to be carved out of golden jade with the leaves and branches made of the same materials. They fluttered in the wind and issued metallic and pleasant ringing. Crack. It ripped out the peak. One could say that it wasn't too greedy if this was its only target. Halt. The warning gong resounded again at the academy. One ancestor soared upward and unleashed a waterfall-like slash at the hand. Pluff. Blood gushed out, so the hand let go of the peak. Boom. It fell back into the initial position. Celestial, it's time to hand over your natural heavenly treasures. The master of the hand appeared. It was a high god with 7 more appearing behind him. Their divinity engulfed the entire place, wishing to drown the academy in entirety. Luo Wensang, Ing Chenyu. The old headmaster glared sharply at the 8 high gods and sneered, 8-pillar society, the ones who kneeled outside the academy back then. Numerous students were frightened after hearing this. This was one of the strongest groups in arrogance. At the same time, they felt rage because some of these high gods were alumni of the academy. Headmaster, it's all in the past. One of the high gods standing in the back became a bit awkward and coughed. The academy will be history tonight and divided people, your student will just be taking my part. After all, rather me than the outsiders, right? His name was Luo Wensang, a previous student here. So shameless. One student scorned. Sigh, your 100 races always complicate matters. Being evil yet wanting to justify it? So troublesome. Want something? How about just take it? Oblivion laughed and said. He became resplendent and his real body materialized. Boom. His gigantic foot stomped down with an annihilative might. Buzz. Defensive barriers took form in a dazzling manner. Imperial runes and power oozed out, they covered the entire academy. Boom. The barriers managed to stop this first stomp. Their 2 main progenitors left such a great foundation behind for the academy. Even Oblivion was stopped in his track. Don't just stand there and wait. All courteous pretenses are broken now, no need to act like saints anymore. Oblivion told the 8 high gods. Having said that, he roared and gathered his energy. 10 wills hovered in the sky and devastated the entire place. You will open. His weapon of choice was a colossal hammer filled with exploding laws on the surface. The first smash caused the entire academy to quake. Everyone inside could feel their chest being pulverized by the hammer and turned pale. The students were naturally affected to a higher degree. This was a Tenwil Grand Emperor. His attacks were capable of burning the sky and ocean. Break! 8-Pillar Society all attacked at the same time. There was no need to put up an act any longer since they wanted to seize their desired items first. Maintain your positions. The headmaster shouted. All of the defensive lines have been activated with imperial runes erupting like volcanoes. The academy was luminous just like a great formation. Majestic figures came into being: Immortal Emperor Fei, Deep South Divine Emperor, Immortal Emperor Minran, Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, Immortal Emperor Qizhan, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, Mortal Reversion Ancient God, Immortal Monarch Yi. These beings have blessed the academy before with their impressive power. So much fun, count me in. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian laughed and took out a divine cauldron. Poof! Ceaseless flame poured down from the sky and began to assault the barriers. Of course, no point in hiding anymore. Another person popped up, completely shrouded in fog. There was something indistinct about him. It was as if he didn't exist in this world despite clearly standing there. Brother Ershur, you're here too. Welcome. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian smiled after seeing him. How could I miss this feast? I need more resources, and once enough, I might be able to repeat another generation. Ershur, the second emperor from Alira's ancient kingdom, smiled back at him. His smile didn't mean that he was friendly. He took out a spinning wheel and threw it down at the academy as if it was a planet. Immortal Emperor Ershur, a high god lurking in the shadows, shuddered. Can this person really reincarnate like the legends? It might be true. His friend became serious and said, according to the tales, his previous life was also an immortal emperor named Ishur. However, he got hunted down after coming to the 10th world and was the first emperor to be killed. Next, in his next generation, he called himself Ershur. But who knows if this is the truth or not? Break! The lion-headed figure also appeared. A maelstrom materialized behind him. He raised his hands like raising 2 mountain ranges and slammed down mercilessly. Sparks splattered everywhere on the barrier, resulting in an apocalyptic scene. Would be a shame if I don't have a piece in this feast. A voice from an indiscernible location came about, from the east then the west. Another figure emerged with a loose cloak. The thing that attracted others was not his imperial aura but a golden horn on his forehead. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't a horn at all but something akin to a wiggling tumor. It was as if there were countless insects inside trying to break out of his skin. Immortal Emperor Chong Huang. The scariest one is here, an invisible murderer. A spectating high god noted. Many people shuddered after hearing this name. He came from the nether sacred world and had created the insect king lineage there. His insect mastery was the most dreadful thing about him. This allowed him to kill people in an undetectable manner. He spewed out countless ferocious insects that could devour steel and metals to the horror of the spectators. They began chipping away at the barriers. Fellow Taoist, allow me to help. Another shadow flashed into existence behind Immortal Emperor Ershur. It was another Immortal Emperor. The moment he opened his eyes, one could see the sun within. Boom! 2 rays shot out and penetrated the barrier. You're here too, Brother Yin Yang. Immortal Emperor Ershur smiled at him and continued to attack the barrier with his wheel. There are a lot of immortal emperors coming this time around. A high god said. This is arrogance, so there are plenty of immortal monarchs and immortal emperors from the 100 races hiding. They are so close to the academy, there's no way they would miss this chance. His friend smiled. There were plenty of high gods just waiting on the sideline for the best opportunity to divide the academy. They were weaker so they couldn't grab the good stuff, but just a little bit of soup wasn't too bad. My turn. God's Hall didn't attack in full force just yet, but Hundred Arm began with a divine weapon and unleashed a serious blow on the barrier. Rumble. The entire academy was trembling, ravaged by the power of these emperors, a tiny ship ready to capsize at any moment among the raging tempest. Cracks began to form. It was only a matter of time before a complete collapse. Though the ancestors of the academy were extremely powerful, they were occupied with stabilizing the expanding world, or the result would also be the same. This severely weakened the academy's actual barriers. It's not looking good. Lu Jinsheng was worried. No rush, the real legions aren't here yet. The danger will actually come when a 12-will emperor appears. Li Qie remained patient. Chapter 2069, Rumble. The academy swayed back and forth to the dismay of the students. They were forced down on the ground by the terrible suppression with no chance of getting up. Despite the barriers being empowered by the strongest beings, they still couldn't withstand the relentless onslaught. Time to take what belongs to us. Oblivion Devil Emperor and the others laughed before entering the academy with a dominating presence. Fight! The old headmaster cried out and rushed forward with the remaining ancestors. A light came from the deepest area of the academy and shined upon them, adorning them with powerful regalias. This was another part of the academy's defensive measures. Take it. The Eight-Pillar Society still wanted the particular divine peak and rushed for it. Luo Wensong, don't even think about it. Even Mo Qianjun had joined this battle. Old they might be, they were as ferocious as dragons and tigers on the battlefield. The old headmaster led some ancestors to take on these high gods. This tree is mine. Immortal Emperor Chong Huang jumped into the academy, his sight fixated on a tree spewing and absorbing immortal flame. Chong Huang, ask us first if you want the treasure. Harmony Monarchs blocked his way and coldly uttered. So be it. The emperor exuded a cold glare, ordering numerous insects to attack the husband and wife. They completely blotted out the sun and surrounded the two. Clank! Clank! The wondrous saber and resonating sword left their sheath, ready for a combination attack. Both the monarchs disappeared, leaving behind only the gales of their weapons. A rain of heavenly swords descended from the sky while an endless tsunami of sabers came from the side. The torrential edges swung by and instantly made mincemeat out of the insects. Let's go. Immortal Emperor Chong Huang didn't only rely on his insects. He took out a large bell and swung forward, releasing a gigantic sound wave. Buzz. In a different location, Immortal Emperor Airshur kept on moving like a phantom. It didn't take long before he emerged before an ancient palace. So this is the rumor palace that contains the scrolls of Fei. Airshur had a goal long ago in the academy. Fellow Taoist Airshur, return now, don't wait until it is too late. A person stood by the door and stopped him, Stoneraiser Immortal Monarch. Fellow Taoist Stoneraiser, the academy will fall, why risk your life for something so meaningless? How about we share these scrolls? Airshur smiled and said. I will never be a despicable monarch and shame the regal prestige. Stoneraiser coldly refused. As if emperors aren't brutal and cruel in nature. Airshur laughed and aimed for Stoneraiser's head with his wheel. Break! Stoneraiser retaliated with his iron rod. Gentlemen, excuse my offense. Oblivion jumped into the academy. Teachers and even some ancestors couldn't stop him at all, so he made his way into a valley. He swept away several ancestors guarding the valley with an unstoppable momentum by just waving his hand. The imperial barrier didn't stop him at all. The true body of a 10-will Grand Emperor was no joke. As he was making preparation to shift the entire valley away, a ray with incomparable sharpness pierced his natural mighty defense. He had to take several steps back in order to dodge it. He looked over and saw an old man standing in the way. Brother Azura, long time no see. He cupped his fist. Despite being an invader, he remained cool and free. Long time no see. Oblivion, you are betting on my academy's destruction. This was one of the academy's strongest ancestors, Azura. Brother, this is the reality, not a gamble. Oblivion revealed a faint smile. You may not know this, but the legions of our three races are approaching. Thus, I have no choice but to take the initiative, or when Heaven Authority gets here, I'll be left with scraps. Azura calmly said, even Heaven Authority won't be able to destroy my academy. Heed my advice and leave now, or not just you but even your clan won't be able to survive. Thank you, brother, but one must seek fortune amidst peril. I'm sure you know that your treasures here are worthy of this risk. I have no grievances against your group and am only doing this for the items. If you don't block my path, I won't trouble you either. All the students and teachers can leave freely. As a Tenwil emperor, he was in the position to make this suggestion. Then we have nothing else to say, a fight to the death it is. Azura's eyes turned cold and attacked with his disc. So be it. Oblivion laughed heartily and prepared for battle. Boom! The two sides began their amazing battle. In the interim, many high gods were making their way in. The majority of them was hiding their identity, especially the weaker ones. They followed right behind the emperors and wanted to take advantage of the chaos. Of course, some of them went straight in. For example, Hundredarm from God's Hall. He defeated the teachers here and split a peak apart, revealing the treasures inside. Stop him! The teachers rallied once more. Scram! Hundredarm shouted, and suddenly, numerous arms as big as mountains unleashed devastating strikes. All of the teachers were blown flying. Who can stop me? He wanted to take the entire treasury with him. Hundredarm, don't be arrogant at the academy. A furious cry resounded. Three monstrous figures made way into the academy. Zhang Trinity is here to help. One of them announced. Zhang Ruolii, Zhang Ruofeng, and Zhang Ruoyu. A high god was astonished to see these three. The two men and one woman ahead were famous high gods in arrogance, alumni of the academy. The most special thing about them was that they could combine their individual totems into a set, a total of 10. They didn't forget about the past and came to help the academy. Zhang Trinity, I have 11 totems, more than your 10. So what, we'll still kill you all the same. The sister, Zhang Ruoyu, had the fiercest temper among the three siblings. She gathered a sun above her head and threw it at Hundredarm. Her brothers didn't waste words either and commenced their offense. Come! I'll see just how strong the three of you are. Hundredarm was not afraid at all. He grasped another sun to counter the sister while using all-penetrating power against the two brothers. Chapter 2070, Chaos ravaged the academy. The gong rang time and time again while the thieves took their treasures and ran with haste. The strongest might be the lion-headed person heading straight for the depth of the academy. It was where the academy stored their manuals and scrolls, including the ones from top emperors. This being left destruction in his wake. No barriers and ancestors could slow him down at all. A high god gasped after seeing his speed, is that a top emperor? But they quickly dispelled this notion. A top emperor like World wouldn't need to hide their identity like this. Hold it right there. A real challenger finally came forward, an old man adorned in an imperial robe. Clank! The soaring immortal sword formation sleeping in the academy woke up instantly with a wave of his hand. The sword formation slashed vertically at the intruder. The lion-headed being raised both hands to block the slash, causing sparks to go flying everywhere. These sparks flew all the way up to the sky and destroyed the stars. Damn, that's insane. People gasped after seeing the being capable of stopping the sword formation with his bare hands. Try this. The old man casually unleashed another strike. A divine bell of Deep South Divine Emperor flew mercilessly forward. Boom! 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 The guy was struck several times and staggered backward, but he was still fine, showing others just how monstrous he was. Reveal yourself. The old man demanded and used an imperial mirror to shine a scorching ray at the lion-headed being. However, one could only see a vast expanse with 14 heavens' wills floating there. How can this be? There's someone with 14 wills in this world? The crowd was shocked, the more naive ones were horrified. No wonder why you're hiding, so it is 14 immortal monarchs working together, each with one will. The old man said. Everyone became startled at this revelation. So 14 monarchs from the 100 races actually teamed up together to attack the academy? They must have truly wanted to destroy the academy, but this wasn't surprising at all. It had taken the deepest roots in arrogance with a plethora of resources. Just dividing this up was enough for their sect to reach the next level. Imperial Prince, the academy is done for, so its scrolls should be kept by the 100 races, away from the 3 races. The lion-headed being finally spoke. That's Immortal Emperor Fei's son. A high god finally realized the old man's identity. Soaring Immortal Prince, people naturally reacted emotionally after finding this out. Some even started bowing. Don't even dream about it. The prince had a stately and oppressive temperament. The outcome has been decided. The lion-headed man said, even your coming into being won't do anything. We have 14 wills here, so you won't be able to stop us, and if we come with our real body, you will die here. Among them were some terrifying monarchs, one even had 11 wills. This was the reason why they were so confident. Alright, I shall break your wills so that you won't be able to hide any longer. The prince was also confident. Buzz. His vitality erupted, resulting in him seemingly traveling back in time all the way to the primordial chaos. This granted him the power of the source. Eternal bloodline, a diviner immediately recognized it and took a deep breath, one of the 4 immortal bloodlines, and the only one from our race. No one was surprised to see this. His father might be from the 100 races, but his mother was the prettiest diviner during that generation, and his grandfather, Deep South Divine Emperor. This was the noblest of bloodlines. Die! The lion-headed being roared and instantly attacked. Though it had 14 wills, it was only a temporary combination. These wills weren't able to exert their real power. Your punishment is death. The prince waved his sleeve to control the sword formation for another slash. Rumble. Battles waged everywhere inside the academy. The entire place was filled with activated imperial runes, resulting in isolated battlefields. Nevertheless, the academy was still suffering the shockwaves from the battles. We're here to join the fun. The sky suddenly turned dark with a gigantic dragon and tiger appearing above. Golden dragon and tyrant tiger? People didn't know which side these two beasts were on. How shameful, a high god acting like a thief. The tiger laughed and smashed a high god who was carrying an old well into a pulp. So much fun, we haven't gone all out in a long time. The dragon roared and joined in. These two were no other than the ones who came up to the 10th world with Wuxia. Of course, this was their original home. The two beasts began to terrorize the high gods who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Not everyone was trying to jump into the academy right away after the barrier's collapse. For example, Immortal Emperor Yin Yang and Immortal Emperor Bai Lian weren't in a hurry. They were only here for one thing, the High Heaven Palace. Yin Yang opened his eyes, one was Yin and the other Yang. The two cycled and illuminated the entire academy during his search. Must be there. He finally became fixated on study room. The guy was indeed capable enough to see a few clues, so he headed there. Return from whence you came. Wuxia was sitting in the main hall and nonchalantly told him. Who are you? The emperor was cautious against this young man. I do not wish to repeat myself. Wuxia was still relaxed. Buzz. The emperor activated his gaze again in order to see through Wuxia. Alas, all he saw was a muddled mess, something impossible to fathom. Who the hell are you? He didn't expect this at all. That doesn't matter, but if you are foolish enough to linger around, this place will be your burial. Wuxia continued. I have climbed out of piles of corpses time and time again, so I'm very interested to see what kind of person will be able to kill me. Yin Yang smiled and said. This was someone who had experienced tribulations and near-death countless times, so he wasn't scared that easily. Plus, even if the guy was unfathomable, he still needed to try once. Buzz. His shining eyes shot out a ray straight for Wuxia. However, a river of time appeared and trapped the ray completely before it could make contact with Wuxia. A woman descended from the sky just like a goddess, all eyes had to be on her now. Chapter 2071. This woman wouldn't be called a goddess because of her beauty. In fact, she was no match for Mei Suyao and Yu Qianxian in terms of appearance. Nevertheless, her features were extraordinarily pleasing to the eyes, just like a perfect masterpiece. The other two were certainly incredible, but they would be overshadowed by this woman who seemed to be pure at birth with the temperament of an immortal. She emitted a faint glow as if there was a river of time flowing through her, granting her a unique and eternal aura. Teacher. She landed with an intimate smile after seeing Wuxia, the most beautiful smile in the world. Others wouldn't be able to resist the urge to hug her. Little girl. Wuxia smiled brightly, one coming from his heart. This was the first time Jinsheng saw the guy smile in this manner. Who else could it be but Magu? She came with the two beasts to aid the academy. Eternal physique. Someone has actually done it. Immortal Emperor Yin Yang was astonished. His vision was impeccable and instantly realized that the woman before her had a grand completion eternal physique, something that has never been done before despite numerous attempts. This miracle of the ages was a marvel to behold. It could even be said that cultivating this physique was countless times harder than becoming an immortal emperor. Alas, such a being was standing before them, something even more amazing than seeing a 12-will emperor. You are that person from the Heavenly Tao Academy. The emperor stared at her, astounded. He had heard of such a person who was rumored to be immortal back in the 9 worlds, but there was no meeting between them. He finally understood what this immortality was now. Yes. Get ready now. Magu didn't waste time and took one step forward. Time began to flow and engulfed the emperor. Buzz. The flesh on his body immediately withered despite his mighty vitality. Boom. His wills appeared with its majestic power to restore his flesh. He took one step forward, one that could travel billions of miles, but Magu also did the same, one encompassing billions of years. His agility was not enough to escape the temporal river. Back in Pure, Samsara and Wuxia had researched the river of time, but this was not the same. The two of them were looking at the actual thing. Magu's river was a creation, 1 second in the real world was billions of years there. The two were fundamentally different. Of course, immortal Emperor Yin Yang was not on the same level as Samsara. Because of this, his step couldn't catch up to her. Now! He shouted and placed his palms together. A Yin Yang portal appeared, transporting him from one world to another. He instantly made it to Magu's position at the source of the river. She remained calm and casually pointed forward. Time oozed out like a flood and continued its withering devastation. Yin Yang's expression changed after seeing this temporal current. Emperors were still afraid of this particular affinity. Being touched meant turning to ashes. Break. His eyes turned into the yin and yang and poured out this power. It turned into a karmic shield and blocked before him. The karmic cycle in the form of this shield was still slowly rotting away. Die. He bought enough time to take another step forward and lunge for Magu. There was no fear in her fighting against this experienced emperor. A third eye suddenly emerged on her forehead, one containing properties from the very start of the world all the way till now. Time itself was being gestated inside this eye. Buzz. The emperor instantly disappeared after being illuminated by the light of the eye. He fell into a world with an eternal flow of time. He tested by taking one step forward and half of his body instantly turned into a dried corpse, so he anxiously retreated. There were only two ways to escape this world of time. First, to choose the right temporal path. Alas, there were endless time paths from all the living beings. One person's path was but a bubble in the ocean. It was akin to finding a needle in a haystack the size of the sea. The second method was using force to make it out of this world. However, this was simply impossible since the strength required was tremendous. The emperor stood there with a serious expression, realizing his current predicament. Wuxia nodded approvingly after seeing this, surpassing the limits, though not enough to open a new epoch, but this is opening a new page and adding text to the physique scripture. You're the only one who can do it right now. What should I name it, teacher? Magu remained calm while fighting the emperor with a tinge of happiness after being praised. Let's call it the Eye of Time. Wuxia smiled. I haven't started a new epoch yet. You have improved the scripture. Later on, when I start my epoch, I will use this new physique scripture as the original copy. Eye of Time? I like it. She found herself easily satisfied while being around Wuxia, just like a cute little girl. The 9 scriptures varied depending on the epoch. Because they have lasted for an eternity till now, they took different shapes and forms. In this particular one, the physiques were based on the inner cores, but this wasn't the case in previous epochs. It probably wasn't called the physique scripture for some of them. Magu had reached the limit of the eternal physique and even broke through it before the end of the epoch. She had added a new page, an entirely new world, to the eternal physique, the Eye of Time. No one has ever reached this level before. Some have finished grand completion immortal physiques, but never able to break through the limit like Magu. This was because her whole life consisted of training the eternal physique. With her pure heart and mind, she used a rather clumsy and simple method to reach this unprecedented and unsurpassable height. Meanwhile, the emperor was racking his brains about his own temporal path. Only by going through his path would he be able to escape from this world. Must be this place. Immortal Emperor Bai Lian has arrived at this time. His branches were all over the academy and he finally concluded that the High Heaven Scroll must be in this place. However, he was surprised to see Wuxia and the others. He tried but couldn't see through Wuxia. Bai Lian, this is not the place for you to be, scram now. Wuxia told him. A few high gods were watching and became shocked after hearing this. A youth dared to talk to the emperor like this? So damn fierce. Temporal gaze was my original choice, but I feel like I've been using temporal a lot, including the term temporal gaze itself. Eye of Time doesn't sound as good, but it's clearly a title. Chapter 2072, Immortal Emperor Bai Lian had all kind of questions rummaging through his mind. He could count with his fingers the number of people who dare to talk to him in this manner. Senior, may I ask who you are? He cupped his fist and said. Call me whatever you want. Wuxia waved his sleeve and said, out of consideration that it wasn't easy to get here from the 9 worlds, I won't make it difficult for you. Leave. The emperor had a pensive expression, wanting to figure out Wuxia's identity, not out of fear but out of curiosity. Clank. A sword him interrupted him. A terrifying sword intent ravaged the area with the greatest bloodthirst pricking everyone all over. Boom! It was because an old man broke the void in order to enter this ancient world. He had 9 god-slaying swords hovering in the sky, each capable of cutting down planets. He didn't hide his murderous intent at all and let it scream to let the rest of the world know. 9-sword high god. A peer said, "Is he crazy? Why is he not restraining his aura? Do you not know? His only son got killed, so whoever tries to stop him right now is gonna get it. He'll take down all just for revenge." A knowledgeable god explained. Virtuous also made his appearance in order to greet 9-sword. Boom! 9-sword instantly made it to study room with fire in his eyes after seeing Wuxia. The flame spewing out could incinerate the entire world. "Little animal, I'll cut off your dog head and offer it to my son." He roared and unsheathed his swords. The terrifying aura spewed out even more with incomparable sharpness. The shrines and temples began to collapse because of the aura. So noisy. "Jinsheng, bring me his head," Wuxia said emotionlessly. "Yes, young noble." Jinsheng bowed and took one step forward. He flashed into disappearance before re-emerging before 9-sword. Boom! He didn't waste time before releasing his vitality and a faint shadow encompassing the characteristics of 3 different beasts, dragon, serpent, and dog. It spun playfully around him and howled with a world-devouring force. Next, his 11 totems floated orderly in the sky. He was no longer a feeble old man but a master capable of looking down on all creations. That's Nether Lunatic. Who the hell is that youth? Why is Nether Lunatic obeying him? A high god was shocked to see this. "Nether Lunatic, you wish to oppose me? I will kill anyone standing in my path," 9-sword uttered coldly. At his age, he only had 1 son and adored the boy more than anything. Thus, he was willing to pay any price for revenge. 9-sword high god, I didn't mind that you were researching me for antagonistic reasons. Today, I will take your head not because of that, but because my young noble wishes to have it. May his will be done. Nether Lunatic calmly uttered. Though his temperament was mild now with old age, he was still imperious when dealing with someone on the same level as him, not giving a damn about the guy. Die. 9-sword didn't waste time either, his 9 swords came together to form a massive slash. Jinsheng punched in retaliation, the nether shadow soared to the sky and revealed its fangs. Meanwhile, Virtuous was also in study room in order to watch or help 9-sword if necessary. 9-sword was his Dao protector and had saved him several times. "You, get the hell out of the academy right now." Wuxia pointed at Virtuous and ordered. Virtuous' expression turned ugly after the public disrespect. "On what basis do you chase me away? I'm a student here." The fact that you're standing here shows that you only want the treasures from study room instead of helping," Wuxia said flatly. "You. Don't be falsely accusing people." Virtuous turned red and trembled with rage. "So what? It's not like we can be friends," Wuxia retorted. Virtuous had no answer. Of course they couldn't become friends. Not to mention the previous provocations, just the fact that Wuxia had killed 6-sword cemented their foul relationship with each other. He was naturally on 9-sword's side. "If we can't become friends, then I'll overestimate myself and will ask you for a duel." Virtuous was young and this was his first time being humiliated after becoming a monarch. He couldn't let this go at all. Boom! His 4 wills emerged as he channeled his power. "You are indeed overestimating yourself. I don't need to personally take care of someone at your level. Gugwa, slay him." Wuxia waved his sleeve again before ordering. "Out of my way." South Emperor was fighting against low-level high gods. He swung his halberd and repelled all of them before leaping into the sky toward study room. South Emperor. Immortal Emperor by Lien murmured. He has also heard about the existence of a slumbering genius at Mysterious Bamboo, one of the 10 Ionic geniuses. My pleasure, sacred teacher. South Emperor stood in front of Virtuous and pointed forward with his halberd. Fellow Taoist, I have heard of your great talents and wish to challenge you today. Very well. Virtuous leaped to the sky and summoned his divine weapon. He was serious at the moment because South Emperor also had 4 wills just like him. Let's go. South Emperor's halberd instantly blocked off all the space around Virtuous. Die. Virtuous' 12 palaces appeared with a loud detonation in order to stop the halberd. The 2 of them began to ravage the sky vault. Sacred teacher. Immortal Emperor by Lien looked as if he had just seen a ghost after hearing this title. He recalled an ancient legend he heard of during his youth. He turned pale because he had experienced enough to know that this was no legend. You are that Cr-. The Emperor quickly changed his tone. You are the leader of our 9 worlds? In fact, he wanted to say Crow or Dark Hand behind the curtains, but these titles were rather unflattering, a taboo subject. This existence has eliminated the invincible ancient Ming and crucified one of their emperors whose scream echoed across the 9 worlds. In the 13 continents, his tale was even more overwhelming, the starter of Emperor Hunt against the 3 races. Back at the verdant cliff for that hero assembly, I spared you because it wasn't easy for an existence like you to reach the Tao. Later on, you indeed have successfully walked on the regal path. Unfortunately, your achievements in the 13 continents left me wanting. Li Qie said. The Emperor was drenched in cold sweat after hearing this. He could clearly recall what happened on that day. It wasn't until he became an emperor that he realized how close to death's door he was. The fact that he survived had nothing to do with his power, only that the existence decided to show mercy. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Senior, I had no clue of your arrival, please forgive my insolence. Showing slight was unacceptable since even the unbeatable ancient Ming Emperor got killed, let alone someone like him. In fact, the guy didn't need to do anything. Just one word from him and the Emperor would have no place to stay in the 13 continents. Chapter 2073, Go now, consider our previous meeting a type of fate. Li Qie waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Senior, for sparing me back then. The Emperor bowed again. If it wasn't for Li Qie showing mercy, he wouldn't be standing here right now. Li Qie nonchalantly accepted the gesture. This would be a grand event for someone else, but it was nothing to him. The Emperor could predict the outcome of this event right now. The Academy was only a trap to lead out the greedy emperors out of their cave. He was one of these victims. After he left, Li Qie sat there calmly with no intention of helping the Academy. It's about time. He smiled while staring at the sky. Buzz. A luminous glow suddenly emerged above with the shape of a mirror. It took in the entire situation at the Academy, reflecting it on the surface. Someone must be spying on these battlefields. However, spying was not the right word since the person was doing it so blatantly. Who? A high god said in astonishment. A direct mirror like this gives him a full view of this ancient world. Not many are capable of this feat. A rather mighty high god on the sideline took a deep breath. A faint figure presided in this mirror, seemingly in a different space altogether. It was ethereal and impossible to see through with any heavenly gaze. That's Profound Emperor. A monarch recognized him. Everyone was naturally shocked at this revelation and felt their scalp tingling. Profound Emperor wants to join in? A high god felt his mouth becoming dry. This was a 12-will Grand Emperor from the divine race, the 9th in history to have this achievement and one of the 4 survivors. The other 3 members were Pure Wood, Yi, and World. Of course, Crimson Emperor of the Devil race was also alive. However, for some unknown reasons, he chose to destroy one will and drop down to 11. Because Pure Wood was an elusive individual, the other 3 were the top characters in the 13 continents and steered the direction. Profound had his 12 wills most recently among the 4, but people didn't know much about him. His identity and everything else remained a mystery. People said that after reaching this realm, he chose to hide everything. Moreover, his Grand Dao was unknown as well. His title reflected his mysterious nature. He was similar to Pure Wood in this sense. However, there was one distinction. Profound was still traveling across the 13 continents while Pure Wood was nowhere to be found. The only time Pure Wood formally showed up was during the ancient Ming's assault. If it wasn't for this, others would think that this person was only a fabrication. From then on, this Grand Emperor never appeared again, as if he had evaporated from this world. The arrival of Profound naturally affected the crowd and induced anxiety. The Academy is done. Heaven authorities decree and Profound Emperor is here in person? No one can save it, not even if immortal Emperor Fei comes back to life. It will be destroyed for sure. One high god initially wanted to watch the situation develop, but time was running out. If he didn't join in now, nothing would be left of the pie. Boom! Another Dao portal took shape above with 5 Grand Emperors walking out from their sect. Our divine race can't miss out on this lively event. The leader was a gentleman wearing an elegant robe with 6 wills. Rain's group is here. Are the diviners mobilizing now? A spectator wondered. Profound Emperor's observation is indicative of his stance, which is why these Grand Emperors are coming here now. Perhaps they even have Profound's backing. Who is in charge of the diviners now? Yes, Profound can order them to do anything. A spectating monarch commented. Though the divine race had 2 12-will Grand Emperors right now, Pure Wood had disappeared. Thus, Profound had a more pivotal role at this moment. Though this emperor didn't directly rule like World with heaven authority and kept a low profile, it didn't imply a lack of involvement or prestige. The Grand Emperors of his race would follow all of his orders. Thus, if Profound wanted to attack the Academy, the diviners would be more than happy to obey. Fellow Taoists from the Academy, please excuse us. Rain Divine Emperor spoke. We can't sit with a calm heart before this great feast, no point in being gentlemen any longer. Today, we will divide your academy. Be smart and leave, we won't kill the weak. There was nothing the teachers and ancestors from the academy could do right now. They were already occupied with many enemies and couldn't spare the force to deal with this new group. Furthermore, the figure in the sky was truly dreadful. Rain, cease your impudence. An old man with gray hair and a friendly face appeared before the 5 Grand Emperors. He had a walking stick with a peach growing on one end. So it's you, Dao Brother Life Peach. Rain laughed after seeing this old man. Mysterious Bamboo is helping us. A 10-will alumnus. A student happily shouted. Life Peach Immortal Monarch was a demon who graduated from the academy. One by one or all 5 together? Life Peach spoke in an amicable yet fierce manner. After all, he was confident in going against all 5. Dao brother, I admit that you are stronger than me, and even all 5 of us together. But there is no saving the academy now. Rain said before darting his glance towards the mirror. He was clearly saying, we have Profound Emperor on our side. Life Peach burst out in laughter. I'm not the only emperor from our 100 races, you'll see. This brought solace to the nervous hearts at the academy. True, remember, Heaven's Ender was created by immortal Emperor Ba Zhen, so if Mysterious Bamboo is helping the academy, does that mean Heaven's Ender is also involved? A high god was pleased with himself after connecting the dots. Heaven's Ender was one of the strongest forces of the 100 Races and had fought against Heaven Authority before too. Chapter 2074, Rain smiled in response, Dao brother Life Peach, Heaven's Ender is indeed unstoppable, but don't forget, Heaven Authority is still around. Who in this world is capable of opposing this power and World Emperor? Rain reminded everyone that Heaven Authority was also part of this ordeal. The decree showed the power's intent of destroying the Academy. Plus, if World Emperor were to join in, it would only be a matter of time before the end. Profound Emperor was also watching and might join in as well. At that point, who could save the Academy from two top emperors? Dao brother Life Peach, please go back, you have tried your best. Rain noticed Life Peach's silence. Life Peach naturally understood this, but he still calmly replied, the Academy has given me everything, including a home. As long as there is one breath left in me, I will protect it. His calm and simple statement actually touched people, especially the High God alumni. They asked themselves, what did they learn from the Academy? What were they doing when the Academy is facing a crisis? That's right, fight to the death to protect the Academy. One teacher roared. Bai Yunguan is here now, I'm sorry, I was wrong. A high god answered the call with an earth-shaking roar. He entered the Academy with his disciples and fought against the invaders. That's White Cloud High God. Someone said after seeing him floating in the air, surrounded by the clouds. I, Hongyi, swear to stand with the Academy till death. Another high god chimed in and entered the battle to fight alongside the ancestors. Brother Hongya, count me in. A third high god named Jingguang couldn't sit still any longer. Heaven Authority? 12 will Grand Emperors? So what? The Academy will last forever upon the foundation of our blood. Several more high gods decided to join the fray. In fact, they were here early but wanted to watch first. Some even wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, Life Peach's words have touched them deeply. They recalled their brilliant youths. The Academy might not have given them supreme manuals, but it certainly taught them how to survive in this cruel world of cultivation while leading them to a greater door. This firmly established a foundation for the rest of their lives, allowing them to become high gods, tyrants of their own domains. Their descendants would prosper as a result. Because of this, they felt their blood boiling and decided to help the Academy after Life Peach gave the exemplary determination. Let's go. Life Peach stopped wasting time and revealed his 10 wills to begin attacking Rain's group. Rain and his peers also retaliated together to take on Life Peach. This was not a foe they could afford to underestimate. The Academy is still the cradle of the 100 Races. Though some have betrayed them for riches, many still felt graceful enough for personal reasons and something grander, that the Academy had propelled their race by continuously adding talents. A neutral diviner said with emotions. This was a world of the strong, those who don't scheme for themselves deserved death. Alas, these people were still willing to die for the Academy, the hope of the 100 Races, even though it wasn't their sect. Who will be able to stop the 12 will emperors? Despite finding more reinforcement, the situation was still as dire as before. Profound Emperor still loomed in the mirror and instilled fear into the crowd. Buzz. Suddenly, a green radiance illuminated the entire Academy. Verdant leaves fluttered downward and bathed the place in its lush life force. A sapling emerged from the ground and slowly grew into a gigantic tree. However, there was only one leaf on it. This single leaf represented the creation of a new world. All the ancestors, teachers, and supporting high gods became spirited right away. They felt their strength returning to their body and all fatigue swept away. Even their wounds were closing at a visible pace. Immortal Monarch Yi. An ancestor shouted. The scream wasn't that loud, but everyone heard the name clearly because of its shocking and threatening nature. Our 12-will emperor is here. The crowd naturally screamed like crazy. Some of the students even had tears streaming down their cheeks. Our human monarch. This was the only 12-will emperor of the 100 races, the pride of the humans. He was a mixed blood of a charming spirit and a human, but the humans considered him as their own. That monarch is coming. Even the spectating grand emperors took a deep breath. The legend of the 100 races, the only person who could stop world and profound. Ye's existence gave hope. As long as this emperor was around, the 100 races believed that they could still contest against the 3 races. Is immortal monarch Yi entering now? A person murmured while looking at the gigantic tree. Not that easily, just like profound emperor. They are waiting for the other to act first. One high god said. No, these 12-will emperors won't join recklessly, the heavenly execution is too terrifying. Though this is the ancient world and not the 13 continents reducing the chance, their probability of invoking one is far higher than regular emperors. Plus, if 2 of them fight, this probability is doubled. A low-level Grand Emperor agreed with a nod. Meanwhile, the students of the academy found solace. At least someone can take on Profound Emperor now. Profound Emperor has been a demon in their minds so far, but the appearance of immortal monarch Yi gave them hope for a chance to reverse the tide. As an 11-totem high god, Jinsheng still felt awe when looking at the tree. This wasn't the case for 9-sword high god and the attackers. It was a terrible development. It's time for the old geezer Qian to come on stage. Li Qia wasn't surprised at all. This was all within his expectation, so he waited for his old enemy, World Emperor. Buzz. Another portal appeared in the sky with blinding radiance. It was extremely powerful, crossing through one continent to another. There was a stony throne on the other side of the portal, carved in an exquisite manner, simple and unadorned, yet people couldn't help but wanting to prostrate before its imperial prestige. Chapter 2075, a man capable shouldering the high heaven presided on this throne in an awesome manner. Despite being in a different world, he instantly suppressed numerous people here, including other emperors. World Emperor. People blurted out after seeing him. This was an explosive title with the greatest deterrence. This was someone from an ancient clan with 12 wills and a true immortal armament on top of cultivating from a heavenly scripture, the leader of heaven authority and his race. He possessed plenty of glory and legends. After the end of Flame and Deep South's generations, it became the era of World Emperor. Later on, other emperors with 12 wills showed up but were no match for World Emperor in terms of influence and authority. He could even give orders to the devils and diviners. Some considered him as the leader of all 3 races. He didn't need to say anything. Just his appearance on his throne was more resounding than anything else. World Emperor. Even the greatest geniuses were shuddering before his appearance. A few teachers were horrified as well, just when they thought the situation was getting better. Is that heaven authority? Someone wondered about the location of the throne. He was only showing his face and wasn't coming just yet. His Dao portal only activatable by him was connected to a different world. This generation will not be the same. Some emperors were amazed at the scale of this battle. 3 of the 4 strongest emperors were present outside of Pure Wood. Has there been such a magnificent spectacle before? Someone uttered in astonishment. The crowd thought about the consequence of all 3 top emperors attacking at the same time. This ancient world might get destroyed along with the academy. Buzz. 2 grand emperors came out of this portal. One had a fiery spear while the other chose a heavenly saber with massive bloodthirst. The air changed instantly, causing the crowd to shudder uncontrollably. God Edge Divine Emperor and Dragon Spear Devil Emperor. People glanced at each other because these two were not Heaveners. Why did these two come out from there? Did they join Heaven Authority? A high god was puzzled. But this wasn't out of the question. God Edge had 9 wills while Dragon Spear had 10. The latter was definitely eligible. Not necessarily. A low-level Grand Emperor from the Devil race explained, "Don't forget about War Alliance, the organization for young Grand Emperors. These two are from that. Count our War Alliance in." Both the Grand Emperors laughed and readied their weapon before jumping into the battlefield. War Alliance was the newest organization for Grand Emperors. Despite its recent founding, it had great potential due to the promising members. Let's go. These two emperors were quite powerful, but the teachers from the academy still tried to stop them. Rumble. The battle intensified. Though the academy gained a large reinforcement, the enemy still vastly outnumbered them. It had trouble dealing with the waves of attackers. Break! Soaring Immortal Prince roared. He fought against the lion-headed figure while channeling the Grand Formation to attack Dragon Spear. He had the absolute advantage fighting against this being, but this was no longer the case when Dragon Spear joined in. Buzz. The Tao portal from Heaven Authority opened again with one emperor stepping out after another and made a line. 8 Grand Emperors. The crowd was horrified. Heaven Authority has finally decided to go all out and destroy the academy. The 8 stood there and weren't in a hurry to attack. They released their murderous breath and would show no mercy. If one were to know the situation of the ambush during Wuxia's ascension, they would know that these 8 emperors were involved, each using 2 wills to come there. However, they were here in person now. On the contrary, the 4 emperors who came in person such as Tao Dragon were not present. It's over, a few teachers felt despair at the moment. One even lamented. 10 Grand Emperors have joined in just now. This was truly a fatal blow to the academy. Boom! The central area has been broken through. One emperor successfully dragged a treasury out of the ground. Rumble. The academy was cracking again since some of the ancestors on the platforms had no choice but to join the battle. This allowed the ancient world to expand again. The place was having a hard time withstanding this pressure. Demise was certainly imminent. We gotta run now. A desperate student ran out of the academy, finding himself with no other choice. The spectating high gods became emotional. An eternal behemoth was finally about to fall. It's about time for that guy to come. World Emperor stared at the academy with a profound gaze. Time for me to join. At this exact moment, Wuxia smiled inside study room. He appeared in the sky above the academy next. World Emperor exuded a terrible ray from his eyes after seeing Wuxia. Boom! Wuxia took out his world seal and turned it into the dragon subduing basket, unleashing its heavenly annihilation, immortal plucking, from the opening that was as large as a mountain now. Laws of an immortal emperor poured down in the form of gigantic hands. They aimed to capture the emperors and high gods invading the academy. Break! Some chose to run with amazing speed while others attacked the laws. The majority managed to escape outside of a few weaker high gods. These were thrown inside the basket and got refined. Wuxia's first action instantly attracted all attention from the invaders. This greatly reduced the pressure on the academy's ancestors. Chapter 2076, Time to Get the Hell Out of the Academy. Wuxia chuckled while sitting on his chair in the sky. He raised his hand, creating a buzz. Crack! Crack! Next, the buildings in study room suddenly assembled together to form a majestic palace. Boom! It emitted a world-destroying power that expanded towards all the invaders. Retreat. Even the emperors were shocked, not wanting to withstand this power. They instantly soared above the 9 firmaments. A few high gods were too slow and instantly turned to ashes without the chance to scream. The spectators shuddered after seeing this wondrous power. High Heaven Palace. The lion-headed figure revealed the origin of this power and reached for the palace with a gigantic palm. Ha! Wuxia sneered and turned the palace into a source emitting a blazing light, capable of murdering emperors. It was too fast and the figure couldn't escape from being penetrated in the chest. Coward, show yourself. Soaring immortal prince roared and took advantage of this moment. Laws from the academy instantly rushed out and locked the 14 wills inside the lion-headed figure. Rumble. The palace then spewed out a flame capable of refining the wills. Not good. We gotta get here now. The 11-will immortal monarch was astounded and commanded. Boom! 14 majestic figures emerged right away in order to regain control. Clank! The laws locking their wills were severed. This was indeed a terrorizing group. Free Sky Immortal Monarch. A spectator gasped after seeing the 11-will monarch. He's an alumnus. A high god quietly stated. God damn you. A member of the 100 races gritted their teeth. Free Sky was one of the strongest monarchs of the 100 races, the progenitor of Free Sky sect. 5 monarchs from Free Sky sect, 3 monarchs from Rumination, and 6 more from the 100 races. Outside of Free Sky Immortal Monarch, 3 other ones were alumni. Someone counted. Rumination had 4 monarchs, but the first one had fallen to a heavenly execution. The 100 races want to destroy the academy even more than us. A devil high god commented. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first, or rather, a mountain can't have 2 tigers. A grand emperor from the divine race sneered, I'm sure they have coveted the academy for a long time now. For example, Free Sky Immortal Monarch was an alumnus, so he knew just the amount of treasures the academy had. How could he not be tempted by this? He wasn't the only one either. Ungrateful bastard. The prince stared at them and uttered harshly. Free Sky turned slightly red. This was indeed a despicable action. Nevertheless, he said, Prince, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The prince snorted and didn't bother responding. He had indeed experienced this logic many times throughout the course of his life. We only want the High Heaven Palace, hand it over and we'll leave right away. Free Sky's group was fixated on this artifact. A grand emperor heard this and stared at the ancient palace. That's the legendary High Heaven Scroll, rumored to be the best. Of course, no one knew whether this claim was true or not. However, after seeing its power earlier, they found it to be quite reasonable. You must be dreaming. Wuxia chuckled and gestured at the palace, causing it to shrink down to the size of a fist while floating around him. It didn't take long before people forgot about the rest of the academy. All eyes were on this ultimate artifact. After all, what could be more precious in comparison? It was best to seize this item first before doing anything else. Dao brother, I don't know who you are, but it doesn't matter how strong you are, the situation is already settled. You won't be able to protect the academy or keep that artifact. Hand it over, we'll protect it for the sake of the 100 races. Free Sky stepped forward and led his group of 13 emperors. The only thing in their eyes right now was the palace. How shameless. A sneer answered him with the appearance of a blue expanse. A person was riding a bull over. He seemed free and relaxed, capable of shouldering the world and acting as its shepherd. Free Sky, a wretch like you being able to become a monarch is indeed a miracle of the ages. Immortal Emperor Mu Tian. Someone recognized this bull rider. Another emperor from the 9 worlds. One person became excited. This was an emperor from Heaven Guard and had access to some amazing techniques. Free Sky remained calm despite the shameful position he found himself in. This is just the nature of life, fellow Taoist Mu Tian. Can you honestly say you have never taken something from others? Mu Tian smiled in response. I have bullied and killed numerous who were weaker than myself. However, I was never an ungrateful traitor. Someone like that does not deserve to be an immortal monarch. Thus, I shall slay you today to rid the academy of its vermin. Mu Tian, you think I am afraid of you? We'll see who will be the one falling. Free Sky shouted after hearing the harsh comment. Come, we'll have our battle. Mu Tian waved and challenged. I shall also rid the academy and the 100 races of these wretches. Soaring Immortal Prince was also itching to kill. His bloodthirst engulfed the other 13 monarchs behind Free Sky. Count the 2 of us in, Imperial Prince. The Tyrant Tiger laughed and said. I also look down on traitor the most. Life Peach was ready to take down these monarchs with the prince. Meanwhile, the Grand Emperors from the 3 races had a sneer on their face because this was an embarrassing moment for the 100 races. Of course they would be willing to see the monarchs kill each other while they wait for a better opportunity. Protect the academy first. The ancestors of the academy were eager as well, but Wuxia told them with a smile. The ancestors finally realized this was the time. They once again took over the platform. It lit up and the academy was stabilized with its defensive barriers strengthened. Mu Tian, no need to rush to kill these fools. Many people are still watching. Wuxia told the emperor. You are right, teacher. The emperor bowed towards Wuxia. He then turned towards Free Sky and said, My eyes are on you. Free Sky snorted and wasn't in a hurry to attack either. He knew that the Grand Emperors were waiting to take advantage of the situation, so he remained focused on his goal, the High Heaven Palace. The Grand Emperors glanced at each other after seeing that these monarchs weren't going to fight among themselves. Chapter 2077, Free Sky and Mu Tian couldn't fight each other right now. Meanwhile, the Grand Emperors were getting impatient after looking at the palace hovering around Wuxia. After all, this was the greatest High Heaven scroll in history. Dragonspear's group of 6 was slowly coming to surround Wuxia. Everyone acted with prudence because of the current focus in this area. Wuxia smiled after seeing the group. Oh. The 6 of you want it too? Dao brother, you must be the domineering type since you dare to go against the tides. I'm sure you won't mind if more people join in. Oblivion said, if the 6 of us can't take you on together, then we are the ones to be blamed for overestimating ourselves. Wuxia replied, such imagination, however, you all are indeed overestimating yourselves. The high gods were surprised to see this response. One person wondered, who is this guy? Daring to bluster so much, does he not know that there are 2 Tenwil emperors in that group? Then I'm sure you won't mind sparring with us. Dragonspear smiled back, if we lose, then we won't be complaining. If we win, we only want that palace. Are you willing to fight using your own strength without the palace? Dragonspear was trying to hit Wuxia's pride. After all, they were certainly wary of that weapon. Meanwhile, the other emperors chose to watch, since if Dragonspear's group were to win, they could just steal it from them. If they were to lose, then that's even better. They could see how strong Wuxia was thanks to these cannon fodders. Just the 6 of you, not difficult at all. I alone am enough. A ferocious voice resounded thunderously across the plains. A man in great spirit and a black robe walked over from the horizon. Each step turned the world dark as if he was devouring everything. His devouring temperament was even more terrifying than his imperial aura. It was as if he was the biggest black hole in existence. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, a monarch shouted. People shuddered after hearing this title, especially the ones aware of Emperor Hunt. This emperor back then was tenacious and fought against several grand emperors by himself. He was one of the 5 in Soaring Immortal and also joined the archaic repository of Immortal Emperor Minrun. He wasn't just an emperor either, since he also had a grand completion Heaven Devourer evil physique. The guy wanted to fight against all 6 emperors by himself right now. Keep in mind that Oblivion and Dragon Spear both had 10 wills while the others were still relatively powerful emperors. This was a dreadful force to go against. Alas, Tun-Ri didn't give a damn, as if they were nothing in his eyes. Oblivion and Dragon Spear both became serious, not daring to underestimate this new foe. Immortal Emperor Tun-Ri walked over to Wuxia and bowed deeply. "Please excuse my tardiness, sacred teacher. It is already good that you're here, a little late is fine." Wuxia nodded while sitting on his chair. The emperor cupped his fist before looking at the 6 grand emperors and laughed. "The 6 of you right now aren't qualified to challenge the sacred teacher. I, Yi Yunzhou, will take you on." The fierce tone was lost on the 6 emperors' ears because the words that shocked them were, "sacred teacher." Their expression completely changed. Even Free Sky with his 11 wills staggered several steps backward. The ones with 3 to 5 wills fared much better. They didn't know what this title represented, only feeling a bit strange that someone like Immortal Emperor Tun-Ri was so respectful towards Wuxia. Sacred teacher, who the hell is that? Is he a better teacher than Grandpa Mo? The powerful spectators didn't know the inside story. One of the teachers in the academy respected by emperors was Mo Qianjun. This was the reason why they called him Grandpa Mo. The weaker emperors assumed that Wuxia was also another prestigious teacher at the academy. This wasn't the case for the emperors so close to the apex. They were aware that the legendary tale of the 100 races was not only a legend. This was a real existence, the dark hand behind the curtains. He had controlled the movements of the 13 continents once, the mortal enemy of World Emperor for many generations. Just imagine, even World Emperor couldn't take this guy down. Though they have yet to experience his monstrous abilities, just his name alone was enough to instill fear upon them. "He's back," a monarch trembled. This particular legend had disappeared for a long time. Some said he had fallen down to the 9 worlds. Others said that he had died in the final battle or that he was trapped in a mysterious location. Alas, the majority didn't expect for him to still be here in the 13 continents. Some of them felt that they have fallen into a pit dug by others. The academy was only a fat piece of meat to lure them into the pit. A scowl came about as another person came out from the Tao portal of Heaven Authority. This was a vigorous youth with an amazingly sharp aura. He had an ancient sword tied on his back. The two seemed to be one. Sword Emperor is here now. The Grand Emperors from the Heaven race seemed to be respectful of the guy. The 9th Emperor of the Qian clan. One high god murmured. This was one of the most gifted Grand Emperors. Some believed that he was a successful version of Wild Lad. He was born with one of the 2 ancient bloodlines from the Heaven race. This on top of his background made him destined for greatness. Of course, he didn't let people down, eventually becoming an 11-will emperor, only 1 will from catching up to his ancestor, World Emperor. For some unknown reasons, he didn't obtain all 12 wills. He was enamored with the Tao of the sword and was considered peerless in this regard, hence his title. Furthermore, people believed that he was the number 2 in Heaven Authority. This sect wanted to groom him as the successor. Outside of this prestigious position, he had also created War Alliance, the youngest and most promising group of emperors. Both Dragon Spear and God Edge were invited to join by him. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.